If I had to pin down an objective best childhood as we exist online, loudness and vocality, just at the touch of an aluminum rectangle in your pocket, an entire community of people, of presenters and storytellers run entirely by nostalgia, the way the 80s still dominate pop culture with feature films and blockbusters. There's this external smugness but internal rebellion that comes with the badge of being a 90s kid. At the end of the day, there is no objective fact. When talking about cartoons, you can attribute the Dark Age, the Golden Years, the Renaissance to any stretch of time that didn't touch you. Because it's far easier to say that everything got bad when the truth of the matter is, what nobody wants to acknowledge, sometimes you just grow out of things. However, if you ask the most vocal communities online when it comes to the Cartoon Network, a former reservoir of dynamic animation, both old and new, what the greatest era of this network was, many would tell you it's the stretch from June 2004 to May 2007, known as the CN City era. Bumpers and transition and blocks of television, all starring the stars of these beloved cartoons living together in one urban environment, following the powerhouse of black and white checkerboard that was a staple of the network from the very beginning. A living, breathing world. All of your favorites interacting with each other, commissioning distinct voice acting and animation just for these bumpers, just for the vibe of it all, just to make these 3 years the definitive Cartoon Network. That is not what we will be talking about today. So, the summer has come around. For a while, the Cartoon Network was testing the waters for a new era. Many say that the city era came to an end because it was too expensive to produce, and while that is the most likely outcome, the real fact of the matter is they could keep reusing these bumpers for years as long as the characters featured were the frontrunners of the channel. But by the late 2000s, Dexter's Lab had ended, Johnny Bravo ended, Powerpuff Girls, Courage the Cowardly Dog, they'd all ended. Even shows that debuted in the 2000s like Samurai Jack, Teen Titans, Puffy Amiyumi, Juniper Lee. The network couldn't just commission some distinct bumpers featuring new characters from My Gym Partner's a Monkey, Class of 3000, and Squirrel Boy. The channel needed a complete reshuffling. And for a while, they bet heavily on their two frontrunners of Foster's Home and The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy, with bumpers set on a red gradient background featuring characters from said shows, predominantly Cheese and Fred Fredburger, who weren't even the main characters, just like popular side ones. These bumpers would air to transition an episode of television into the commercials from a legal standpoint so that kids don't believe that the show they loved was trying to sell them something. In the history of cartoons, the exact middle point between Fred Flintstone cigarettes and Squid Game content mills. But after a number of false starts in the summer of 2007, the Cartoon Network shifted into its summer era. A summer that lasted an entire year. During this time, really, no new shows premiered. And what's crazier about the year-long summer is it was followed up by another nearly year-long era known as the fall. If we ran with this theme long enough, we eventually could have gotten a whole year of winter bumpers. But it would have gotten sad at the end because of the February of it all. Because for the Powerhouse era and the City era and even the Yes era, I was able to find bumpers themed around holiday seasons like Halloween and Christmas. The initial concept of fall accentuated in the channel's anthem of the era, performed by The Hives. And I quote, "They say our summer vacation has come to an end, and we simply have no more holidays to spend. They say no more barefoot, no playing around the pool." Why'd they have to specify barefoot? "A time was invented to keep all the kids in hall. They gave it a name, and we all know it as fall." So the theme of this era was the depressing state after summer before the holidays where you just have to deal with schoolwork and 9/11. Fall is just something that grown-ups invented. For an era rooted in melancholy, it actually laid integral groundwork. Because an era of television isn't just rooted in the in-between. It's every schedule, every bumper, every block of television. For a decade, the Cartoon Network was synonymous with their cartoons. The original animated programs created by the Cartoon Network, all originally stemming from the Cartoon Show, were animated shorts like Dexter's Lab, Johnny Bravo, Cow and Chicken, I Am Weasel, Powerpuff Girls, Ed and Eddie, Courage the Cowardly Dog, Grim and Evil, all eventually graduated to full-blown Cartoons, where they would premiere new episodes every Friday as a part of the Cartoon Fridays, another repository for these cartoon characters interacting, making it feel, again, like a living, breathing world. Granted, the Friday moniker went through a lot of changes over the years, but for the most part, Cartoon Fridays ran weekly from the summer of 1999 to the fall of 2007. And by that I mean the fall era, which actually ended in February. It's going to get very confusing. Where it was then replaced by Fried Dynamite, a block of television with new episodes of those same cartoons, but without the same flavor. Instead of these characters hanging out and giving commentary in front of bright block colors, it would be hosted by several human children doing sketch comedy and gross out humor about current events. I'm excited to see which one of these kids is sleeping on a killer George Bush impression. The reliance on live action children ran hand in hand with the handful of new episodes that would premiere every Friday for Fried Dynamite, including the Cartoon Network's first live action show, Out of Jimmy's Head. That's what this era reminds me of. The fall, the Fried Dynamite, all of it. It all reeks with Jimmy. The Friday night show would then spin off with a Saturday morning action cartoon block titled The Dynamite Action Squad. Still featuring human children, but this time they've been drafted. At the very tail end of the fall era, right under the buzzer, they squeaked in a movie block simply titled Flicks. A place every Sunday night where you could catch some flicks with the flicks. Flicks like Ants, The Ant Bully. A lot of them were ant-themed. That movie scared the shit out of me, by the way. I imagine you can guess why. The only block that these summer and fall eras continued from the previous Powerhouse and City was Toonami, a buffet of Japanimation translated and only sort of dulled down for their blossoming otaku audience. But once their biggest original to air on the block, Samurai Jack, ended, it was a little worse for wear. Then they lost Dragon Ball and Teen Titans and Puffy Amiyumi. At that point, there is no point. I don't care if you grew up in the 2000s. You know damn well that Naruto does not have the same motion. Of all the things I've said on this channel, why do I feel like that one's gonna get me the most death threats? Strangely enough, in this rut era of the Cartoon Network, they actually leaned more towards animation from the North to fill the space where they made no new cartoons. Imports like Choksaki Chooks, George of the Jungle, even reruns of the 90s Goosebumps series. I guess we actually did get something positive out of Jimmy's Head, the opening of Pandora's Box. Now we get to traumatize kids every October, starting in the Halloween season of 2007. Or as some call it, fall. And of course, it is July after all. In early 2008, the Cartoon Network would import a show that premiered a year prior on Teletoon in Canada that was so popular, it simultaneously saved the network and also sort of ran its pockets. A parody reality competition known as Total Drama Island. One head on this Mount Rushmore. Doesn't Mount Rushmore have a couple more heads? The fall era. Despite all its shortcomings, without it, we wouldn't have all the track for the Train of Ambition to run further down the line. If we can remember the fall era for something, let it be Flicks, let it be Fried Dynamite, let it be the Action Squad, let it be Goosebumps, let it be Total Drama Island. But Andrew, none of those are original cartoons. Inside the fall era, from September 2007 to July 2008, only one new Cartoon Network cartoon aired on the network. A creatively crafted, mixed media, absurd, heartfelt, crazy, down-to-earth, insane contradiction from the mind behind some of the greatest episodes of The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy and SpongeBob SquarePants. So basically, the mind behind the greatest cartoons of all time. C.H. Greenblatt, who, if you paid a little bit attention during that Yes era, you'd know he was in plain sight the entire time, making the herald of this fall era, what held up the network at the time. His newest creation, he spent hours in the kitchen cooking up Chowder. Also, there were 5 animated shorts inside their Wedgies block of aspiring animations, starring some kid at sea. But don't worry about him, alright? We have to save up time to talk about Andrew WK and cryptids later. So, everything you just heard, the entire opening of this video, was from the first draft of this project. This video was brought into motion via a vote held inside the BH Ultra Patreon, a bracket of video ideas from the wonderful people who funded this channel. Not only did it win, but it also got a bye in the first round because of just how many people asked for it, how many people longed for it. But even more so than that, it's been a concept in motion for a little under a decade. Around the time I graduated high school, I got really into the archiving side of things. I love cartoons, but I felt like not many talked about the broadcast side of things, the commercials, the bumpers. When I dreamed about having my hands in cartoons, in creating cartoons, in developing cartoons, as a young kid, it wasn't me thinking up ideas of shows I wanted to make. It was on the broadcast side of things. My dream job was the person who makes the schedules. And then in the blight of the pandemic, as I was stuck inside my home, that's when I really fell down a hole. Dedicating days to learning the air dates and scheduling of the era of Cartoon Network I grew up in, years of hunting down as many commercials I could find and reverse engineering the dates that I remember. But this had always been on the back burner, a side project, one that faded more and more as I got distracted with even more videos. That was the original intention. I didn't talk about Clone Wars for no reason. I wanted to systematically cover the entire era. I just got distracted. But thanks to the wonderful denizens of the Patreon, I finally had an excuse to use the dozens of rips I had gathered over years and years. Each video is an excuse to try. You think I made an April Fool's sequelitis video because I really hate Super Mario Sunshine that much? No, I just wanted to see if I could teach myself how to animate in a month. The answer is no. But unlike any other project that I normally keep in the shadows until it's time to reveal it, this bracket was public. After a tie, not just the Patreon, but public to the entire internet. The people, you people, already knew that I had begun work on it. So on January 1st, 2026, I did. The first month was spent gathering as many rips from YouTube, Internet Archive, Daily Motion, and then with the help of new friends Fatty Lugia and VHS God, and also support a fellow creator, The Dan The Man Show. Also, thank you, Switchy, for not getting mad that I'm talking about Total Drama Island in a review format. I placed all the rips I could in order with all the new episodes that aired as a part of this era, and then began writing about it. And it sucked. 100 pages of mostly talking about Pokemon and commercials probably would have been better suited for their own individual videos. You guys like The Rocker 2008? You know, hit film The Rocker starring Rainn Wilson? The Rocker 2008. I spent all of January putting these rips together, and then I spent all of February writing, and I got 5 days into a 3-year stint, and then it was March. Something had to change. It sort of dawned on me that, like animating, the secondary purpose of the video was having an excuse to hunt down these archivists and put together an archive of this era of Cartoon Network. And I just did it. I accomplished that part. What I didn't accomplish was writing an interesting video. Perhaps we'll do a proper watch along inside the Patreon since they're the ones that requested it, but for today, I've landed on a concept, and technically, it's a concept I've already begun doing. See, it was always the plan to talk about the nudes era in full eventually. Star Wars The Clone Wars and Thumb Wrestling were as much a part of this project as the video you're currently watching, even though they probably sound way worse than this video. Why would I go year by year or month by month or week by week? There's no consistency there, when I could just systematically talk about every show that aired on the Cartoon Network during this era of television. Eventually. Also, you know, Goosebumps and 16 require a little bit more effort, if you catch my drift. I think my issue is that I created 2 separate goals, and I don't know if they're attainable separately, where if I consolidated them and said instead, oh, if we have 666 paid patrons, then I'll do 16, that might incentivize Pokemon, Bakugan, Ben 10, Transformers Animated, Robotomy, My Gym Partner's a Monkey, Yu-Gi-Oh! Naruto, The Secret Saturdays, Batman the Brave and the Bold, Johnny Test is in there somewhere. So I've landed on what I actually wanted to do, what I always do. Taking the schedules week by week as I talk about a cartoon or several cartoons until the series is complete. I've been getting in my own head recently about maybe I really need to shake things up on YouTube. but I like doing this. The only issue that I keep running into is, how do I talk about a show I genuinely love? What can I add to a comedy beyond it's funny? I want you right now to think about the very best episode of SpongeBob. The funniest one. Even if you're one of those weird kids who wasn't allowed to watch it as a kid, and now you've grown up detached from reality, isolated in your own skin. Because before I was a Cartoon Network diehard, of course I was a SpongeBob kid. After being a Star Wars kid before that, and a Barney kid before that. The Muppets are sprinkled in there somewhere. Is it the episode of SpongeBob where his breath smells so bad it makes the guy go, yeah, 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 yeah? What about the sea bear attack? The one where SpongeBob ate an explosive pie so Squidward helps him to have the perfect day? The episode where Squidward goes to Squidward Town? The episode where Mrs. Puff steals SpongeBob's boat? The episode where Patrick forgets what his parents look like? The perfume department? Good grief, he's naked! Mrs. Puff goes to jail? I saw you on TV last night! SpongeBob befriends a penny and a used napkin and a chip. The panty raid. The strangler. What about widely accepted to be the very best episode of the entire run of the show, all 300 plus episodes, Band Geeks? You know, the episode where Squidward's marching band performs at a real human sporting event. I bring them up because every single one of those episodes was written by or with C.H. Greenblatt. And did you notice something similar about those episodes? Something specific that makes them all stand out above the rest comedically? All of those episodes featured absurd, nonsensical situations that seemed to come out of nowhere. A real gorilla! Greenblatt wasn't just known for his insane run over at Nickelodeon, notwithstanding any Harvey Beaks erasure. He also wrote some of my favorite episodes of Fish Hooks or The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. And honestly, his first time taking the reins as a showrunner and creator for Chowder shares a lot of DNA with Billy and Mandy. Chowder, at the time, seemed like the last lifeboat off the Titanic. Juniper Lee, Camp Lazlo, My Gym Partner's a Monkey, Squirrel Boy, and Class of 3000 were all shows that barely made it out of the tail end of everyone's favorite era. Not just because of the city branding, but also it's when the network was creating new animated experiences left and right. Chowder debuted in the fall. Not the real fall, but the fall era, which was still very densely packed with live-action children, so much so that its 4-episode premiere, technically 2 episodes that each had 11-minute segments, shared a time slot with a new episode of Out of Jimmy's Head. But have you ever had a moment, or rather a memory, that doesn't seem right? Like, all the details in your memory seem to line up perfectly, but the historical record disputes it. Have you ever seen something you couldn't explain? The summer of 2007, even before the fall era, between episodes and commercials and bumpers, shorts begin to air. Only 5 shorts aired on the network. Flagship, Fishmonger, Seasick, I Flushy My Brushy, and Starry Night. Looking like nothing ever seen on the Cartoon Network. There are no cartoons that look like this. Unexplainable shorts. The kind of cartoons you'd recount to your friends at school the next day and they'd think you were making it up. Starring a small blonde child, a bright light in a disgusting world. Storm Along Harbor, a messy plate of a canvas, watercolor backgrounds like the sky and the sea with splotches that make the world look ill. It almost looks like a play. Live theater. A painted backdrop brought to the front with what looks like cardboard waves. There have been gross cartoons on the network before, but this was different. It was dirty, but somehow the dirt felt cozy. Nostalgic, even. Over these 5 shorts, we meet the young adventurer, Blue Pirate Captain, the whale they live in, the owner of the Candy Barrel Tavern, Peppermint Larry, and what looks to be a surgeon working amongst the docks. These 5 shorts had the possibility to be forgotten by those who weren't there. Either we'd see these characters again someday, or it would be a shared hazy memory amongst the kids who caught the shorts. Do you remember that one cartoon with the beautiful starry night sky and the beauteous grimy docks? Or did I make all that up? Fried Dynamite. I described it before, but only vaguely. It was a Friday night premiere block, a Cartoon Network institution that stretches back to the late 90s. But a lot like the later stages of Fridays, it was hosted by live-action children, intercutting with sketches between new episodes of Camp Lazlo, My Gym Partner's a Monkey, Out of Jimmy's Head, and now Chowder. In its final days, it began airing movies, even though they already had a movie block, and reruns of Chowder and The Marvelous Misadventures of Flapjack, even though they began to premiere on a different block. Fried Dynamite had become obsolete. When I watched it, it was hosted by 3 children. I imagine the hierarchy changed a little bit because the wiki says it was hosted by Blake Michael, a child star who would grow into a slightly bigger child and star in Disney Channel movie Lemonade Mouth and Disney Channel series Dog with a Blog. But when I started watching, the kid that appeared in all the in-between bumpers taking charge, like an alpha, was Camille McFadden, who would also grow into a slightly bigger child and star in the Disney Channel series Casey Undercover, and also that one episode of I Think You Should Leave with Tim Robinson.
But what is the generic job?
Just tables and dealing with Eddie Munster.
I don't think she should have yelled at Eddie.
She actually didn't yell at Eddie Munster. I've seen this a ton of times.
What does she do?
Tables!
So 2 Disney Channel series that were right around the time I stopped watching. But not Lemonade Mouth. I was just edgy enough to think that that was cool or revolutionary. And also the first night of Fried Dynamite I watched for this original project, they were doing a sketch between commercials making fun of Zach and Cody, which is ironic in retrospect. Kind of nuts they got all the ethnicities right. I don't know the name of the 3rd child. I have to assume she also showed up in a Disney sitcom at some point. She was probably one of the lab rats or something. November 2nd, 2007. The clock begins now, and today it will not stop until the year 2009. Not literally today, but this was supposed to be one video. Theaters would be seeing major motion picture releases like The Bee Movie, Martian Child, and McDonald's would celebrate this release of The Bee Movie, not of Martian Child, with accompanying toys for all genders. I'm pretty sure I had the mosquito one. I don't even remember his name in the movie. This date would also mark the release of video games like Tabula Rasa and Tomb Raider Anniversary. What anniversary, you may be asking? Well, considering it's a remake of the first game, it's celebrating the release of the first Tomb Raider in the series 11 years ago. Look, video games take some time to cook. It's like how Mario Tennis and the Mario Galaxy movie are celebrating Mario's 40th anniversary from 2025 because they were announced for his anniversary. November 2nd, 2007, Chowder would premiere on the Cartoon Network with a full hour of new episodes, 2 half-hour episodes, which all in all include 4 11-minute segments. You know the drill by now. You know how TV works. After a thrilling new episode of Cartoon Network's first ever live-action series, if you don't count compilation series like Toon Heads. The 6th episode of Out of Jimmy's Head, a series that ran for 20 episodes, so we'll be hearing from it a lot this video. Obviously, it's very distinct from the other live-action outings the channel attempts very soon in this timeline, but not very distinct from Nickelodeon or Disney Channel sitcoms that they were trying to replicate. Like, I've seen Ned's Declassified. Why would I need to watch a worse version? Again, it's what makes the satirical sketch about Zach and Cody not really work, because like they were trying to do that. Where's Dominic James' pathetic rewatch podcast? The Froggy Apple Crumple Thumpkin is the very first episode of Chowder the public would get their stupid eyes on. Directed by Julie Murphy, formerly Julie Hatsuguri, a Billy and Mandy alum with a little bit of Danny Phantom sprinkled in there. Oh, and also the 95 Mask cartoon. The franchise will come up more than you think. And written by none other than the creator of the show, C.H. Greenblatt, and storyboarded the episode, extensively plotted out how it was going to look. Some premiere episodes of shows just happen to be the first episode. Some premiere episodes are very clearly the pilot made to pitch the series before all of the details were ironed out. I mean, even on Hulu, this one is listed as episode 2 of season 1, which is insane to me because it's obvious which one came first. Also, Hulu only features the stretched widescreen version of the series, which means I had to hunt down TV rips for the original resolution. Thank you, friends and allies. Either way, the fun of the pilot episode is seeing how it differs from the show you know and love. But Froggy Apple Crumple Thumpkin is really a fantastic model of what Chowder the show is. It just happens to look a little different. It sort of caught me off guard because I watched the show religiously. I have the characters burned into the inside of my eyelids, and they just look ever so slightly, not even bad, just different. Is there a cute version of the Uncanny Valley? Because I don't mean to imply that Chowder isn't particularly cute the rest of the series, but specifically here his cheeks are more rounded and his face is slimmer. Chowder looks adorable. Also, Gazpacho is purple, but he doesn't say anything, which makes it stand out more that Gorgonzola is exactly as he appears in the series. No change at all. But we won't meet him yet, because after the theme song walks us through the recipe for family that for some reason requires the power of the sun and the moon, Chowder is special in a lot of ways, but one detail for me that's so small and unceremonious, but I respected, was that the food inside the shop window in the foreground is different depending on which episode. I know having a cartoon where the intro is changed ever so slightly every episode isn't groundbreaking, but I was an Adult Swim guy. I'd never seen The Simpsons. This was to the point where as a kid, I used to try and memorize the patterns and see if I could place which episode would air just by the intro. Also, I could have just used the TV guide. The very first episode, or this first pair of episodes, features a handful of colorful mushrooms bobbing up and down like whack-a-moles. But after the intro and credits, we are immediately thrown into music. The titular Chowder doesn't hit his first line until 3 minutes in. And most of the intro, this hectic song plays in the background as he attempts to make it back to the catering company's building with the produce he's collected. The first thing you'll notice about the style of Chowder, what puts it apart, is probably the texturing. Utilizing a full screen image of a unique pattern placed on a layer underneath the character's clothes creates an effect where the texture looks as though it's moving when they're moving. But actually the characters themselves are moving in front of an image and are, for the sake of this explanation, mostly transparent. Chowder runs through visual gags and even one time an unmoving tapestry to get home. The piston guy has a line before any other main character. And we meet the employees of the catering company one by one as Chowder moves through the building. Starting with Truffles, played by voice acting legend Tara Strong, the wife of head chef Mung, and also aggressive front desk clerk who takes the orders. When I said it's fun to look back on the show's first strike like this, I didn't mean to imply that the art style differs. I feel like the term Flanderization gets a bad rap, and I understand it for slightly longer shows. Like, sure, a character from The Simpsons being boiled down from a nuanced character to a one-note joke is emblematic of complacency in The Simpsons. But this isn't The Simpsons. They do change the theme song every episode, though. What I'm getting at is that I think the joke with Truffles in the first episode is that she's old. Greenblatt excels in bastardizing the mundane. The greatest villains in these stories are made out of annoying bureaucracy. The concept of an old woman with a hearing problem manning the phone at the main desk is a funny concept. But as the show evolves and she very literally moves away from the desk, her character shifts towards more independence and violence. And then we, through the eyes of a child, move into the kitchen and meet the chef himself. Mung, played by Dwight Schultz in this pilot, whose credit extends back to the early 80s. And I say in this pilot because everything is subject to change. Case in point, Shnitzel is voiced by Kevin Michael Richardson in this episode, but it's almost impossible to notice the difference. You know, if you're normal about this show, which I am not. You may know Kevin playing your favorite characters, guy with really deep voice and guy with really squeaky voice in everything you've ever seen ever. So the relationship here is that Chowder is acting as Mung apprentice, hoping to be a great chef like him someday, which slots us into the series proper. Mung's job is to walk Chowder through complicated recipes, which in turn walks us through them. I mean, this episode, this pilot, after Chowder arrives to the catering company, is really just a comedic instructional guide. Granted, it's to make food that doesn't actually exist, but Chowder obviously looks up to his mentor. He looks for parental figures all over, and we'll elaborate on that in episode B. Chowder is by no means a lore-heavy show. The program works so well because of how loose the rules are. Like, Chowder has to throw up several snacks that he ate along his trip and coughs up a marching band that then plays off-screen. Mung orders Shnitzel to clean the kitchen, and he does so by walking up to the frame and shaking all the garbage off. Shnitzel is, to my understanding, janitor, sous chef, monitor. They never really elaborate on what he does. He says Rada. It's all he says. And yet I feel like I understand him better than most people I meet. But Chowder is not a show interested in delving too deep into the emotional or the historical. But we never once in this series learn anything about the genetic parents of Chowder. Where he came from, how he ended up at Mung catering company. Like his sister show, Flapjack, very clearly the heart is built around the family that they built, as the main trio have no familial connections other than each other. That is a large part of Chowder, but less in the family aspect. But Chowder doesn't have a work-life balance. He sleeps at his job. I'm getting ahead of myself. That's next episode. We've met our primary quad. Their roles are set up. Chowder has such an optimistic lust for knowledge that this reflects in his mentor Mung, who already believes he is a great chef. And Shnitzel wants to get paid. I hate to compare it directly to SpongeBob, but I will several times throughout this video. This episode is just the recipe for the titular Froggy, Apple, Crumple, Thumpkin that they grabbed from the Big Book of Recipes. A step-by-step program using fake food made by characters named after real food. Imagine how shocked I was when I was a kid and I saw Hoodwinked for the first time and learned that Schnitzel is an actual dish. I was also a chronic printer as a kid. Like any sorts of characters I liked that I could find on Google Images, I would waste ink putting them in my folder. And let me tell you, just getting into the internet for the first time and the search engines on them, just searching up the word Chowder on Google Images, not finding very compelling results. The steps in this recipe are cut between stop motion transitions with prop fruit. I mean, even the no fruit that they introduce has a couple second blink and you miss it moment of focus where it's represented by another physical prop or CG animation that's meant to look like a physical prop. Two things you gotta know about me. I love props and I love puppets. The no fruit acts as a sort of roulette. Once the stem is pulled, the chef must club it to get the desired fruit.
A good chef always whacks them at just the right time. Ready? Too soon.
Sorry.
Ready?
Somehow one of the fruits turns into a small creature that spits venom like some kind of experimental homunculus. The second step involves removing a stink sack, which Chowder fails to do, resulting in Schnitzel becoming the butt of the joke again. Early on, I wanted to write that maybe the show seems cuter early on because it hasn't grown into its more mean and gross tendencies. But no, the show has always had farts and such. If it is a child of Billy and Mandy and SpongeBob, Billy and Mandy's like 50% farts, which is funny. They are funny. If I see one person in the comments saying, oh, whose fetish is this? You are all too obsessed with fetishes nowadays. Maybe farts are just funny. I feel very strongly about this, clearly. And the episode ends, ironically for this era of television we have covered, with a thumb wrestling match. You need so much additional context to get what I just said, so ultimately, it's just a joke for me. TV, play number 6 funny fart sound effect compilation. It's the little things in the show that I do really think shaped my sense of humor. Because when Schnitzel sees the mess happening in the kitchen, he doesn't just slowly back out. It plays the animation backwards. Even the music plays backwards. He is rewound back inside. Chowder overcomes this thumb by remembering that every great chef must first taste their dish. But he fails to show restraint in the face of delicious food, and the rest of the crew help the customer escape with this order before the purple cat bear thing can eat it up, and the door closes on the introduction to the series. I always loved the way Mung said, "Book it, man!" There are some shows I purposefully go out of my way to quote, and then there are some that have just trained me to talk a certain way. This is why this project has been so difficult to get right. Chowder was my favorite cartoon ever growing up, and I just want to do it justice, but also establish that I am Chowder. Everything you may or may not like about me was created in my growing brain by one show. Also, I've seen a rising trend of people who talk about TV shows on the internet and don't have anything to say beyond just describing what happens in the episode. All right, let's talk about the second segment. Chowder's Girlfriend, written again by C.H. Greenblatt, this time joined by writing partner William Reese, who storyboarded the episode. And I mean that. Of course, I can't possibly know what their personal relationships are like, but on every single Greenblatt project, William was there to some capacity. SpongeBob, Billy and Mandy, Chowder, Fishhooks, Harvey Beaks, Jellystone. But it was directed by Eddie Ouchins, who has an entirely different filmography. This guy really has a who's who list of the greatest cartoons of the modern era, but I'm sorry, you can't expect me not to mention that Eddie was the supervising director on 21 episodes of Teleporting Fat Guy, 7 episodes of Oishi High School Battle, 1 episode of Krogzilla. I hope you're ready for a very Smosh-centered episode of Chowder. Right off the bat, it's odd. Despite being the B segment of 1 half-hour episode, the two sides feel like night and day. The first thing I see is a pudgier Chowder and Gazpacho, as I remember him. It really makes the pilot stand out more. Clearly, the seceding segment was made closer to the other installments in the actual production of the show. Gazpacho, the sad and lonely fruit stand vendor, and one of Chowder's role models is played beautifully by Dana Snyder, who isn't as decorated as Tara Strong or have as much range as Kevin Michael Richardson. Schnitzel's voice is provided by John DiMaggio in this episode, as well as the rest of the series. Rip that Band-Aid off now. I already miss him. I saw a quote recently that John DiMaggio said he didn't get Adventure Time, and then Tom Kenny urged him to do it, referring to the series as like this generation's Yellow Submarine. But that doesn't make any sense to me, because how would he have known that by like episode 1? And also, why does John DiMaggio not get Adventure Time, but he's like, no, Chowder, that I understand. And I mean, Dana really only does the one voice. His voice. And because of that, it's the voice I heard the most often. Like, sure, Grey Delilah Griffin was in all my favorite shows as completely different characters, but Dana Snyder was himself. Technically the first voice I ever recognized in a cartoon, not as like a developing child. I said before that Chowder was my favorite cartoon as a kid, and I only use past tense because my favorite cartoon as an adult, I think, is Aqua Teen Hunger Force. And I think it's because I can watch that show over and over and over and never get bored. I'm always entertained. Shows I love like Community, Buffy, Arrested Development, Aqua Teen, Total Drama, Always Sunny, I start a rewatch every year. This project, the more and more I pushed it off, the farther I got from Chowder. Because this is my favorite cartoon, but I have never rewatched it. Never once. Until now. I'm just worried it won't hold up to the monolith I've created in my head. Some stuff might just not age super well. Like, random example, let's talk about Panini. The trope of the strong, aggressive, forceful girl was ever present when I was a kid. But at no point as a child did it ever strike me as weird. Neither did it affect my development in any meaningful way. I feel like nobody gives kids enough credit. They just assume that everything they're taught from a young age is what they will be forever. Everyone's worried about the next generation. Everyone says that Gen Alpha is cooked, up in arms about alt-right pipelines and PragerU kids cartoons, and I think it's fair to be upset about those things, but I was also surrounded by the same propaganda when I was a kid, and I still turned out like this. And by no means am I equating Chowder to propaganda. This second segment introduces Panini, played by Liliana Mumi, who was 13 when this episode premiered. Chowder's voice, on the other side, was always provided by Nikki Jones, who was 11. There are two schools of thought when it comes to voicing children in cartoons. Obviously, there's more than two, but for the sake of this argument, there's two. You could get journeyman voice actors with a very large range who could pull off incredibly convincing kid voices, and your show could run on for however long you want. Or you could cast actual children about the same age as the characters they're meant to be playing, which either means your cartoon character will grow and mature through the series like the actor does, making it an active part of their development, or the show gets 2.5 seasons and runs for like 3 years. But all of the kid characters in Chowder are voiced by actual children. And as a part-time kid myself, it's not like I was gonna notice anyway. But now it does add an extra wrinkle. Because I was 6 when this episode premiered, and I was 9 when the show ended. I couldn't imagine playing a character in my most awkward developing years to the point where I can't really do it anymore. I can see a character that I played and hear my voice probably more than there are actual recordings of me as a human. My point being, Chowder and Panini, despite being cartoon characters written by adults, are pretty accurate depictions of kids. So the discourse arrives when Panini falls in love with Chowder, which isn't helped by Gazpacho, but Chowder wants nothing to do with her, hence the episode title, Chowder's Girlfriend. But not only is this not like Canker Sister level of aggression yet, it's also just funny. It's a funny episode.
Where did he move to?
Down the street to the next city.
Yes?
He's dead. Chowder is dead.
Want a cookie, Chowder?
Would I?
Chowder isn't scratching and clawing away from Panini as she drags him into the shadows. I think that I'm picturing it in my head. I think that literally does happen later in the series. He's a kid who doesn't understand love and can't find the proper way to get the words out, which makes sense considering his surroundings and parental figures. This show has a very interesting view of love and romance. This is also the first episode we see Truffles be physically abusive towards Mung Doll, and it will not be the last. This is what Chowder has to learn from. It's either that or Gazpacho, the man who runs the fruit stand. I always really love the moments between Chowder and Gazpacho, the ones they share, because Chowder thinks so highly of him, but nobody else in Marzipan City respects him. So Chowder's two mentor figures are a chef in a physically abusive marriage and a guy who's never dated anyone and talks about his mother a lot. He specifically says the line, "That's why mother doesn't let me kiss other girls." And the use of the word other perplexes me. What do you mean by that? You could argue that Chowder and Panini's relationship is a lot like Erwin and Mandy's in the Grim Adventures. It's just that their genders and tones are reversed. But I can understand how an angry girl with her sights set on the main character who does not want her can be scary. But the thing is, it's not like Chowder doesn't like Panini. Actually, at the end of the episode, they agree to stay friends. Panini kind of dumps him, but this doesn't stick. That's because the series doesn't really have continuity. It always goes for the funniest outcome, no matter how absurd. I just don't think that there are any healthy romantic relationships in Chowder. Within the same episode, we are introduced to Panini's chef mentor, the rival caterer, Endive, voiced brilliantly by Mindy Sterling, who somehow managed to jump across all three of the big kid networks while I was still watching them. You guys don't think I fuck with Ant Farm? You clearly don't know me at all. Let's get him! Orphan style, who talks in this very proper and upright way. When we see her kitchen, it's spotless and pristine in comparison to Mung Doll's, which is messy and colorful. Endive and Mung have a present rivalry that doesn't really require a backstory. Like, of course they're at odds because they are very literally rivals in their field with very distinct philosophies, which is set up early with the Grabbles they both try to buy from Gazpacho's fruit stand. Endive believes they should be attached to a Grabble stick, while Mung thinks that they should be held skin to skin. You could really weed out people who have no flavor in their life by how they feel about street vendors. If they turn up their nose, then they're missing out on like half of the world's luxurious foods. If I walk up to a food truck and I see some dude playing with the chicken in his hands, I know I'm in for probably the best meal of my life. Also, later Chowder plans to marry Panini due to Gazpacho's advice. They commit premarital hand-holding, and now he needs to make an honest woman out of her. And the Grabbles get all up in the cake, but Chowder doesn't pay for it after setting up the commission, and I know damn well wedding cakes are expensive. You can go into a bakery and buy a cake, but the second you drop the word wedding, you gotta pay it in installments. The Grabbles getting the cake, whatever. So the rivalry between these chefs seems self-explanatory. But then later on, when Endive talks to Panini about boys, she goes on a rant about how boys will only get your hopes up and then leave you standing at the altar the day of your wedding, which is far too specific to be general advice. But who was Endive set to be engaged to? Could it? Surely not. He's a married man, but was he always married? Can we get the heated rivalry theme in here? Yeah, it's not often I have a conspiracy theory shipping a straight couple.
Yeah, that's what everybody wants, a straight couple.
So again, Chowder and Panini are both children who don't really understand love or relationships, getting advice from the worst people to talk to in this situation because they have nowhere else to go. The Panini and Chowder relationship gets simultaneously nuanced and flanderized within the same season, but for now, they made little candy heart transitions just for this episode. This is the episode that, in the background, establishes the family aspect of the catering company. It's the first time we see Chowder's room in the same building. It's the episode we see them all sitting together around the dinner table. Real quick, they do this specific shot in the kitchen a lot, where the camera is facing down from the ceiling to the floor, and I love it. It adds such a sense of scale. Speaking of scale, I had to keep moving back in this because my back was really hurting when I was slunching like this, but now I'm smaller than the show itself. At the end of the day, cartoon violence isn't real violence. Not like anyone's actually going to the hospital. It's complicated. But in Chowder's many escapades to break up with Panini, he gives her a blue version of that fruit homunculus we saw last episode, and then Panini brings out a pink one. Are these also no fruit, or is this a commonly identified creature in Chowder lore? Marzipan City. I've mentioned 3 characters now properly introduced in this episode. The semi-climax includes, if you've never seen the show, probably the one scene you've seen from this show. Chowder stages a live reenactment. Or, what would it be called if it hasn't happened yet? A premonition? Starring Chowder as Chowder and Shnitzel as Panini. He cares a little bit, or Chowder paid him. But then he does eat dinner with them. Doesn't he have, like, an apartment, which ends with a musical number performed by Pate, which is crazy because I know this character comes back later, but I didn't remember this bit being him or him being bald. I don't know if he's credited as Pate yet, but he is voiced by John DiMaggio. So it's nice that they finally let him say words, or sing words. A lot of Chowder clips have been shared around online, but this clip probably has less to do with it being in Funny Moments compilations or going viral on Twitter, and more that this specific scene was used to market the show a lot in commercials and bumpers of the time. Chowder literally flips the screen to skip time and get his wedding cake. We're jumping around a lot. All you gotta know is that Panini drops Chowder because they aren't ready, and the whole town loves Chowder's song. It's stuck in all their heads. I think that their relationship does change over the series' lifespan, but from the jump, the initial conceit, Chowder doesn't despise Panini. He's just a kid, and girls are icky. He doesn't understand. I'm emotionally preparing you for something that's going to happen in this series later, because now it's the end of the first episode, and we see our first puppet outro. Again, a ton of Billy and Mandy vibes here. Also, we got a little bit of a chicken or the egg situation. I don't know if I loved this show so much as a kid because I loved physical mixed media props and puppets, or if I like all those things because I loved this show. It's a big inspiration. There was an eBay bid for a Haas Delgado puppet a year or so back from the creator of the series, Maxwell Adams, and I got into like the $1,000 tier, and legitimately for a moment I thought, it's all my money, but I have to get it. It's history. The Chowder puppet and Mung doll puppet present a Boo Bear Pie over top of the credits, where the very first name we see in particular is producer Louis J. Cuck, uttering the iconic lines, "You don't know what you're missing if you aren't in the kitchen." Words to live by. And a sketch of Chowder walks across the Cartoon Network Studios logo, eats the A, and then drops an apple in that now open spot. That was the very beginning of what would quickly become my favorite cartoon. But there's also another new episode that aired right after. So Burple, Nurples, and Shnitzel makes a deposit. Normally these episodes are paired together with no rhyme or reason, just whatever two episodes they had done. But these two complement each other well because they simultaneously introduce us to an important piece of world building for Marzipan City: the currency system. Also, the Earth is flat. The world is held up by an ancient deity. Everything they know exists within this town, which they are unable to leave, isolated amongst the horrifying residents of the town. Nobody in and nobody out. The world is flat. Marzipan City has a living, breathing public toilet who talks to everyone who enters the restroom. This is the place you end up when you live a life of sin. Or, you know, a world ruled by whatever is funniest at the time. Burple Nurples was written by a team of C.H. Greenblatt, the creator of the show, and William Rice, who together wrote the Chowder's Girlfriend segment last episode, which was also boarded by William, as is this episode. Which makes sense because we see the return of Panini and the proper debut of Gorgonzola. I don't think the kids in Chowder's life have met each other yet, but very quickly they will become the key relationships outside of the kitchen, because Marzipan City is as isolationist as you can get, and everyone is named after food. It seems like the entire world is ran by catering companies. It's like Pokemon. Once every child comes of age, they must train hard to become a world-class chef and nothing else. There's an interesting dynamic to the spot that Chowder is in, because it means the only person he can talk to outside of the world of culinary crusades is Gazpacho, who is not a good role model at all. Panini flirts with Chowder and he repeats the line, "I'm not your boyfriend," referencing back to an episode kids in 2007 saw 5 minutes ago. And it's here that Chowder learns that Endive has allowed Panini to make a dish all by herself and sell it on the street corner, which makes him want to do the same, even if he isn't ready. But Chowder convinces Mung Dog to let him cook his first dish by invoking the name of Endive. Mung lets him do it out of spite. Clearly something went down between these two before the series kicked off. Worth noting that when Chowder walks in, Mung is preparing a dish with Shnitzel, meaning that Shnitzel is sort of just an all-purpose employee who just cleans when Chowder is around, which tracks with Chowder's track record of being a colossal mess. But also, Mung Doll's catering company is just messy. That's the vibe they have. Freedom of expression in food, because there are different ways to create a dish. I am no chef. I can boil pasta sometimes, either following the recipe to a T or more experimental freeform jazz, a cosmic gumbo. I think it's cute that everyone in the kitchen is aware of his shortcomings and catastrophes, but they still love him dearly. There's a bit later where Mung asks for all the cash in the register, and Truffles, who is normally the most straight-laced of the group, asks if it's about Chowder or Chowder related, and then immediately gives up the money. This kitchen loves that kid down. Also around the same time, Shnitzel says he doesn't have any money. I like the idea that this town-renowned catering company is still shoddy and run down and broke the whole time. I don't mean to jump ahead, but in the next segment of this episode, they establish that as an apprentice, they confirm that Chowder does not get paid like Shnitzel. The Burple Nurple segment, directed by the director of the pilot, Julie Murphy. So far, we've been introduced to 4 people on the crew of the show, including the creator, and I intend to dedicate them to memory by the end of this. The episode gets its namesake because that is the dish Chowder attempts to bake, which is selected from the kitchen library we seldom ever see. If you don't know, the name of the dish is a reference to a purple Nurple, which is the act of twisting someone's nipples in a painful manner. I will now demonstrate on this TV. One time, a bunch of my friends and I started doing this to each other at school, and then I got detention. But when I got home, my mom demanded I tell her how I got detention, but I found the whole situation sort of embarrassing. She told me I was gonna sit down in a room, not allowed to leave until I told her what I did. So I sat down in a chair and fell asleep. This is why I can't be a parent, because I would find that sort of smart acidness hilarious. I either learned the phrase and action from Chowder or Total Drama. Don't say that cartoons never taught anyone anything. Speaking of tying this into Total Drama, Lord of the Rings reference I didn't understand yet. This is pretty common amongst cartoons in the 2000s, and I try my best to keep up with the modern ones. It's just a shame we don't get this anymore. Like, we don't get references to new popular movies and cartoons. Now we just reference Akira or something. Chowder ends up mixing a poison in the dish, and Mung is too coddling to correct him. Instead, he puts together several costumes and shenanigans in an attempt to stop him. So, the currency system. Chowder demands a number amount of a dollop. Everything in this world is built around food-related puns. And it seems here that 1 dollop is expressed through a coin. So 1 coin would be the equivalent of $1, hence dollop. But in the next segment, we see a paper currency. So is that 100 dollops? A lady refers to 200 dollops in change. I'm assuming that the dollop itself is the coin and the cash itself is a larger quantity, and you know what, this doesn't matter. In Mung's many shenanigans, we hear Gorgonzola speak for the first time, voiced by Will Shadley in his first major role, considering he was 8 at the time. This is what I mean. The cartoon is perfectly slated to last a couple years, and then the kids grow up and move on. We see the trio of kids develop their styles and dynamic later on, but interestingly enough, right now, Chowder is downright antagonistic. And I get it, Gorgonzola is the bully archetype, a mean kid with a rough home life and low-income housing. But Chowder is often defined by his optimistic attitude and naively trusting everyone. Several concepts for later episodes revolve around Gorgonzola using Chowder for bad deeds, but Chowder is too trusting and too nice to notice. It's just interesting here to see him be outwardly hostile towards Gorgonzola, something he never really is later on. Maybe it's about perspective, because after Chowder heads outside to sell his poison, the episode shifts. This is not only the first time a focus of an episode isn't behind Chowder, but it's also the first time where he's ostensibly the antagonist.
Golly, 75.
350.
80.
360.
85.
800,000.
Stay out of this. 85.
$400.
Okay. Fine.
And it's a funny episode. Let's go to the next one because it continues my point. Shnitzel Makes a Deposit was written solely by creator C.H. Greenblatt and directed by Chris Sherwood, a name we haven't seen yet. New name! New name! While Chris's directorial talents mostly came from previous episodes of Billy and Mandy, this episode takes more from its mother's side. Because this episode of Chowder is a SpongeBob episode. And I don't mean that this exact story happened on SpongeBob. I mean that the dynamic, the comedy here, it's a SpongeBob episode. Shnitzel has to take Chowder to the bank with him, and hilarity ensues as Chowder keeps accidentally elongating an already exhausting process. If you replace Shnitzel and Chowder with Squidward and SpongeBob, it would slot perfectly. I was about to say if you put SpongeBob in his place, it would be an episode of SpongeBob. Which, yeah, duh. Technically, you could put SpongeBob in the place of any cartoon and they would then become SpongeBob. But we gotta talk about something if we want to continue this show. Last episode, we sort of discussed the violent acts women commit to men in their relationships and how the cartoon violence makes it less severe. Also, in this episode, Mung sends Chowder away with Shnitzel so he can get freaky with his wife. Maybe he likes when she's mean to him. A man after my own heart. While we're comparing Chowder to SpongeBob, a criticism often levied at the Sponge, specifically in the later single-digit seasons, is that the show specifically tortures Squidward a lot. The floor is lava! But those episodes go to painstaking measure to show Squidward in pain, occasionally defeated, and begging for it to stop. But the internet has sort of overcorrected into the realm of sunshine and rainbows, hating that toenail scene so much that now cartoons aren't allowed to be mean to a character. But when Shnitzel is being tormented in this episode, and most of the show's episodes, it is funny. It's funny because he's dealing with the mundane adult task that everyone hates doing. But that's turned up to the nth degree. Like, yeah, if after that scene where the wall falls on him, we see him in casts and crutches, it might be a little sad. But the fact that Schnitzel's eternal torture is being annoyed is relatable. Maybe you've never been to a bank, but surely you've been annoyed before. How do we even know that Shnitzel is innocent in all this? You know, good people don't end up in Marzipan City. I really labored over which clip I wanted to use for this section because it has so many great gags, but the issue is that a lot of those gags build on top of previous gags where you require kind of the whole context of the episode. Chowder is often only really discussed in clips and funny moment compilations, but for this episode, I know I'm gonna sound like internet reviewers I just lampooned, is batting above its audience. Like, the episode is still silly, but it layers jokes perfectly, some of which kids wouldn't even get, not because they're too slow or don't understand. It's more so that they just don't have the patience. I have replayed this episode so many times in my head because I watched it all the time as a child and repeated the bits back to anyone who would listen. And there's a gag where Chowder is messing with this dog guy and the ring hanging below his neck. And I just remember my view of this as a kid, which is that Chowder is messing with an eccentric piece of clothing. But that's not even the joke.
You think this is funny, huh? Letting your kid do this to me? Just because I have a tie-shaped growth on my neck?
Rada.
I will teach you to make fun of my deformity? Guard! Guard!
What's the problem?
This man made me feel uncomfortable.
You sick monster!
Everyone I knew really loved this show. I mean, if you were a kid in our 6 to 7 family commune at the time, it was a show for children. But for whatever reason, I distinctly remember enjoying it with my 2 sisters and then our friends from down the street. A house within walking distance, a house I would go to for March Madness parties and to play the PlayStation 2. And us 5 members of this wee commune would specifically choose to watch this series together. We'd gather around the couch at my mom's place while our parents were away and stacked blankets and pillows and would just quote the show while we were watching it. There were so many good gags. The "would you care for a lollipop?" and then the counting meme. I was just tempted to use the clip where the old guy says 6-7 and call it a day. The bit at the end where Shnitzel finally gets to make his titular deposit from the episode and is faced with a bank teller who is a whitewashed version of him. Not to mention the last segment that used puppets for Burple Nurples, but this segment uses cool transitions of a clay clock. These 2 segments, this episode pairing, actually began with the opening with green and blue piles playing cards with each other, and it ends with Chowder and Mung puppets acting as cowboys, or chow boys. You know me, I'm just chopping up some slop with the chow boys, #blessed. And that was the 2-episode premiere of Chowder. Fried Dynamite continued over the next half hour, actually wrapping up with a rerun of the codename Kids Next Door episode, Operation Science and Amish. November 3rd, 2007. The next day was seemingly packed, as Saturday mornings were still a cultural touchstone for animated features. What wasn't a touchstone was the fact that the cartoon show had lost most of the equity to Fried Dynamite, that now it was just airing reruns of cartoons at 6 a.m. Do Jim Partner and Camp Lazlo count as cartoons? Is this not sacrilege? Which was immediately followed up that same day with the top 5 block, which also had lost most of its standing power. What used to be a celebration of the 5 highest rated cartoons, occasionally decided by the audience themselves, was now a random assortment of episodes with a block that aired every day, at least for the next 6 months. Unless, of course, the kids just really rallied behind Jim Partner and Camp Lazlo, which are everyone's favorite cartoons. You know what doesn't air every day? The Dynamite Action Squad. Like mentioned before, the Dynamite Action Squad was sort of a spin-off of Fried Dynamite, airing new episodes of the network's more action-centric cartoons. But because of that, while it kept the children, it wasn't about corn dogs and comedy sketches. It was about motorsports and extreme sports. Also war, explosions, and whatnot. Accentuated by the airing of Cartoon Network's Activity Project, Props, a live-action program that technically aired between commercials, so I guess it doesn't count in the lineage of live-action Cartoon Network content. What I'm saying is that the live-action shift in 2009 didn't come out of nowhere, and it didn't come for no reason. I mean, the main reason was the writer's strike, but featuring several kid contestants all showing off their talents to a kid audience with the hopes of meeting their heroes. Almost every kid had some sort of athletic achievement, but the only episode I could find was this kid rock band. What I'm getting at is that the Dynamite Action Squad leaned really hard into the Tony Hawk cultural dominance of the 2000s, which is weird because it still mostly aired anime. A new episode of Pokemon Diamond and Pearl, the 35th episode of the season that began airing a year prior to coincide with the 4th generation of games, Diamond and Pearl. I'm sure I've told this story before, and I'm sure I'll tell it again once I talk about Pokemon on this network. But I first discovered Pokemon as a series as it was airing on the Cartoon Network, likely part of the Dynamite Action Squad. My first ever Pokemon game, Pokemon Diamond, lists my adventure start date as March 31st, 2008. However, Pokemon is a pretty dialogue-heavy game, and I don't think at the time that I could read well. Thinking back, I was 6 or 7 years old then. What was going on with me? Clearly, I was occupied watching cartoons. Fall is just something that grown-ups invented, so I needed my dad to help me play the game and read the dialogue, which helps with the opening. Up until this point, my only DS games I had were edutainment or I Spy games. Games that save themselves and are just one game you restart every time. I didn't know that you could save the game in Pokemon. So instead, I would just make a ton of progress through the game every day and then turn my DS off, or it would die, and I would start the process anew on a new day. So March 2008 definitely isn't the day I got the game. It is simply the day I learned how to save the game because my cousin told me. All of that to say, after months and months of watching the anime on Cartoon Network, as far as I knew, it was just a cartoon, and preparing my team in my head, I really fell in love with Turtwig from the anime and wanted to pick him as my starter. But again, I could not read. So I just ended up with Chimchar, which ended up being my first ever Pokemon, my first to level to 100, my first to transfer across multiple games and beat multiple leagues. I promise it's all important context. The Cartoon Network began airing reruns of Pokemon alongside its sister network, the Kids WB, starting in the 2000s, but Kids WB would fold in 2008. In preparation for this, in 2006, the Cartoon Network would begin receiving new episodes of the anime translated to English and got to be the first network to air them. Say what you will about the Advanced League or the original series or even later X and Y anime, but to me, Pokemon on the Cartoon Network is Diamond and Pearl. Also, after Kids WB went under, the network would start receiving new episodes of a show about a kid with fiery hair and a talking monkey sidekick or something. I don't know. It's probably not important. An Elite Meet and Greet aired back-to-back with a rerun of the previous episode that premiered last week, followed up by reruns of Ben 10 and new premieres of Code Lyoko and Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. So, anime, French anime, cartoon that would eventually just become the style of anime. Which is weird, because it's Saturday, and Toonami is still around. But before we can even begin to get into that, Chill Out Scooby-Doo, Scooby-Doo in Where's My Mummy, and a 3-episode marathon of Goosebumps as a part of the Goosebumps Shriekend, a weekly marathon that aired every Saturday, 7 p.m., marking the first time Goosebumps would air on the Cartoon Network for the spooky season. but now it's November. Again, don't be shocked when more live action series show up. The channel's already infected. And then, as a part of Toonami, which begins at 9 p.m. because it's anime for adults. This isn't collecting little creatures or playing with little cards. This is serious adult situations. Naruto. If I say squad mutiny, everything falls apart, and full throttle power shows ablaze, will you guys know what that means? Are these important episodes? Does it make your ears perk up? A not insignificant part of me restarted this project and retooled it so that I wouldn't have to watch any Naruto. Unfortunately, it also means I missed out on a new One Piece and a rerun of Dragon Ball Z. I know this is a contentious argument, and my take means nothing since I am not as seasoned in the game, but the big three. There it is. The big three. Oh, and then at night, Adult Swim aired new episodes to America of Death Note, Blood Plus, and Astro Boy that had never been seen on Adult Swim. Actually, can I change my answer? I think these are the big three. Adult Swim rolls over to the next day, making it Sunday, November 4th. Pretty basic affair. Cartoon show, top 5, Tom and Jerry Shiver Me Whiskers. Also, for some reason, a fully new episode of Out of Jimmy's Head. Like, IMDb says that the episode Bully premiered on November 16th, which is a Friday, but that's not true, because it aired here on Sunday. You may think that Sunday is a strange day to premiere new episodes, but Sunday is normally the domain of Adult Swim. I was trying to just put a throw pillow there, but it seems they found the chair. Do you guys want to host the show? You guys have any strong opinions about Adult Swim? They've been airing new episodes on Sundays since the start, all the way up to... Well, I mean, they still do it. To the point where I just associate Sunday nights with late night cartoons and HBO shows, but only circa 2023. This night with new episodes of Metalocalypse and Lucy, Daughter of the Devil, as well as the premiere episode of Xavier Renegade Angel. And I know that Adult Swim is a separate entity, but it's strange to think that Out of Jimmy's Head and Xavier aired at the same time on the same channel, as well as the new episode of Robot Chicken Losing the Wobble, famous on this channel for actually not featuring anything scary, although it is a season I talked about. Check out this video. It also stars me sitting in this chair next to a different TV, but I was chained up then, and I'm free now. Sometimes I put little details in videos that I don't think anyone will even notice or care about. The CRT I used for that video was one that I keep in my room now, and still use it, and mostly because it is big and compact, but also easy to move around. The reason I chose this one for this specific video is because this was the exact CRT that I had in my room when I was a kid. So a lot of these memories, stories, TV shows, I did watch for the first time on this box. When I talk about Adult Swim, even if it goes past midnight, I'm still gonna refer to it as that night. So that was Sunday night. This, however, is a different story. Everything I've said about Adult Swim still applies, but for whatever reason, the only thing of note from November 5th, 2007, Monday night, is that a new episode of The Boondocks aired. I don't know why this one is separated from the other premieres. Goddamn segregating cartoons now. Also, Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn came out on the Wii in North America on this day, and I wrote a whole thing about how technically Ike debuted in Smash Bros. In the West before this game came out because I forgot that Ike was in a GameCube game. So my only note is that the GameCube design that they used in Brawl for his costume is way cooler. I'm glad they brought it back in Ultimate. Normally this is the part where I'd send you to one of my many Smash Bros videos, but Aqua Teen Hunger Force Zombie Ninja Pro-Am also released this day, and I think that video needs far more love. It needs all the love it can get. Also Modern Warfare or something. And I say Boondocks Monday is the only thing of note. Boondocks is going to continue airing on Mondays, but there was also an airing on the Cartoon Network side of things of Master Control. The block also aired on the 5th, and it started out as yet another viewer-decided program, but like the others, this one has just been downsized to just one episode. On the 5th, it's an episode of Foster's Home, and on the 6th, it's an episode of Chowder. Holy shit, did you hear that? A storm's a-coming. My power might genuinely go out and like delete this recording. Due to a gap in the schedule archive, we can't know exactly what episode of Chowder it was, but we have at least a 50% chance of getting it right if we just name either episode that's already aired. Also, Gears of War and Lego Star Wars The Complete Saga released in North America, and Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games. I never had the original Wii game, but I'm actually pretty sure I played it at the aforementioned March Madness household, and I think it's the first time I ever learned about Sonic. I get the gist. He's fast and he throws a javelin, and his best friend is Vector the Crocodile. Oh, this whole thing's coming off. Also, Silent Hill Origins. Good luck, soldier. Another Master Control with an episode of Foster's Home aired on the 7th, a Wednesday, and also aired a new Scooby-Doo movie, Wednesday is Missing, which, no it isn't. It's right here, where the Scooby-Doo gang meet the Addams family at their Gallivant home. I feel like 1 hour with commercials is really stretching the definition of a movie. November 8th, 2007, the Master Control moved over towards Courage the Cowardly Dog, and then on the 9th, I really wish there was a quicker way of doing this. I have it in the script that I just very quickly switch it out, but I forgot that it had like the day of the week. So what I'm doing right now is a tactic we in the YouTube biz like to refer to as stalling, and that doesn't necessarily beget quality of a video, but it does mean that it's Friday, November 9th. Friday, November 9th, 2007, the Master Control block aired for the final time. But it went all out with a 2-hour-long block, an hour before the new premieres on the weekly Fried Dynamite. Can't forget about the new Scooby-Doo movie, Guess Who's Not Coming to Dinner, where the Scooby Gang meets actor Don Knotts. November 9th, another Friday, a start of a weekend in the holiday season. Western movie theaters would see the opening of No Country for Old Men and Fred Claus. One became a cult classic, still beloved and respected to this day, and the other is No Country for Old Men. I get it, he's like Two-Face. As far as video game releases go, what do you know about Cooking Mama 2? I've heard that this game has double the mama. This Fried Dynamite would kick off with the Out of Jimmy's Head episode Bully, which would be a good premiere to start off the block tonight if it didn't already air by itself on Sunday for some reason. The new episode of Chowder, the newest series, would be followed up by a new half-hour episode of Codename Kids Next Door, Operation Girlfriend, as well as the final airing, the series finale of The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy, El Dia de los Muertos Estúpidos, and Heartburn, which aren't grand finales to the series meant to say goodbye. They're just episodes. 2007 really was the moment that everything shifted. As Grimm wrapped up, more and more of its crew would then be offloaded onto Chowder, making Fried Dynamite, for better or for worse, the perfect baton pass. This would be the perfect moment for me to cover the credits of this new episode of Chowder and show how the cast of Billy and Mandy moved directly to the next show, but nobody did this time. Well, like, we have a returning William Rice, who so far has written for every episode of Chowder, previously writing Chowder's Girlfriend and Burple Nurples, and this time co-writing the Cinnamini Monster, who also boarded that episode. What's remarkable is that the co-writer for these episodes, the co-writer of the first and second segment, Michelle McCole Moss and Danielle McCole, respectively, not only exclusively have Chowder credits, but also these are the first episodes they wrote of television. Man, I love cartoons. I should say also that the first segment, Grubble Gum, was co-written and boarded by Tom King. While this is his first episode of Chowder as well, it isn't his first animation rodeo. But the credits are still spanning prior to this. 1 episode of Teenage Robot, 4 episodes of Camp Lazlo. Sean Cashman also makes his Chowder debut, directing the Grubble Gum episode, who directed previous episodes of the now ended Billy and Mandy, and would go on to direct episodes of Primos. Dude, Primos, I knew I liked you for a reason. Also, lest we forget, the return of Chris Sherwood as the director of the second segment, the Cinnamini Monster, previously the director of Shnitzel Makes a Deposit, which as of right now, 4 segments in, 1 hour of television, is my favorite episode. We should probably jump into this episode. The episode begins with a theme song now featuring a long blue tube man showering himself in his own soup bath. Unfortunately, I actually have very personal stories to say about both of these segments. It's better than saying nothing. Grubble gum is circular. Without knowing what's going to happen, the episode opens with Chowder chewing a piece of gum to the sound of several screams that he hears. Without prior knowledge, this is just a funny random bit. It's like the bit later when he hears a distant scream he believes to be a memory at first, but it's actually the town's paid screamer. He screams by commission. But the gag in this episode is after accidentally chewing all the pieces of gum before he could share with Truffles, Chowder swallows the coagulated pieces to avoid getting caught. With an incredibly impressive mouth POV shot, or maybe everything impresses me because I'm bad at drawing. And Chowder is so afraid of what Truffles might do to him that he takes this risk, which results in his dreams being dominated by the gum vendor. And with every breath, the gum expands. The gum vendor, voiced by Darren Norris, by the way, who you probably know best from his role as both Dad and Cosmo in The Fairly Odd Parents, and a role as guy who still has a career from Ned's Declassified. Man, they're really taking a beating. Normally, I wouldn't shout out the voice of a secondary character that probably doesn't come back, but he uses this kind of like sleazy car salesman commercial voice. And it's worth noting because that is what Cosmo's voice used to be before the show went on, and he became a little bit more flanderized and dumber, and it just became easier to do the "I'm Cosmo" voice like that.
We want to help you. We're magic. Ooh, magic. Ooh.
I wanted to make a joke about Cosmo pre-lobotomy, but I like most of Fairly Odd Parents, and I do think this is another example of flanderization not necessarily being a negative thing. So Chowder gets all sticky, which gets in the way of their daily cooking. Once Mung and Shnitzel learn that Chowder did not share with Truffles, they immediately mobilize into a panic state. But honestly, I don't think Truffles would hurt Chowder. Like, she makes a swipe and a threat once they're all stuck together, after their montage of rolling all around the globe to get unstuck, or around the flat disc. Is this Snowy Mountain in Marzipan City? If not, how did they get there? In my line of work, there are two types of montages, a musical montage and a segmented montage. A musical montage is just that, a collage of clips set to music, whereas a segmented montage is just several quick scenes with regular dialogue back to back. And this segment of the episode features both. I was gonna make a joke about reintroducing the montage counter I've used for other shows on this network, but I legitimately think it'd be easier to count the episodes that don't have them. Because I think it's been every episode so far. Even the next segment features two. Eventually, Truffles get stuck in the gum and they accidentally start ripping the actual painting of the kitchen apart. I feel like that the feature that people most associate with Chowder are the fourth wall breaks, and they are common, but I think that's just an effect of the show's roots in absurdity.
Pizza cutter, cheese grater, cheese grater remover. Okay, that didn't work at all.
The episode ends with the Katamari Damacy-esque sequence where a big gumball rips through everyone in Marzipan City. Gazpacho, Panini, Endive. We even get another "I'm not your boyfriend." Do we need a counter for that? See, it doesn't even matter who's writing it. It's weaved into the show. And the whole thing ends with the gumball wrapping up the whole world and Chowder picking up the gumball of the world and eating it to several screams, just like how the episode started. Doomed to constantly repeat the cycle of being eaten over and over again for all eternity. We all live in hell. Marzipan City is hell. See, if I kept going with the theory grift after the Izzy video, I'd be making stuff like that. Two things. One, this episode was made into a flash game on CartoonNetwork.com where you roll around in a side-scrolling level as the titular Grubble Gum, picking up all the characters before the end of the level. And I didn't even need to look that one up. That one's off the dome. There were several Chowder flash games on the site throughout its lifespan, but I played this one for hours. I said this before in other videos, or maybe just streams, that my sisters and my mom would stay after school for extracurricular activities when my dad was at work. So I spent my days, most of my days, from first grade to sixth, hanging out after school in the school computer lab simply because I had nowhere else to go. And they thought I would turn out fine. And two, I'm pretty sure this is the first episode of Chowder that I saw. I don't know if it was on this day in November of 2007, but I do remember it being the fall era right before it changed. But maybe I'm just allowing myself to believe that. But I also remember it being the first thing I saw on TV after coming home from school. I was still in my uniform, meaning that I couldn't have seen it on Fried Dynamite, but it does mean that after this point, at the very least, I was at least watching the show actively. The second segment, the Cinnamini monster, also has a personal story. Like, sorry if you wanted me to just sit here and recap all the episodes as unbiased as possible, but you know that's not what these videos are for. The perception and the dialogue of what begets a long video, what deserves to be a long video, and whether or not they need to be cut down or edited or shaped in a different way. I could tell you that this covers very little of Chowder, and I still wrote more about this than I did for Clone Wars. And I would understand that criticism, but I don't want the videos to be long either. That just means I have to work more. Basically, ever since I learned that I got several people to play Portal for the first time due to my video, I've elected to make videos where I just talk about stuff I like and say, this is funny, watch this. Because the episode is funny. You should watch this. I would say you should have watched Primo's, but it's kind of too late for that. There was a previous version of this year where I wanted to actually talk about modern cartoons, because I feel like I often do get roped into being a nostalgia guy, and that's not really what I want to do. I kind of cringe whenever anyone refers to that as what I do being nostalgia centric, because I do love all cartoons, even modern cartoons, but that video was centered mainly about Smiling Friends, Amazing Digital Circus, and the Has-Been Hotel. I wanted to make a thumbnail where I called them like the new Super Hulock. And then Smiling Friends ended, and I didn't like Has-Been Hotel Season 2, and I like the Amazing Digital Circus, but goddamn, I wouldn't touch it with a 50-foot pole. You people are insufferable. I feel bad because one time I heard from someone, I'm not gonna name names, at MomoCon, that there were people who worked on Moon Girl that were upset that, like, the internet populace, people who make videos online about cartoons, weren't talking about the show, and that's why it wasn't getting as much attention. And I do think that is something we need to reckon with if we're talking about cartoons, is the sway that we have with these shows. And I will say that I gave Primo's a chance, and I really, really loved it, but nobody's gonna know that unless they know me or are in the server. The only thing they're gonna know that I feel about Primo's is I featured it in a musical video. I'm like, people are mad at this. This is a weird show. I love Stugo too. All the shows I like are canceled. Watch Royal Crackers, I guess. The Kitchen Gang needs more Cinnamini, which is a spice that can shrink anything, which results in a music montage into the jungle of Marzipan City. Look, man, I know the city is flat. We know they aren't allowed to leave, which is where they encounter the Cinnamini plant, guarded by a Max Rebo-looking monster. Chowder quickly learns that the monster is weird and off-putting and has no friends, and over the course of attempting to escape, drags Mung and Shnitzel and even Truffles into the situation with him. If I could just show you the entire board game sequence, I would, but between two montages and an opening I just described, it's basically the whole episode. Can I change my answer? Schnitzel Makes a Deposit is still good, but this is now my current favorite.
I don't care if you don't want to be the burnt toast. Just roll the dice and move your piece.
Sugar, sugar, sugar.
I've said before in videos with more trauma, and probably will repeat within this video, everyone in a certain age bracket attests to how freaky The Marvelous Misadventures of Flapjack was because of the hyper-realistic zoom-ins and the dirty scenery. But I never felt that way about overt comedy cartoons, and least of all Flapjack, because I knew they were trying to be funny. I can understand why people found that and Courage the Cowardly Dog scary, but I never did. And this isn't me waving my flag saying, haha, I was a braver kid than you, because that's not true. I was scared of basically everything, just not those cartoons. And the same applies here, because this monster is creepy and just sort of hums and moans. Oh, by the way, the monster's voice was apparently provided by William Rice, who co-wrote and boarded this episode as well as the two previous, which sort of continues the tradition because C.H. Greenblatt, creator of Chowder, also wrote and boarded on The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy, and played a slightly similar monster on that previous show. F-R-E-D-F-R-E-D-B-U-R-G-E-R. Who became so popular that for a moment became the co-mascot of the network itself. Unfortunately, the Cinnamini monster did not do the same. I started this project already being a fan of Greenblatt, but as it goes on, I find myself becoming a Rice rioter. I wanted alliteration. Speaking of Billy and Mandy, because it was a dark comedy, the episodes often ended with very anticlimactic endings. That's not a knock at the show. I am stating that several episodes just ended with the cast not solving the problem, and sometimes even dying, sometimes even killing the creator of the show. And this episode of Chowder follows suit, as the episode ends with the Chowder cast having to stay in the monster's domain forever. Or at least until it's reset the next episode, when Chowder eats them again, and thus the process begins anew. And this would normally be pretty unmiraculous for a comedy like this, as, you know, they have bleak endings all the time, but here's the personal story. Throughout the show's run, it only ever got 3 official DVD releases. Volume 1, Volume 2, and Friends. But Volume 1 and Volume 2 are not the first and second seasons. They're really just random assortments of episodes that were finished at the time. And I don't have the DVD anymore. I'm sure I could track it down, but I really had to scale down the budget of this video. These wooden calendar blocks don't grow on trees. As a child, I had the Volume 1 DVD, and I would put it on to sleep every night. I would fall asleep to the sultry tones of Chowder. And to my memory, this could be incorrect, the DVD ends with the Cinnamini monster. Luckily, I had seen the show on TV and I knew that it kept going, but imagine a kid who received this DVD and wasn't aware of the rest of the series. To their knowledge, the series ends with the Chowder gang being kidnapped by a blue monster and are never able to escape. And then it loops the menu theme over and over again.
I've been curious about it for years now, but how did Chowder and friends get away from the Cinnamini monster? What with it swallowing the key and all?
Well, I didn't want to reveal this, but they killed him. Sliced open his belly and pulled the key out. It was pretty traumatic. I think the moral of the story is, don't fuck with Chowder.
Unless you count the puppet picture-in-picture, this time themed around building a banana schnitzel. Let's move on. Well, actually, hold on. There's an adult joke early in this segment where Mung tells his wife, "We need more spice," and she's like,
I'm glad one of us finally said it.
I am just a humble cartoon discusser on the internet. I have never drawn a picture in my life, and I don't mean to intend that I know these characters better than the creator of the show. However, I refuse to believe that these two aren't freaky as hell together. Moving on, we know that this new episode of Chowder was then followed up with a new Kids Next Door and the final episodic Billy and Mandy. But the block continued an additional 2 hours where it aired the same new episodes again, and an episode of Squirrel Boy, not a new one. I am so accustomed to Adult Swim starting at 5 p.m. now that the concept of Chowder at 10:30 is shocking. Also, this night, when the network transitioned into Adult Swim, the first show that aired was Garth Marenghi's Dark Place. I didn't even know that aired on Adult Swim. I knew the Mighty Boosh did. Adult Swim will still sometimes just air whatever they want one time for those paying attention, but this is the very first show of the night. Saturday morning, November 10th, 2007, outside of Friday premiere. Saturday seems to be the most packed day. The reemergence of the Cartoon Show, the Top 5, the Dynamite Action Squad, a movie, the Goosebumps Shriek, and Toonami. Another new Code Lyoko and Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. I feel like Code Lyoko has to end soon because by the time the rebrand took place, I was glued to my screen and I saw everything. I have never seen that show. This is how I know branding works, because if you show me a picture of the French foreheads layered over the fall bumpers, it makes sense to me. But the nudes? You may be shocked to learn that I haven't seen either show, and possibly demanding I watch them post-haste. This Big 3 project is actually going to take several years now that I'm writing it. Hopefully I could turn them around faster, but I have never been one to do that. I'm assuming we live in a world where I finished that Clone Wars thing. If I do dedicate the rest of my YouTube career towards covering everything the nudes era has to offer, from top to bottom, I think that Pokemon would have to be next. I mean, the first draft of this video where I covered every new thing that premiered on the nudes era, it was like 90% Pokemon anyway. Not only do we get a new episode of Diamond and Pearl out of the Dynamite Action Squad episode, A Secret Sphere of Influence, but the movie madness for today was Lucario and the Mystery of Mew. And that's after 2 hours of the Indigo League. Code Lyoko never stood a chance. And if you want to hear me talk about Goosebumps, you know, this video, this project that I'm currently working on, again, was decided via bracket. But it's interesting how many of the other choices that didn't win the bracket like Pokemon movies, like the Scooby-Doo movies, like Magoozy and Code Lyoko, are still tied to this story, and it may be worth going back to at a certain point. But for Toonami, those big three are unmoved. 2 new episodes of Naruto, 1 new episode of One Piece, and a rerun of Dragon Ball Z. Again, I should reiterate, these aren't technically new productions, they just aired for the first time in America on Cartoon Network. I'm assuming I won't need to name drop the episodes if they're showing on the TV as I'm talking about them, so them showing up here is imperative to this project and this script making sense. So I'm saying it out loud so that editor Andrew does not forget to put them there. Also, you know, maybe incentivize people to actually look at the screens when watching these videos. Can we put Goatsy on the TV or something? And of course, the Adult Swim needs to continue to one-up the Cartoon Network with new episodes of Death Note and Blood Plus. Suspiciously, no Astro Boy this time. They will be hearing from me on the forums. I should specify again that when I say new in these scenarios, I mean that they've never aired on Cartoon Network or Adult Swim. Like the Dark Place episode being new just means it was the first to air on Adult Swim. Obviously, these episodes of Pokemon and Naruto aren't new to everyone. The episodes come out like 6 months prior in Japan. In One Piece's case, the Cartoon Network is super behind. And considering the show stopped airing on Cartoon Network in 2009, I have to assume they're even more behind now. Similarly, the Astro Boy Japanimation is from 1963, so it is by no means new. But it is new to the Adult Swim viewers. I mean, I doubt it. Have you seen the average Adult Swim viewer? Okay, now editor Andrew, put that on the screen. Oh. Sunday, November 11th was covered with a day-long 13-hour marathon titled The Amazing Colossal Crossover. Hours upon hours of the greatest episodes of both The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy and The Codename Kids Next Door, all leading up to the half-hour crossover special, The Grim Adventures of KND. Okay, so remember last time when I said that Billy and Mandy kind of ended. Like, this is counted as its own TV movie, when really it's 2 episodes lumped together. 2 episodes written by the creators of both shows, Maxwell Adams and Tom Warburton. Cartoon Network Studios used to be a bustling community of cartoonists and creatives bouncing ideas off of each other. It also used to be in a building. Both shows premiered in the same era. Both shows were winners of the Big Pick Weekend, where viewers would decide which cartoon shorts would become full series. And after all, both creators were friends. There have been other crossover events mandated by the Cartoon Network to sell mac and cheese or something, but this TV movie was a labor of love. A labor of love between 2 shows that in 3 months' time would both come to an end. Also, this premiere TV movie aired after the Big Boogie Adventure TV movie, which had aired previously, so it was a rerun, which also randomly features number 3 as the Grim Reaper. These cartoons used to all be connected, and now we'll never get Uncle Grandpa to finish his list because you all complained about it. Also, in retrospect, I know the big crossover that people have wanted is between Adventure Time and regular show, and that sort of happened in that BMO episode, Catch Up, but nutty that out of every era of the network, that the 2 that held up arguably the worst era, Chowder and Flapjack never got that crossover treatment. Never to be outdone, Adult Swim Sundays would premiere new episodes of Robot Chicken, Metalocalypse, as well as the 2nd episode of Xavier Renegade Angel, and the finale of Lucy, Daughter of the Devil. I was gonna write a dissertation about the ending of this series, but I'm pretty sure I'm gonna talk about it soon. Maybe. The new Robot Chicken contains the Grease Lightning humping robot sketch because they love that humping robot. Hey, if you want to hear more about this era, check out this video. I'm sitting next to a TV, etc., etc. Oh, and to top it all off with a nice little cherry, they air a new episode of Astro Boy. New to Adult Swim. Shout out Astro Boy. In 2009, there was a reboot movie that I never saw, but I did have the McDonald's toy that was half boy and half machine. This would have been the perfect opportunity to segue into talking about the next wave of plastic greasy toys, but that doesn't happen until Friday. Monday, November 12th, The Grim Adventures of Kids Next Door airs 5 times today. It's an hour-long TV movie. Not that I don't miss Billy and Mandy, but I mean, it's probably because it's in the middle of the day on a Monday. Only one of those airings was part of the Funny for Your Face block, which isn't even a holdover from the Powerhouse or City era. This was a Cartoon Network summer invention, which makes sense because of the pastel colors and the real live children. It actually previously ended in the summer of 2007, but was brought back to replace the Master Control, which we know has just ended. If you were just gonna bring back a block to reuse it anyway, Why'd you even cancel the... Never mind. So Funny for Your Face will be a fixture of weekdays all the way until it is canceled again in 2008. None of these episodes are new. Reruns of Grim Adventures, Camp Lazlo, Courage, and What's New Scooby-Doo. But sometimes you just need a specific block of branding to greet kids after school. It started firmly at 4 p.m. when most kids were home. Because I know the term branding sounds really cynical, but it's what stood out to me. It's the whole reason I'm doing this. I love Chowder and Flapjack and Total Drama Island as shows, and I could watch them right now, but it's not exactly the same as finding all of these blocks and commercials and bumpers and viewing them the way I always used to. But note to self, a hard lesson I had to learn: nobody wants to hear you describe commercials in between episodes of mostly Pokemon. I won't be making that mistake again. That script is going in the furnace. You know, unless. Because outside of cartoons, I think November 2007 was maybe one of the most important months of my life. First of all, the release of 2 licensed games in Foster's Home of Imaginary Friends, Imagination Invaders, and SpongeBob SquarePants Atlantis SquarePantis. Imagination Invaders released across several platforms, and I played it on DS. I didn't even know there was a console version, because the Wii is technically less powerful than the 360 and the PS3, but it's not on the same level as the DS. They're similar, but still fundamentally different from each other. The Atlantis SquarePantis that came out on November 12th was the Wii title, but like Foster's, I played this game on the DS. It was a lot easier as a kid to accumulate a lot of cheap games on the DS than a fully fledged game console. But Foster's on the DS is really just a collection of mini games and puzzles, and I mean literal puzzles, like sliding squares to form a picture. And then the rest of the game is like if Metal Gear Solid was a platformer. So yeah, all things considered, it was a really important day for gaming history. Also, Mario Galaxy dropped on the Wii. Tuesday, November 13th. A new Astro Boy airs at 5 a.m. So like I said earlier in this video, I actually count an Adult Swim broadcast as one day, even if it bleeds over into the next. Like technically Xavier Renegade Angel aired midnight Monday morning and not Sunday night. But like, it's Sunday night. It's Sunday until I go to sleep, and then it's Monday when I wake up. I don't care what the clock says. But Tuesday is your standard fare. Movie madness, cartoon show, Funny for Your Face, but this time with Foster's Home. Not the video game. A lot of PSP games came out, but also the release of SmackDown vs. Raw 2008, which I'm hesitant to say anything about on the off chance I didn't finish that project. So, hypothetically, I bought up all of the wrestling games on the Xbox 360 and thought that I could play all of them in a year's time and then write a video about them and get it in 2026 because it is the 25th anniversary of Xbox. And then there was a different video that might be coming out before this or maybe not coming out at all that was also celebration of Xbox. And I planned 3 Xbox videos and I don't even know which ones are happening. I think that I get too caught up on dates, if you couldn't tell. I like when videos line up with anniversaries to the point where I have very strict deadlines for myself, when I think that everything would just be better if I just worked on something and then released it when it's done. I know I've been saying this for 3 years. At this point, nobody wants to hear this because it's like, well, just do it then. Wednesday, November 14th, Astro Boy. Now we're getting somewhere. The schedule remains unchanged. We do at least know that the movie madness this time around is another Scooby-Doo movie. Sandy Duncan's Jekyll and Hyde, where the Scooby-Doo gang meet. Take a guess. Thursday, November 15th is marked with the premiere of an Astro Boy episode, if you could believe it, and I'm not stalling. It's always Thursday to Friday is the tough one because I have to grab a completely different block. I promise I'm not stalling because that would be, I mean, you're dedicating your hard-earned hours, your hard-earned money, your hard-earned time to listen to this video at work and maybe think about cartoons for like a second, perhaps, and just really... I appreciate everything you guys do and how much you really care about that. Okay. Friday, November 16th. More Astro Boy. More Astro Boy. It is Friday again. Another weekend, another airing of the new Scooby-Doo movie, The Spooky Fog. What happens in that one? Crisis comes out for Windows. You know, if you have a Windows computer that can run Crisis. Friday, November 16, 2007 was an eventful day, seeing theatrical releases like Beowulf and Mr. Megorium's Wonder Emporium. Also, Southland Tales came out the Wednesday before. I didn't mention it because to me, Friday is a movie day. You know Southland Tales is that movie where that chick points a gun at the rock and says, if you don't let me suck your dick, I'm gonna kill myself. Take your pants off right now. Thus is its legacy in a TikTok audio. But not for me. I watched that movie last year while making my way through the Gellerverse, watching every movie starring Sarah Michelle Gellar, and I learned nothing. But Friday also marks the turnover period where McDonald's would move on from DreamWorks to give someone else a chance, replacing the B-movie toys with Shrek the Third toys. I earnestly don't think I had any of these, which is weird because I certainly remember having toys from the next Shrek movie, and I saw this one in theaters, and I loved it as a kid. In my defense, I was 6, and it was Shrek, as well as video games like the first Assassin's Creed and Code Lyoko, Quest for Infinity. Man, am I gonna have to talk about this show? Do me a quick little favor, a little homework other than watching Chowder in the comments of this video. Go to every video I've ever made. Go in the description. I know you guys hate reading the description. Go into the description, hit the transcript button, Control F, and type the word pin, P-I-N, or rather type pin in that. See how many times I say that, and then percentage-wise make a pie chart of how many of those things I actually went back to. You know what I won't have to talk about is that new episode of Out of Jimmy's Head, the new episode, the third to last, of Codename Kids Next Door, and the fact that they aired the TV movie, The Grim Adventures of the Kids Next Door, again. I have egg on my face because they also aired Another Dark Place for Adult Swim. I guess this is their newest Friday tradition. But we're not here to talk about Garth Marenghi. We're here for Chowder. Episode 4 of Chowder, the segments The Sing Beans and the Certifrycation class. Before we get into the writers and directors and everyone that worked on these episodes, they never pronounce it that way. Like Chowder, the show, is a house of cards built on the back of load-bearing puns. So you read the word Certifrykit and it clicks. But everyone just says it as you normally would. At one point, a little guy shows up to take Mung Doll's expired Certifry kit. I can understand why they didn't want to do this. And he says he can get it recertified, but that's the only time someone uses it to its fullest potential. Or maybe I'm just not subtle at all. They just say certificate, which is how you say it anyway. Or maybe I've been saying it wrong my whole life because of Chowder. So far, when I've been crediting the writers, you may have noticed that the same page appears on my helpful TV screen, and that the team always includes C.H. Greenblatt. Specifically, IMDb is really poor with the way they credit the people who worked on cartoons specifically, because it's a process made to give the credit to the writer and the directors, but the director isn't often as important as the art director when it comes to a cartoon. So the story by credit has always been a little confusing. It's his show, so you'd be hard-pressed to find an episode where he wasn't involved. And to be fair, if you really want to get into it, the writer of each episode is just the person who put pen to paper. Most modern shows are written and spitballed by entire writers' rooms, especially a cartoon. I'm just trying to establish what the team of the show is, but just for a safety measure, assume that C.H. Greenblatt wrote for every episode. Because all the ones I watched, he did. Like Julie Murphy is back as a director, having previously directed episodes like the Froggy, Apple, Crumple, Thumpkin, and Burple, Nurples. But we have two newcomers to the writing room, in Clayton Morrow, who is a classic Cartoon Network alumni, having worked on both the Powerpuff Girls and Dexter's Lab, and Peter Braungart, most well known for creating Uncle Grandpa and Secret Mountain Fort Awesome for Cartoon Network, and also allegedly drawing this image of Uncle Grandpa with a gun in his mouth. He's really more well known for Uncle Grandpa than Secret Mountain Fort Awesome, but I bring it up because of bias. And also Clayton Morrow would write multiple episodes of Secret Mountain Fort Awesome with Peter Braungart. I've been comparing Chowder to other shows this entire video, so as much as I'd like to claim that these episodes had early hints of Fort Awesome, that just isn't true. What it does have is the late great Paul Reubens playing a character named Reuben, who we actually saw in the background of a previous episode. I don't know if this was decided as soon as they named the certificate, oh my god, the certificate teacher, or if they got Paul Reuben to voice the character and then named the pig after him. I mean, all the transitions this time around are sandwich themed, and it's not even a particularly sandwich-centric episode. I'm just writing fan fiction at this point, but I like to think that this was a long-standing joke in the writer's room, and they never really thought they would get him, until they did. My favorite thing about cartoon writers' rooms, sometimes there's just a really dumb idea and they're like, what if we got the voice though? What if he did it? I didn't even know this, but I loved Ruben as a kid. Perhaps he was intended to be a one-off, and then when they got a comedian they knew they had to bring him back. Or maybe he was always destined to return to the show. So many episodes of the show can be described as main character deals with someone annoying. It just so happens that often that annoyance happens to be Chowder. If we really want to boil it down, the conflict is that this certificate class that Endive and Panini also attend is about following the recipe strictly, and Mung views cooking in more of a freeform jazz style, which is how he starts and ends the episode with the kitchen on fire. And it raises an interesting question that potentially changes the entire view of the show. So up until this point, all of the dishes they've made have been puns of dishes. And we even see later in this episode that they're building a sandwich with slomato, lettuce, and mayo. Mayo goes unchanged. But the first dish in this class is to boil water, and Endive and Panini just prepare the dish as you would in real life. Well, Endive does.
Now, Panini, always start with the finest ingredients.
Oh, I am.
But then it cuts to Mung, and he's got a whole ass motorcycle there to toil water. I feel like I'm explaining the joke right now. This wouldn't happen in real life. But it was at this moment that my entire worldview changed. Like, what if the world of Marzipan isn't made up of wacky pun-built dishes? What if Mung is just an insane person? But they still call it Slomato. Some lore-heavy shows have series Bibles they can check so they don't accidentally retcon major historical moments. Do you think Chowder has that for food names? Like, oh, we already made this Slomato, so now whenever we contain tomato, we have to say Slomato. Mung is broken down as he is forced to become a recipe pirate. Trust me, I will have a lot to say about pirate iconography later. He does, however, refer to this whole situation as nautical nonsense. He's got too much of his mother in him. Mung utilizes his new piracy skills to steal the oh my god. The certificate. My phone has now broken down and just allowed me to type it exactly as it sounds. But the part that always stood out to me was the montage where more pirate bits are added to a paper cutout of Mung, and it plays bum 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 jingle. Man, I hope I remember what the hell that means, because I've been working on this for months and I just wrote a bunch of bums. I'm looking at a bunch of bums right now. Like I said earlier, if you've heard anything about Chowder, you may have heard about the fourth wall breaks, like how Shnitzel walks into a white void to transition the scene to the next. Or maybe you heard about the textured clothing that moves when the characters do. But I feel like a seldom talked about aspect is how musical this show is. Sing beans! And I don't mean that every episode has a musical number, because they don't. This one does, though. I mean that the show itself follows the rhythm of the background music, as if the characters themselves can hear it. Like, we're back to wacky shenanigans and silly foods, as today's dish is made up of sing beans that need to be prepared with instruments and waiting. And the scene where they literally add music to the dish, the instruments match the background music. This might be a really deep cut, or maybe you know exactly what I'm talking about. You know that bit in Pokemon Black and White where you can find different musicians throughout the city, and when you do, their instrument gets added to the song in the background until it's playing with a full band? Well, if you don't know, I just described it. It's like that. It's like the thing I just said. I wavered on whether or not I should even include this in my analysis, my thoughts, because I thought it's really not my place. And I was already pushing it with the Boondocks joke earlier. But my Patreon Discord server encouraged me to say something as they agreed with my take, and it is sort of their place. Listen, I know that Shnitzel is a gray rock monster voiced by a very white man, whiter than most men. But in the litany of fan-casted characters like Goofy Goof and Knuckles the Echidna, like, come on. Also, he wears a full Rasta getup for this performance, so either he's got melanin or he's just culturally insensitive. You have to pick. I mean, the series has to be pretty musical to have this many montages. Stoked just uses licensed music. This time around, our regularly scheduled montage is sort of replaced with the musical number. But what is a musical number if not a way to pass a lot of time over several scenes? That's really reductive. I'm not complaining. You guys know I love cartoon musical numbers. I don't remember Chowder having this many. I do remember the bit at the end where the catering company has to perform the Sing Beans song together as a family band after the beans are eaten by a small dog, which technically isn't the first time they've done this, as they also all sing the theme song together, which tonight's episode was kicked off with 2 cookies bouncing a beach ball of another sentient cookie. So I do remember a lot of this show, but there are specific individual moments that bounce around in my head and sometimes leak out of my mouth and occasionally my nose. And I think what I'm actually remembering is myself saying them all the time. The farthest back you can remember from your childhood, you're not actually remembering that exact moment from when you were 5. You're remembering when you were 25, remembering the time you were 20, remembering the time you were 15, remembering the time you were 10, remembering that moment, and you keep retelling the story. That's why these videos exist. I don't want to be the nostalgia guy, but I'm going to get dementia faster than anyone else in my family, so I need to make sure this is all here so I don't forget. The bit at the end, during the song, Shnitzel belts out, "Rada, rada, rada." It was so important to me that I almost thought about using that as our clip for this episode. Almost.
Well, just to let you know, I didn't know how to draw a straw. So I drew you drawing a straw. But if it makes you feel better, we'll all take shifts together. That way it's fair. Until I get tired, then you're all on your own.
Wait, what?
Because the show's funny. It's tough to pick. Who wrote this one? Alex Amulgar? Ah, I see. The Grim Adventures to Chowder pipeline is still working swimmingly. They need jobs. You guys know I love musical numbers. The Sing Beans themselves sing a very soulful song, provided by famous vocalist Carmen Twilly, known for Disney films and also Sing 2. As well as Jess Harnell, most famous for playing Wacko Warner and infamous on this channel as the guy I called Not Jack Black, but that video isn't up anymore. So actually I didn't say that, and you can't prove it. Listen, I was 20, I didn't know shit about cartoons. I had assumed that everything I heard from other YouTubers was true. And now I'm the one spreading misinformation to the next generation of cartoon fans. You guys should watch shows from my childhood. Stuff was better when I was a kid. If I can accomplish anything in my dwindling career, it is getting the next gen total drama fans to watch Chowder and Flapjack and associate those shows as closely as I do. I said before that I'm really fighting against the interpretation of being a nostalgia guy. But when I look at the modern cartoons that are probably going to stick around for a long time, I could talk about Futurama, King of the Hill, Adventure Time, Gumball, Regular Show, and I realize, oh, that just is nostalgia. I just feel like I can't make a video like this where I go through every individual episode for New Wish or Stugo or Royal Crackers or Primos, even though I loved those cartoons. The conceit of that modern cartoon video is just that I really wish I liked these Amazon series. I wish I liked Has-Been. I wish I liked Invincible, because we know we're getting a ton of seasons of those. They are consistent. Whereas all the cartoons I tend to love tend to disappear mysteriously in the night. I fucking love Primos. You can lock me up, man. And this episode was directed by Eddie Houchins. You know, it's the Smosh guy. Also the director of previous episodes of Chowder in Chowder's Girlfriend. I tried to film this all in one burst so that you could see the time of day change throughout the video, and it's a little immersive, but it was so shadowy and cloudy earlier because it was storming, and now you could see the sunlight beaming down on me. Sunshine, sunshine down on you. I should talk about that episode someday. There's no proof that I ever did. And the pair of episodes are brought to a close as a puppet Chowder eats a big pit of old mush. Now, we've covered November 16, 2007. Grim Adventures of Kids Next Door and Garth Marenghi's Dark Place again. Saturday morning, November 17th is where it's at. Also, there was a previously unseen Astro Boy. Whew, I had to get that in real quick. What I value above all else is consistency. All my favorite cartoons keep getting canceled. The schedule has been moved around to a confusing degree. Like the Dynamite Action Squad and Toonami are still in their scheduled time slots, but they're in a little bit of a block sandwich. Just if the meat is below a piece of bread, Slow-Mato. We clock in and the buck begins again. The cartoon show, then top 5, then Dynamite Action Squad, then the cartoon show again, and then top 5 again. Movie Madness, Goosebumps, Shriekend, and then Toonami. The bread of this sandwich isn't the story of interest here, unless you're a big fan of Scooby-Doo, Where's My Mummy? Shaggy, I don't think you can be wearing that. The Dynamite Action Squad contains the regular Ben 10 reruns, but this time instead of airing a new episode of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, they aired 2 new Code Lyokos back to back. And what's interesting is that these 2 episodes aren't the final episodes in the series, but were the final 2 to air on the Cartoon Network. The final 7 episodes actually ended up premiering online, in the US at least. Again, it's French animation. I've taken to calling anime Japanimation because that's what they called it before they coined the term anime, and I kind of find it like retro and cute, and also anime isn't a medium. I don't know who said it first. I hope I'm crediting someone here, but whoever coined the term cheeseburger anime, I love that. But what would be that term for French animation? Never mind. I'm sure that the episode Cousins Once Removed is a totally normal episode, but I don't like that name. Do you know what I'm here for? There's a new episode of Pokemon Diamond and Pearl, episode 37, The Grass Menagerie, which revolves around the second gym battle against Gardenia, but this isn't a Pokemon video. But I feel like if I bring it up, enough people will request it, and then I can be like, all right, my hands are tied. And instead of the iconic big 3 of Toonami we normally get, the entire block was made up of the 2004 Naruto movie, Ninja Clash in the Land of Snow, which admittedly contains 0 Pokemon. Luckily, Toonami will stick around for years to come. On Adult Swim, Death Note and Blood Plus go unmoved, however. I really don't know where to categorize the Astro Boy that they keep airing, because if it's on Adult Swim, it's technically the night of the 17th, but it's at like 6 a.m. or 5 a.m. So it would be, you could start off the morning of November 18th with your regularly scheduled Astro Boy. Honestly, nothing of note aired on the Cartoon Network this Sunday, and I so badly wanted to compare it to a sandwich again. I love the sandwich analogy. I think that last episode got me. Or I'm just hungry. I have a visual gag written to the script where it cuts to me eating a sandwich, and there is one location I can go to get my sandwiches, but last week I legitimately went there every day, to the point where the sandwich artist behind the glass said like, hey, we see you here every day. Do you eat anything else? So I can't show my face there for at least a month. This isn't a ham and mayo situation. I have a more sophisticated palate now. The aforementioned sandwich is due to the day beginning with an Adult Swim premiere and ending with several Adult Swim premieres, which kind of happens every night, so it doesn't count as a sandwich. I think I am hungry. Depends on your definition of new. If you count an episode of Astro Boy that had already aired in Japan and an episode of Family Guy that had already aired on Fox. But the turnaround is way quicker than I initially thought. This episode, Stewie Kills Lois, aired first on November 4th, 2007. Pretend that says November 4th, 2007, which was only 2 weeks prior to its Adult Swim premiere. But it's also the first part of a 2-part cliffhanger drama special, and the second part had aired on Fox already. Yeah, but this is Adult Swim. Why would I want to watch Fox? I still haven't watched Metalocalypse yet because I'm far too YouTube brained to enjoy anything that isn't intended for a later project, so I've been pushing it off years and years, like, oh, I'll eventually watch it for a video, and that video just never comes. But oh my god. A new season of Tim and Eric airing back-to-back with Xavier Renegade Angel? Because I had been watching Adult Swim long before I would have ever been allowed. Again, I have this TV in my room, so we owe a lot to this box. It took me until my teenagers to really develop my love for both of these absurd shows. My parents left a TV in my room growing up. Now that I'm an adult, midnight isn't even that late. I don't think I've been asleep before midnight in over a decade. I don't remember staying up to watch Xavier or Tim and Eric, but I do very particularly remember waking up in my dark room in a very groggy state and spotting some animal creature in video game graphics on my small silver TV monitor and thinking, this isn't real, and then going back to bed. Also, as I'm recording this, The Onion has officially purchased InfoWars, and Tim Heidecker is going to be the host, and because of that, a bunch of right-wingers online have been finding clips from Tim and Eric of Tim being like a dangerous child predator. Legitimately, there are blue check marks posting about the child clown outlet. I love the timeline we live in. Anyway, it is currently Monday, November 19th. See how quickly I did that? I want to become one of those Rubik's Cube people who could just do it really quickly. It's going to be muscle memory by the end of this video. So technically in the morning, November 19th begins with a new airing of Astro Bot and ends with a new episode of The Boondocks, but those are technically both different ends of Adult Swim. Only 2007 kids will remember celebrating Garth Marenghi Fridays and Boondocks Mondays. I've said before, maybe not in a video, that some movies are airplane movies, and some movies are TV movies, and some movies are stay-at-home sick movies. Tom and Jerry, The Fast and the Furry is the kind of movie that you only watch when staying homesick from school. Yet again, the tendrils of wacky races are felt throughout cartoon TV movies. I wouldn't be surprised if they crossed over with the Grim Adventures. Like I said, this video was decided via the Patreon bracket, and this video idea is the one that knocked wacky races out of the tournament, and I think now its ghost is out for revenge. I know that Uncharted is one of the most beloved video games of all time, and somehow a blockbusting series created by Naughty Dog, who have made a habit out of doing this for every console generation. It's mocking me. It knows I want Subway bad. Video game. Link's crossbow training could have been a funny setup for a punchline, but as you may well know by now, I was glued to my DS Lite. After all, I could take it everywhere with me. The very first Mario Party game that I owned came out today. Mario Party DS for the Nintendo DS. And I couldn't even tell you anything that that game actually contains. But I can tell you that my mom used to take us to see our great-grandmother in a hospital that would eventually become her deathbed. And that final time I would ever see her, I couldn't even raise my face away from my DS screen. And I couldn't tell you a single mini game. I'm sure it had a microphone or something. Was I engrossed in that video game of Mario Party DS, or could I just not face her like that? Link's crossbow training. That's called a misdirection. It's still the punchline. Tuesday, November 20th. Funny for your face continues. For now. The thing about being a kid in 2007 is I could understand how important releases like Assassin's Creed and No Country for Old Men are, but I didn't engage with them. I don't have that same connection, whereas I was watching Family Guy as it aired on Adult Swim as a part of Cartoon Network, but there are products, pieces of art that are made for adults that I just have no ties to. Mass Effect. Wednesday, November 21st was a little bit more eventful, with an unnamed event marathon of the most important episodes of Ben 10, distilling the series down to the 9 hours of storytelling. There is rising sentiment, specifically online, against filler as a concept, especially with long-running anime like One Piece, Japanimation like One Piece, my mistake. There are entire fan-made projects made to pace the series faster, to only watch the most important episodes. Normally, I'd say that this is something we're sort of losing as we drift away from cable TV, but no, we're not. I just use it as an example for how fans are still doing the exact same thing. We don't get marathons anymore because of course we don't. If you want to watch every episode of a series in a row, that's just the default. That's how everyone watches TV now. While this marathon itself is unnamed, it's all meant to lead up to the premiere of the live-action Ben 10 film, Ben 10 Race Against Time. But like other popular cartoons of this era, this is less of a Grim Adventures of Kids Next Door situation and more of annoying. But that was the purpose of the marathon, to have the most important episodes. So in a way, that is a fan-made, or rather company channel-made watch guide, eliminating hypothetical filler episodes. It's a ridiculous assertion to say that modern TV shows have a filler problem, when in actuality, most modern TV shows have like 6 or 8 episode seasons. I do think this is a double-edged sword issue, and I think it was something that I was going to say. I've really, if you couldn't tell, just amalgamated whatever I had to say about modern cartoons into this video. I did my best to keep up with Daredevil and The Boys and Invincible and Darth Maul's Shadow Lord. There are a lot of shows in the modern era that have hour-long episodes. Very few of them deserve to have hour-long episodes. And this isn't just an attention span thing, because every time I rewatch Succession or Barry, I'm never once bored. And those managed to be perfect 44-minute experiences. But they had to air on TV, which means they had to be exactly 44 minutes. With the advent of streaming, there is no cutting with these episodes. Invincible episodes can run on like 10 minutes longer than they probably should. So filler episodes aren't really an issue as much as instead of having 20 episode seasons, every show has 8-hour-long episodes. I liked Fallout Season 1, and I didn't even dislike Season 2, but it just became a drag. It feels like homework to keep up with all these shows. You want to hear my opinion about modern cartoons? Fiona and Cake Season 2, being a coming-of-age episodic story, would be totally fine if it was like a 20-episode season. The fact that it's Season 2 of a limited series they definitely didn't plan to make a Season 2 of makes it an issue. I didn't hate it, but I wish that it didn't have, was it 10 episodes? Hazbin Hotel also has a pacing problem, but this is a video about Chowder. Movies normally come out on the weekends, hence the opening weekend. And I don't know why Disney's Enchanted came out on a Wednesday. I also do not know why the DS game came out days prior. You mean to tell me for the low price of 15 bucks, I could probably spoil the ending of hit film Enchanted to all my friends? Well, I didn't have this game on DS, but my sisters did. And at a certain point in a young girl's life, it becomes uncouth or illegal to play video games, so guess who inherited all their shovelware? So who doesn't wish they were born a girl now? Don't. Whatever you're doing, don't do it. November 22nd, Thursday. Do not get up on the TV. It's barely balancing as is. The 4th Thursday of November. For those of you who aren't living in the land of the free, this is Thanksgiving. However, in recent years, there's been a movement amongst young adults to shift the holiday away from celebrating the stealing of land towards eating with friends. Family is out and friends are in. I'm sure you've heard of Friendsgiving, but I want to ask you, when did you hear it? When did you hear about it? Because for me, it was sort of coming over the horizon when I was in high school, but apparently, according to Merriam-Webster, the term was likely coined in 2007. And the same article cites it from documented usage online, which doesn't take into account the Friendsgiving Marathon, a lineup of 23 Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends episodes from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. This is why it's so strange that Ben 10 marathon didn't get a name. They love giving names to marathons. Hi, baby. And logos, also logos. Now, I am by no means implying that the Cartoon Network invented the term Friendsgiving in 2007 for a Foster's Home marathon, ending with the new episode, The Little Peas. However, well, technically, actually, the marathon ended with the premiere of Tom and Jerry, A Nutcracker Tale. I wouldn't call this one a sick day movie, but I do think it veers more into the stuck inside during the bad weather movie, because this is the only holiday-themed Tom and Jerry they got, so they got their money's worth over several years. Friday, November 23rd, 2007. Are you okay, bud? This can't be an efficient way of climbing. You're gonna be like my Dr. Claw cat where I sit. I like this. This is a dope idea. You're smart for this. People are gonna click on the video more now. Friday, November 23rd, we are back. Fried Dynamite aired as it always would. This time, instead of repeating the Grim Adventures of the Kids Next Door movie, they would repeat the weird live-action Ben 10 TV movie. Not to say that there wouldn't be another new episode of Kids Next Door. It's actually the penultimate episode of Kids Next Door, as the grand finale episode would air months later in January of 2008. So that's sort of what I'm getting at here. Despite this video being predominantly set outside of the nudes era, which is what the people wanted. If the nudes era, the Little White Guys, was a fresh start with new shows, then the fall era before was a transitional period. I mean, very literally, it's meant to be a transition between the summer and the fall. And in a handful of weeks, we'll see the end of both Billy and Mandy and Kids Next Door, as well as, you know, the one time they met. Speaking of the fall, Thanksgiving has happened. That's over, and now we're immediately hitting the ground running with the next holiday season. I pride myself on making videos on my own. You know that if you're clicking on a BH Ultra, you're going to get me unfiltered. I have something to say about everything. Even if I completely missed the Mass Effect boat, I'm not gonna pretend like I have strong feelings. Very rarely will I ever just list off information. But I think that this schedule speaks for itself. This is November 23rd. A Johnny Bravo Christmas, 'Twas the Fight Before Christmas, Ben 10 Merry Christmas, Billy and Mandy Save Christmas, Ed, Ed and Eddie Jingle Jingle Jangle, A Lost Cause, Casper's Haunted Christmas, Olive the Other Reindeer, Bah Humbug, A Looney Tunes Christmas, The Legend of Frosty the Snowman, Operation Naughty, A Lost Clause again, Jingle Jingle Jangle again, and then they repeat Johnny Bravo and The Grim Adventures Christmas. I am in no position to point fingers. I start celebrating Christmas the second the pumpkin candle light goes out while I'm shoveling candy down my throat. But for the Cartoon Network, they aired an episode of Goosebumps days ago. It's less that they aired a bunch of Christmas specials in November, and more that they aired all of them. Like, it kind of blew your load here. We only have so many holiday specials, and they're already repeating within one 10-hour period. Funnily enough, that Tom and Jerry Nutcracker movie was separated from the streak by an episode of Camp Lazlo. Just a regular episode of Camp Lazlo. It's a snowy episode, but it's also an episode that aired in the CN Extra short block. What is CN Extra, you may ask? I don't know. Genuinely, every article or rip I could hunt down for this project just says that CN Extra is a Cartoon Network block. As far as I can tell, it's just an episode of Camp Lazlo. I don't know what holds it apart from the top 5 or even the cartoon show. Not until I read the description of an upload of the nudes version of the extra bumper did I get a little bit of answers. To my understanding, it is a filler broadcast if another airing runs too long. More often than not, a movie. So as a kid that became obsessed with schedules, I know that everything on TV runs in 5s. It'd either be 15, 30, 45, or just a full hour. And each program needs to return at those incremental moments. And here it aired before the Nutcracker, so that means that Billy and Mandy Save Christmas ran a little short of that 6 p.m. slot, so send in the Lazlo. And now we can begin Black Friday Dynamite. Okay, so that line is actually a reference to this being Black Friday right after Thanksgiving, and not an elaborate reference to the famous blaxploitation film Black Dynamite and its later animated adaptation. Maybe it is, I haven't watched the block yet. We don't even get a new Out of Jimmy's Head. Where are the deals? New episode of Chowder, episode 5, The Wrong Address and the Wrong Customer. And normally I separate these segments to talk about them individually because normally the segments actually have very little to do with each other. But these segments are two perspectives of the same story, where an unknown customer orders a roast most for delivery, which is sentient and doesn't have any issue with getting eaten, but does complain about everything else. Of course, he's voiced by the show's creator, but the creation of said dish takes 37 hours and makes a disaster in the kitchen. Mung and Chowder set off with the roast in their escargot. So far, we have sentient toilets and food, and now even a vehicle, all of which exist solely for the purpose of punnery. But meanwhile, Shnitzel stays back to clean the kitchen, but then has to deal with an unaware Mr. Magoo-esque escaped criminal who Truffles assumes is the customer. This is a really fun concept to do this early into the show's run, and it only really works if the two episodes are worked on concurrently, which is probably why this is the first episode where both segments are directed by the same person, Eddie Houchins, putting him in the lead, now having directed 6 episodes, 6 unique segments on this show. One under the amount of Oshi High School Battle episodes he directed. I'm not making fun of, it's just like, that's remarkable. Work is work. We all gotta make our money somehow. C.H. Greenblatt is the primary storyteller of this series, but each segment is still different, this time being written by Alex Elmerger and Clay Morrow, respectively. And the two of them actually wrote the 2 previous segments from last week. I guess Pete Browngardt went on to the Secret Mountain preemptively. The Wrong Address being boarded by Alex and The Wrong Customer being boarded by Morrow. The Wrong Address is the delivery side of this story, although several times throughout the episode we see police cars racing by and helicopters in the background. Chowder ends up eating the map to the customer, so Mung challenges him to use his gut. This delivery is now changed into a teaching moment, but because Chowder is a short-sighted kid who loves to eat anything, the moment Mung says that a good chef can listen to their gut, the stakes are raised. Whether he meant it or not, now Chowder believes that if he can't listen to his gut, then he'll never be a good chef. So he belts out random directions as the escargot speeds through several intersections, represented not by a montage this time, but a physical cutout prop leading across a grimy map. Again, I will save the pirate iconography for later. Also, Mungdahl makes a really terrible pun, and Kiwi makes a return to moan and groan. Did I mention Kiwi before? This pink thing is Kiwi. I genuinely did. I had it in my notes. How did I not mention it? He reacts to the show and is a presence that the actors in the show, the characters, do not acknowledge him, at least right now. This is what Kiwi looks like. You've seen Kiwi. I forget that not everyone has seen the show. Anyway, I feel like that argument doesn't really have a leg to stand on when the whole show is puns. So Chowder and Mung end up in the sketchy side of Marzipan. The apartment that Chowder's got selected does not contain the customer. And then they are chased off by a giant rat. Through this half-episode long chase, they pick a fight with these backwards talking weirdos. I reversed the audio, and it's surprisingly actually what is said across the subtitles. There's no hidden messaging here. These guys aren't here to hint at any greater mystery. They're just weird. Billy and Mandy, also weird. Show takes a lot of notes from that one. That one does have a backwards message hidden in the, I believe, the opening credits, or maybe the end credits. I think it's the end credits. A high-speed chase is kicked off as both the rat and the catering gang jack some cars as they can't seem to find their own. It's later revealed that they parked next to a different mime than the mime they were looking at, and the car chase frightens the driver and results in an elongated pepper spray fight.
Oh, pepper spray!
Pepper spray? That sounds delicious! I was wrong! I was horribly wrong!
After the chase, the rat speaks up, a voice provided by Dave Wittenberg, who's mainly an anime guy, but also voices Trigger Happy from the Skylanders games. Put a pin in that. Or don't. And he's either doing an impression of the fish incidentals from SpongeBob, or this scenario just reminds me a lot of that. The rat was the customer the whole time. Chowder's gut was right, sort of, and he can keep on believing in himself. And the segment ends with the kitchen destroyed and Truffles being carted away by the police as Shnitzel pops out of the rubble. Earlier, I said that these episodes were likely made in tandem because they're so intrinsically tied together, but on one side, this could have easily just been a fun experiment. You know that game where you fold a paper in half and one person draws the top half and the other draws the bottom half, and the only connective tissue there to follow is some lines that frame the body? It's the entire special The Elephant on Adult Swim is based on that idea. This ending and those police cars are those two lines, hypothetically. Because maybe the second team, or rather the second writer, was just told, okay, so this episode includes police and ends with Truffles getting arrested and Shnitzel amongst the rubble of the kitchen. Maybe that's why the theme song stars a green mass chained to the pan, writing notches for how long he's been trapped there. 80 years. Or 80 minutes, because he does draw one during the theme song. Because the plot device, the old blind escaped convict, doesn't factor into the first ending at all. Okay, so I explained the plot ahead of time. That old Magoo destroyed the kitchen with his aloofness, and Schnitzel is ordered to keep him safe by Truffles. This results in a classic Schnitzel has to deal with an annoying guy episode, one of the top genres. The kitchen is eventually destroyed by an escargot and a big mixer. It's really top tier foreshadowing. And that is funny. I find Schnitzel really funny. It's funny when he's upset and has to deal with annoying people. I said that before. But I think that the police crew outside really steal the show. And I imagine the crew thought the same, because as the episode goes on, it focuses on them more and more. When coming back to this show, I knew the general array of side characters outside of the kitchen. Gazpacho is a misguided role model, Panini is obsessed with Chowder, Endive despises Mung and demands perfection, Gorgonzola is a childhood bully-esque rival and schemer, and then we're introduced to their other appearances later. But never in my memory of the show did Sergeant Hoagie pop into my consciousness as a memorable side character. But maybe I just wasn't paying attention as a kid, because he might be my favorite character now. This is why I'm excited to go back to this show proper for the first time. Like Metalocalypse before, this is a show I have seen, but I held off on rewatching it because I wanted to do it for a video at some point. And I'm glad that Patreon pushed me to do said video. Sergeant Hoagie, voiced by Diedrich Bader, who worked with C.H. Greenblatt on Billy and Mandy, providing the voice of macho slasher film parody Hoss Delgado, who actually will be important later. The entire police crew bounce off of each other so well. Hoagie will open the floor to suggestions, and then you'll hear like 4 that are all representing their characters. I really hope that they all come back, but I get the feeling that most of them are one-off gags. But Hoagie and Ruben were likely meant to be one-off gags, and I know they come back. But they're all introduced as punchlines. Even Hoagie himself, first shown on screen being walked by another officer, who then stands up to reveal that actually he's the captain. The baby is introduced because they needed the "I have parents punchline for the I have kids setup. It's not funny when you say it backwards. The sassy snow leopard exists solely so they can combat the eye of the tiger. I feel like I'm just explaining the jokes now. See, this is the issue I thought I would run into way sooner. I'm just recounting bits I found funny.
Officer Killbot! Ha ha!
Chowder predicts the future. ACAB does not include Sergeant Hoagie or the pink-haired guy who says, "Are you talking to me?" All right, we're not covering any ground here. Let's wrap this up. This is a good episode of television with characters I like. I'll be sure to let you know if the baby or the pink guy or the snow leopard or Officer Killbot return, because if I remember correctly, the catering company have several run-ins with the police. I mean, Truffles did just get arrested. I wasn't going to include this because I do have a lot of personal ties to the show and I don't want it to be boiled down just to this is a funny internet clip, but these episodes, I also hold a place in my heart for Shay Frillis's Chowder YouTube poop collab because they used these episodes. I would never gatekeep anyone or pretend I was into something before it was cool, but I was a fan of Shay Frillis's YouTube poops long before we were competing in the same medium. I think I'm just jealous because I also try and make a channel where I'm just gonna talk about whatever I want and people are forced to watch anyway. It takes balls. The two segments are brought to a close as the episode ends with Chowder and Mung doll puppets not realizing that they are in a dream before they reside to taking a nap. Let's move on from Friday. You already know they got another Dark Place airing on Adult Swim. November 24th continues the lineage of the cartoon show into Top 5 into the Dynamite Action Squad, but the Dynamite Action Squad is shortened to just Pokemon. The new episode, One Big Happini Family. But the rest of the day is... I really want to call it a sandwich again. I haven't eaten today. The Ben 10 Race Against Time TV movie, and then 16 episodes of Ben 10, and then they air the movie again. I'd always assumed that the broadcast they prepare for television like this were split amongst multiple episodes individually. Like the commercials and bumpers and branding were all on a separate file. But these 16 episodes are the same 16 episodes that aired as a part of that unnamed marathon days ago that led up to the movie. Meaning that they probably just copy and pasted the broadcast, if you can even do that. And this was a Saturday in November. What else were kids gonna do? This was going head-to-head with Nickelodeon's Super Stuffed Nicktoons Weekend. That live-action movie was competing directly against the new Back at the Barnyard episode. Sorry, Back at the Barnyard! The episode that's a parody of Law and Order. Oh, you could just see the episode normally, as long as it's on this TV screen? No red filter or anything, you could just show it? Huh. What a classic BH Ultra boner. But then new episodes on Cartoon Network of Naruto and One Piece, along with reruns of Dragon Ball Z, competed directly with SpongeBob and George Lopez. I mean, ultimately, that's why Toonami went under. Well, thank God Death Note and Blood Plus are still okay. But I have my suspicions about Astro Boy. We haven't heard from him in 48 hours, and the police haven't said a goddamn word. Sunday, November 25th begins as any normal Cartoon Network day would. The cartoon show Top 5, that Tom and Jerry Nutcracker movie. I Hardly Tom and Jerry Know Her movie, which made room for the 6-hour Silly Billy Sunday marathon. A marathon of the Billy and Mandy series that the network just ended, all leading up to a rerun of the live-action Ben 10 movie. All right, well, glad we all cleared that up. Again, the fact that they'll just throw random stuff like this together makes it even more strange that that very important Ben 10 marathon did not have a name. Don't let this name deceive you. Unfortunately, unlike Friendsgiving, Silly Billy Sunday did not become a modern tradition. This is the only Sunday they did this. They should have called it Silly Billy November 25th. But another Sunday means another night block of Adult Swim premieres, like the premiere of the Family Guy episode Lois Kills Stewie. See? Now I got to see how it ends. So, like, can they understand the baby? New Xavier, new Tim and Eric. We'd be here for hours if I spoke my mind about either of these shows. You think this video's glazing now? Imagine if I roped them in here. Which means that the next day, Monday, November 26, 2007, the new Boondocks was separated again. Also funny for your face or something. At least this time we didn't have to stomach the Tom and Jerry Nutcracker movie again. No, this time just seeing the Scooby Gang meet the ghost of Bigfoot. I didn't even know he was sick. Holy jinkies, I can't believe there's an upright walking ape man. That's ridiculous. What do you think? Talking dog? Shaggy, I don't think you can be wearing that. At this point, I'm just barreling through to get to December, and I feel like this network is too. Nothing interesting on Tuesday or Wednesday or Thursday aside from the aforementioned Nutcracker. I hardly aforementioned know her. The final day of November, 1 month away from the dawn of the new year, there was a new Stormhawks for some reason. I like to think I know a lot about cartoons, but one time I got traded a rip from around this era, which actually lit the spark of this large project in a roundabout way. And I put that tape in a different small TV, well, small, not in the back, not where it counts, in a small TV when our power was out, and my roommate walked into the living room and info dumped about Stormhawks. And I was a real asshole. I genuinely did not believe him. Well, here it is, Andrew, all in black and white and also other colors. The show would continue to air for a little bit longer on random occurring days. No wonder I've never heard of her. I hardly know her, Nutcracker. You guys ready for your weekly installment of Fried Dynamite? Bring Camille out here. I want to speak to Camille. The block began with the premiere of the 9th episode of Out of Jimmy's Head, Soda! Which led into the new episode of Chowder, but after that was the Class of 3000 Christmas special, and this was an hour-long TV movie. When you think about specific eras, when you think about Cartoon Fridays, you probably think about shows like the Powerpuff Girls, Dexter's Lab, Courage the Cowardly Dog. Even like Har Har Thursdays later, I associate with a very specific group of shows. Fried Dynamite was built off of the backs of Class of 3000, Kids Next Door, Camp Lazlo, and My Gym Partner's a Monkey. Half of them had already ended, and the other half would end in years' time. 15 episodes between all of them. But at least we have Chowder. I mean, I'd love to tell you that Mahjongg Night was worked on by several alumni from the other shows, and technically it was. Like, C.H. Greenblatt worked on those shows too. So I mentioned before that Greenblatt is involved with most of the episodes, even if I don't specifically shout him out. But Mahjongg Night was written entirely and boarded by C.H. Greenblatt and directed by Sean Cashman, director of Grubble Gum. Chowder also has a dream sequence in this episode that pushes the story forward, and the exact same thing happened in Grubble Gum. I refuse to believe this is a coincidence. It's his signature. It's his producer tag. Sean the Dream Warrior Cashman. And I think I have messed up a little bit in neglecting to point out the art director or the storyboarder because the credits often overlap. More often than not, the crew member who boarded the episode also wrote the episode. But this is the first episode solely written by Greenblatt since the pilot. C.H. Greenblatt is a very funny man that always ends up playing my favorite characters. And I don't mean to imply that he doesn't write good dialogue, but I think we would agree that where he really excels are the visual gags, and this episode is full of them. He is a cartoonist first. That cityscape in general looks gorgeous at night. Normally when you see night represented in a cartoon, it's solid black or illuminated by the stars, but very rarely do you see love for light pollution, because Marzipan is a city. Even at night, the city is alive and glowing. I will say though, most of the written comedy in the episode comes from Truffle's Mahjongg group, some of which are played by the regular cast and some of which are played by seasoned voices Kimberly Brooks and Judy Tenuta. Neither of them come back to this show. This is their only time voicing characters for Chowder, and then never again. Kimberly Brooks played a character named Chutney, which is either the one with the head or the chicken one.
Be winning this head! Mahjongg! Now, I told y'all not to throw down an 8. She obviously needed the 8. But no. Y'all never listen to me.
All right. Confession time. Chowder is a world built on puns and made up of traditions. The next segment in this episode has a running gag about ridiculous traditions. It's called world building, kid. We see Kiwi again and the return of the King of the Sky. The world is alive. This is also the first episode Chowder mentions his pet stink cloud Kimchi by name, which will also factor heavily into the next segment. And as a kid, I'm watching this show, a young lad first figuring out my spot in the world and how it works, while also attempting to understand the wacky world of Chowder. So I, for like a good couple years, did not know that Mahjongg was a real game. I thought they invented it for Chowder. It wouldn't be the first time. The whole story is that a catering crew make a bunch of meveled eggs for Truffle's game night, and Chowder really wants to try one, but is barred. Which I know that this show doesn't really have continuity, but is actually a conflict set up in the very first episode, where the resolution is the realization that every good chef must first taste their dish. Really, all of Chowder's gluttonous tendencies can be written off as his desire to be a world-class chef. I'm gonna pretend. Also, Shnitzel is really skilled at working with Mung. Where'd he get all his culinary training? I guess if cooking is like Pokemon in this world, then it's mandatory curriculum. I'm going off track here. I didn't understand the pun behind meveled eggs as a child, so I assumed, rightly, that it was another made-up food for the show. If we just take that one step further, I feel like it's not out of the realm of possibility for this show to invent a game. They did it with the Cinnamini monster. One time in that aforementioned school computer lab, I found a Mahjongg game on Cool Math Games and loaded up because I thought, oh, like from Chowder, and I did not understand it at all, so I closed the game. You'd think it's just Gazpacho, but Chowder is getting terrible advice about romance from both of his father figures, or father and weird uncle figure. Mung is constantly trying to flirt with Truffle's friends in front of her, and then he has the nerve to tell Chowder, yeah, women love telling you what you can and can't do. No wonder the kid wound up in a toxic relationship. Stinky love, by comparison. I don't actually think I have a whole lot to say about this one. Written and boarded by Tom King of Grubblegum fame. There's a lot of that in this episode. However, neither of these segments end with a never-ending, horrific time loop. And directed by Chris Sherwood, who has previously done Shnitzel Makes a Deposit and the Cinnamini Monster, my favorite episode so far. So maybe I set my bar a little bit too high. There's not a single episode of Chowder that I do not like. But in a video format, there's a couple that I just don't have much to say. This episode is a proper introduction to Kimchi, who we've seen in the background of other episodes and was named last segment, but now gets to be the focus of their own episode. It's a translucent stink cloud that only makes fart noises, provided by the creator of the show, C.H. Greenblatt. I imagine from his mouth and not from the... I love cartoons. And while Chowder loves him dearly, he creates a mess everywhere he goes, distracting Mung in the kitchen, getting banned from the stand by Gazpacho, and ruining this dog man's ice cream that he prepared for his wife. And I wanted to show that because, again, it's not devoid of good gags. I think my favorite is when the love sprites show up to adorn Kimchi, or when the moon really pushes to transform into the sun.
Shoo, shoo! Get away! Get away! Don't worry, Kimchi.
But the main meat of this episode is that Kimchi has fallen in love with a Clabbage cobbler, because they both stink. Chowder is sent to retrieve said cobbler, but when he finds a nest for the two of them, he vows to protect it, sort of. Like, Shnitzel fails to retrieve the cobbler in hilarious ways, but they're not due to Chowder's fighting spirit, but rather his ignorance. Again, the only time we've ever seen him act kind of antagonistically was towards Gorgonzola. I think the reason we see Shnitzel get hurt over and over again is because he's a giant rock monster who barely feels any pain. Then Kimchi and the cobbler do something that we do not see, which results in several eggs that also become their own cobblers. Guess he's got weak genes. And in the end, Kimchi's wife and children are given away to several traditional men celebrating a special holiday. Wait, what? So ultimately, the goal of this show should be comedy. But this one feels kind of pointless when Chowder spent the whole episode protecting the cobbler, and then the episode just ends with them giving it away. And if it was played to be a dark comedy and horrific but also hilarious, then it would still work a little better than just not acknowledging it at all. It's not bad, but the show has been batting 100 so far, and this feels like a 70. Also, I shouldn't have to say this, but leave the staff of this series alone unless you have something nice to say. I am a huge fan of everyone who worked on this episode. Do you think I could do better? Have you seen the way I animate? Oh, and also the opening title sequence for this episode features a sun-tanning butt pepper, and the picture-in-picture puppet credits feature Chowder throwing everything into a dish, including himself. I know that some of the most popular and utilized sound effects all come from the same stock sound library and belong to no one but Deltarune Squish. This entire summer is going to be made up of these Cartoon Network videos, which was a project decided by the BH Ultra Patreon, and we're honestly probably going to be working on it for several years. The next 3 videos, I guess including this one, is going to be that. It's going to be a trilogy across the summer, so you can enjoy the summer with this trilogy. If you want an opportunity to decide the future of BH Ultra as well, consider the BH Ultra Patreon. Thank you for your time. There's no back here. I'm standing against the wall just out of frame so it could fade out. Did I already mention Garth Marenghi's Dark Place? I feel like I already brought that up. Saturday morning, the 1st of December. December 1st, 2007. There's snow on the ground, cheer in the air, and nutcrackers in the attic. A festive environment full of holiday-appropriate specials. The Goosebump Shriekend returns. Not to split hairs about this, Saturday is the weekend, but I've only ever seen this Shriekend on Saturday nights. And according to this airing, tomorrow is Sunday Doobie-Doo. We've moved on too quickly from the Silly Billy Sunday. But you know the drill by now. It's Saturday. You get your cartoon show, the top 5 reruns, Tom and Jerry and Nutcracker's Tale. Sometimes I set up running gags that fall short, but the abundance of this movie had blown my expectations way out of the water. Even me, who remembers seeing this movie all the time across one holiday, did not think it aired this much. But also new episodes of the big 3 anime, Naruto, One Piece, and Pokemon Diamond and Pearl. Listen, I love to count Dragon Ball Z, but that's been nothing but reruns, and Diamond and Pearl is sort of single-handedly holding down the Dynamite Action Squad. They added the Teen Titans, but that's not anime. It just looks like that. Or the big 5 if you count Death Note and Blood Plus airing on Adult Swim. I'm picturing one of those Shonen Jump crossover games, but the cover is Light, Luffy, and Happini. But we also see the second instance of the CN Extra filler airing in this timeline. This time, the Chowder episode, Chowder's Girlfriend, after the Foster's home TV movie House of Blues ran a little short for the next show. Sunday, December 2nd, the aforementioned Sunday Doobie-Doo Marathon, a 6-hour-long broadcast made up of... we'll never know. Your guess is as good as mine. If my options for Sunday are between watching Scooby-Doo all day or watching a new Xavier Renegade Angel and Tim and Eric Awesome Show at night, then I'm taking a power nap. So remember on Friday when I said that Stormhawks airs new episodes at random intervals? December 3rd, Monday, 6:30 a.m. It's starting to make sense why I never knew that this show existed. I would have missed bi-weekly installments of Monday morning tradition of being miserable. Okay, but give the show a little credit. I'm sure it could also be miserable, but that's what you get for encroaching on the Boondocks territory. Can't you see it in your heart to be a little kind? Extend some good fortune to the less fortunate. It is the holidays after all. Today, the Cartoon Network begins its 3-week holiday-themed block known as the All-Star Naughty List. Because after all, the Cartoon Network is sort of the bad kid in the back of the class. And when I said 3 weeks, I mean that it happened weekly over 3 different weeks. Not that the block was 3 weeks long. I mean, all the sources I could find said it was weekly, but that's just actually not true. It's actually quite the opposite. It only contained the Ed, Ed and Eddie and Kids Next Door Christmas specials, which are each only like 30 minutes long. I mean, an hour of television is nothing to sneeze at, but in comparison to the other blocks like Fried Dynamite, it barely scratches the surface. Also, I'm not in charge here, but maybe you would have had more time to rerun if you didn't already air every single holiday special on a random day in November. That's just a thought. Dragon Ball Z, Budokai 3 Tenkaichi for the Wii. I don't want to be one of those YouTubers that's like, oh, pardon me if I mispronounce this, but that took me like 7 takes to get. I didn't grow up with it. December 4th perplexes me. Let me know if you've heard this one before. Random new episode of Stormhawks in the morning, and then at night, a special all-star Naughty List block featuring the Ed, Ed and Eddie Christmas special and the Kids Next Door Christmas special. You know that kids are, like, at home at 8 p.m., right? Airing the Scooby-Doo Loch Ness Monster movie at 10 a.m., that makes sense to me. I get that for a Tuesday. I don't think you can be wearing that, Shaggy. If you want to give me an excuse to talk about video games, I'll talk about video games. The Alvin and the Chipmunks video game came out the same day. And normally I just immediately talk about the movie itself, but this is weeks down the line. However, the Golden Compass game did drop, and that movie is a little bit closer to our grasp. December 5th is the same story as it ever was. New Stormhawks, Scooby-Doo movie, All-Star Naughty List, Level 9 Naughty Lister. At least this time they had the decency to pick different specials with the Foster's Home episode The Lost Clause and the 1966 animated How the Grinch Stole Christmas film. Not that Cartoon Network was above showing live-action movies at the time, but the Jim Carrey version was probably either too racy or too scary for young children. Young children being me. His face scared the shit out of me. I could not tell you why distributors continued to keep releasing films on Wednesday any more than I could tell you why they aired New Boondocks on Monday night. But cult classic Juno released in theaters on this day. And I'm not using that term lightly. Even as a kid, I was aware of the vitriolic hatred people had for this movie, and to this day, I don't know why. Were people uncomfortable about a movie that showed the uglier aspects of life? Did they expect something different from Michael Cera and Jason Bateman? Yeah, I heard if you buy a ticket to this movie, they'll actually stop it halfway through and reveal a secret 4th season of Arrested Development. And then Adam Driver will come out and start answering questions from the real audience. You see how silly you all sound? Okay, so I'm not gonna ask questions. I'm not a narc, but you smell like cat pee. Do you have any response to any of these levied accusations? Either your brother's been peeing on you or you've been peeing on yourself, and neither are ideal. Piss boy. All right, Thursday, December 6th, 2007. This time, the all-star naughty list would include the, I do hazard to call this one a cult classic, Olive the Other Reindeer, because, like, it wasn't very critically celebrated for a while, but they did air it all the time. How can it be a cult classic if people flipping through channels can catch it once a week at least? Which brings us back around to Friday, December 7th. Pleased, you still smell like pee, bud. Now I can talk about The Golden Compass. The Golden Compass is the kind of movie that can only really manifest after years of successful Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings film adaptations, and one Narnia one. But unfortunately, it was in that awkward position after Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings, but before Twilight and the Hunger Games. And that awkward position was really only like a year or two, so, you know, bad luck. I looked into it for this because I was never a fan. I don't know why I expected these books to be like classic literature that dated back for decades. The first book came out in 1995. The His Dark Materials trilogy was adapted to a series in 2019, but I haven't seen it. But to be fair, I haven't seen the Roku exclusive Spider-Verse series either, and I did genuinely read those books. Have you grown accustomed to new episodes of Stormhawks? What about 2 installments of CN Extra in one day? One of which filled its purpose by filling up 3 minutes of time. That's barely enough to get through, like, the theme song. At that point, just show a black screen or a screen telling kids to go play outside. This week's installment of Fried Dynamite features a new episode of Chowder. Of course it does. As well as a new episode of the live-action hybrid series Out of Jimmy's Head, and a new Christmas episode of Camp Lazlo. There was a period of time when I was referring to Adult Swim CEO Mike Lazo as Mike Laszlo, and I've since corrected that, but I think I've overcorrected because I'm pretty sure I just called this show Camp Lazo. A perfect utopia where Metalocalypse will never get canceled, as well as an hour of Grandma got run over by a reindeer afterwards. See, I have been whittling away at this project the whole time, but you're not here to hear me wax philosophical about whether or not Grandma actually deserved it. You're here for Chowder. Unless you're here for Total Drama Island, in which case I value your patience, but you're on the wrong video. Episode 7, The Thrice Cream Man and the Flibber-Flabber Diet. The Thrice Cream Man was co-written and boarded by Clay Morrow, the Secret Mountain Fort Awesome guy. Not to be confused with the guy who created Secret Mountain Fort Awesome, but also, you know, the writer of previous episodes, the Certification class, and the wrong customer. I'm trying to give everyone on this crew a definable and practical impact, because when you listen to these episode commentaries for any cartoon, really, there is no small job. Everyone has their impact on the show. And if we're attributing everything in this episode to Clayton Morrow, which we aren't because also C.H. Greenblatt wrote the episode, but technically this guy has created 2 characters that I can promise you do return. We'll have to see if the eponymous Thrice Cream Man pulls off this hat trick. Directed by Julie Murphy, who really needs no introduction by this point, which kind of defeats the purpose of everything I just said. But I think it's worth noting, I believe this is the first occurrence outside of the show's creator. This is the first time a writer and director were paired up a second time. Thrice Cream Man is not only the same writer and board artist, but also the same director from the Certification class. I'm getting better at it. Meanwhile, the Flibber-Flabber Diet was written and boarded by a team of Alex and William Rice. That makes it seem like they have the same last name. They don't. Who have both written multiple episodes of Chowder so far, but never together, so we're bound to see something new. Meanwhile, the episode was directed by Eddie, shut up, Cartoons Houchins. It is a great disservice to this artist to be associated with only the most ridiculous of cartoons. But I still find it funny. He also directed 75 episodes of Craig of the Creek. So I was sort of right and sort of wrong. The episode does introduce 2 characters, technically 3. Earlier I said that I would only focus on the voice talents of the main cast, but I think I said that because I assumed that there would be a lot of one-offs, whereas more often than not, the extras are voiced by the main cast. I was hoping that we would get another iconic character created by Clay Morrow, and we do see the debut of the Thrice Cream Man, voiced by Jeff Bennett, who is the lead in shows like Penguins of Madagascar as Kowalski and Johnny Bravo as Johnny Bravo, but the easiest catch might be for his role of Choose Goose in Adventure Time, because really that's the voice. Thrice Cream Man sounds like Choose Goose. But no, I was actually talking about the debut of the trailblazing, glass ceiling shattering Larry on top. It has a lot of legs for such a stupid gag. Instead of a cherry on top, a guy named Larry shows up. But I think what sells the bit is the familiarity between them. He just kind of saunters onto stage and Mung is already fed up with him. He shoots a greeting over to Shnitzel like they're longtime friends, but he doesn't acknowledge Chowder at all. They could have met this guy years ago in the kitchen, before Chowder was Mung's apprentice. But then, who was Mung's first apprentice? What do we actually know about the Larry on top? You don't know when you're working on the cartoon. Any of these new characters could easily become the Fred Burger or the Cheese. The voice was provided by Dave Wittenberg, who has sort of just become this show's good luck charm. If you need a one-off gag, he's your guy. But I'm still hedging my bets on the Thrice Cream Man returning, probably because I kind of remember him coming back. So the story of this episode is that Chowder keeps getting distracted by the Thrice Cream cart that shows up to their building seemingly every 10 minutes. I mean, if I was a street vendor and I found a cash cow like this, I wouldn't bother hitting the circuit either. You know that one 4chan post about like Jollibees? Julebees? We will go to America and open a hot dog cart. We will be famously wealthy. This annoys Mung and results in truffles getting placed in the oven. Again, I studied writing for a year and then dropped out, so trust me when I say this. This is clearly foreshadowing some kind of fiery truffles fate. I mean, she's the one that pointed out the fire in the Certifrycation episode. That can't be a coincidence. So they create this Thrice Cream Man to accompany Chowder and shoot their cream into his mouth whenever he pleases. The transition between those scenes is ice cream being built up and then melting, and it's like a 1-second gag. I don't think that they actually melted ice cream, but the lengths this show will go through for one visual gag. Even if it's not real ice cream, they still had to paint it. Maybe I'm just so accustomed to cartoons not putting forth the effort, but just not getting the budget or the time to pull stuff off like this off. I'm the one getting pulled off right now. At first, we get a sweet montage of Chowder bonding with the Thrice Cream Man. But later, when he starts to get a tummy ache, Chowder has a nightmare sequence that looks even more insane. I love this show. Stop motion. The effort put into 11 minutes of television is really what makes this show special. I love Chowder. I love mixed media. I think I've grown a sort of barrier around myself that makes it sound like I'm always being sarcastic, but I'm genuinely not. I love the kick line of Doughboys in the title sequence. I love the Chowder puppet growing a beard at the end. That's why I'm not glad that the show ended. I mean, at the time, I was writing a campaign to send to Cartoon Network, but at a certain point, the show has a lot of effort put into it. And you should put a lot of effort into what you love, and I'm sure the staff would be happy to work on the show for years to come. But if, at any point, it came at the behest of the spirit of the show, it wouldn't be worth it. So I had different scripts that I'm just combining into this one. I had a lot to say about Smiling Friends. But then Chowder shows up, and he looks so sick.
Next thing you know, you're barfing life all over the place. The beds, the walls, the priceless carpet. And who do you think has to clean up all that life?
Shnitzel?
That's right.
Ah, rather.
When the Thrice Cream Man catches wind of this, he lashes out. He's grown too attached to Chowder. I get what they're going for here. I clocked the voice as Choose Goose, but it's very clearly a Frosty the Snowman parody. But you guys brought him to life. You gave him sentience. What was your plan after this? I mean, they did the same for the roast most, so maybe this is just the circle of life. And that circle continues with the toilet who also thinks and talks. Chowder is too sick to eat the Thrice cream, and Truffles is lactose intolerant, which leaves Mung, Doll, and Shnitzel to have to eat all of it. And Shnitzel hates Thrice cream. They set this up earlier with the Larry on top. I miss Larry on top. But he's still willing to eat it. Because they may treat him poorly, but goddamn if Shnitzel isn't gonna make that damn kitchen spotless. But in the end, it's the creation of the Thrice Cream woman to give him his new purpose. And then they have a dozen kids. I don't blame him. Have you seen the Thrice Cream woman? Also, no joke, I'm writing this the day after I saw Maggie Gyllenhaal's The Bride in theaters. Imagine if Lisa Frankenstein took itself super seriously. Imagine if Joker Falladu starred Jared Leto and Margot Robbie. Anyway, this episode is a better adaptation of The Bride of Frankenstein. But Chowder and the Thrice Cream Man do remain friends by the end, and no one even has to have their wife and kids sold off this time. And eaten. The Thrice Cream Man returning stocks have never been higher. I'm all in. I wrote this as a joke, but there are like apps now where you can bet on episodes of television. You could put your whole mortgage on it. So remember how I just talked about Chowder getting a tummy ache and Truffle's dietary issues? The Flibber-Flabber diet refers to a diet that the whole culinary crew go on as a competition because they think they're all unhealthy. And the Flibber-Flabber is a green slime that comes from the Flibber-Flabber plant. And I said earlier, you know by now that I love the mixed media of this show, but oh my god, it looks vile in this puppet. I know what they're going for, but it just looks like if you made slime incorrectly. Which I know nothing about. So they make plates of Ozempic, and Chowder actually likes how it tastes because so far the only food he hasn't enjoyed is meveled eggs. He ate an instrument one time, several instruments. But Truffles initially blamed Mung Doll for fattening her up and accusing him of being one of those weirdos who likes women larger. Okay, so you may see a scene like this and instantly think, man, someone on the crew must have it bad for Truffles. But if you're young, you may not understand or remember. This was considered comically disgustingly big in the 2000s. Thought big butts were disgusting and could simply never date a woman with a large posterior. And everyone says that they're so nostalgic for the 2000s that we gotta return to DVDs and MP3 players and, you know. I put a lot of effort into this set. That's all well and good. But know that it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. You watch any episode of any reality television program in the 2000s? Nope, nobody ate food. Oh, so the Thrice Cream woman is okay, but this is gross? You're a fucking coward.
If anyone needs me, which I doubt because I'm so hideously disgusting, I'll be in bed hanging out with my only friends, peanut and butter.
I will say, though, I don't think that's what this show in particular is going for. I mean, have you seen Billy and Mandy? Sometimes butts are funny and animators have vices. This isn't even in my script, so maybe it's unrelated, maybe it doesn't matter. There is a comic artist, I don't actually know anything about him, that has made some of the, according to the internet, the greatest illustrations for either Marvel or DC. And the way I hear people talk about him online, they say he would have been the greatest artist of all time, greatest illustrator, comic illustrator of all time, had he not been a chronic gooner. But where do you think artists come from? I really hate to admit this because it's not something a YouTuber ever wants to hear, but I can't control who watches these videos. Some of you are children. Grow the fuck up. Because large women and large butts will become a large part of this series. You know what? Maybe cartoons did affect my brain chemistry. There are very few things I am ashamed of online or feel bad that like I contributed towards. I know that it wasn't my fault, but I was under the impression whenever we talk about trauma in those childhood trauma videos that we're all being tongue-in-cheek. Now everyone just uses the word trauma to mean this person made a My Little Pony cartoon that's violent. He's a freak. All right, I've gone on a tangent. This isn't about Chowder anymore. The diet doesn't work, so the solution they land on is just to distract Truffles outside with a fun map sequence. Another fun map sequence. And then they remodel the catering building to be much larger, so Truffles seem smaller in comparison. I feel like I'm coming across like I hated this episode, but I have not hated a single episode of the series. I just thought the Big Butts episode was a good time to go on a tangent. That's it, go home. What are you waiting for? Dark Place again? Well, then I have good news. Saturday, December 8th has it all. The Dynamite Action Squad, Movie Madness, CN Extra, the Cartoon Show, Top 5. Did I say that already? Goosebumps Shriek and Toonami. Did you know that Mucha Lucha had a TV movie? I didn't even know they had a TV. Not much has changed in the schedule. It's still a new Diamond and Pearl, followed up eventually by a new Naruto and a new One Piece, followed up eventually by a new Death Note and a new Blood Plus. The rest are reruns on the block, but Code Lyoko has been replaced with Totally Spies, representing Maguzi one way or another. Yeah, that bracket of patron video ideas that resulted in this video could have followed the same theme. Like if Pokemon or Scooby-Doo movies or Maguzi won, I feel like the timeline would go relatively unchanged. The only thing that did change is now I want to talk about Billy and Mandy, because I don't think I make video essays, nor do I make needlessly long episode recaps. I like to think I'm somewhere in the middle. Like I make shit up for jokes and purposefully recount the episodes wrong if it's a teen series, but I've never lied to you. I've always been very forthcoming about my videos. I make it my job to watch these series for a month to a year so that I have an excuse to watch said series for a month to a year. And you're welcome to come along, but I warn you, I care a lot about schedules. Like how Sunday, December 9th, 2007 kicked off with the Movie Madness airing of Kangaroo Jack Good Day USA, which acts as an animated sequel to the 2003 film Kangaroo Jack. I don't even know how you make a sequel to this because the cat's already out of the bag. I know that animal doesn't talk. Part of me really wants to watch this movie because if it's animated, I'm sure he talks a little bit, but I do earnestly think I'd be a little embarrassed if I watched the whole thing only to have the rug pulled on me again. It's a real damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. 7 hours of Camp Lazlo led into a multi-week-long all-star naughty list block, which began with the Camp Lazlo Christmas episode, Camp Kringle, which itself was followed up by the animated Grandma Got Run Over by a Reindeer and How the Grinch Stole Christmas, the original How the Grinch Stole Christmas. I've been writing these like day by day, and I just wipe my brain every time I start a new day. I wrote the same joke about Grandma Got Run Over by a Reindeer. But those would not be the only Christmas specials aired this day. As it's Sunday night, after all, the Adult Swim would premiere new episodes of Robot Chicken, Xavier Renegade Angel, and Tim and Eric Awesome Show Great Job. Only the Robot Chicken episode was the Christmas special, though. The same Christmas special that featured a mashup of Charlie Brown and Misery. Honestly, we're about 5 episodes away from the end of season 3, and that's where I stopped my last video about it. So after that, it's untethered ground. Monday, December 10th. You can't have a Monday without a new episode of Boondocks or 'Twas the Fight Before Christmas, airing as a part of the naughty list. Also, Shin-Chan for some reason. Aren't you kids excited to watch your new Boondocks adventure while rocking out to the new Guitar Hero 3 expansion? How am I failing to relate to the generation that I'm in? I was genuinely a kid here. I've never played Guitar Hero. My Activision plastic of choice was a different breed. I think at a certain point, I just need to understand that people actually do like me, and I'm not some kind of writing imposter spinning my wheels on intricate details about a project nobody cares about. I have to assume that if you clicked on this video and you made it this far, that you want to watch this video. I know that, but I also probably know that you're here for Chowder, and I understand that, but this project is bigger than that. This isn't just a story about Chowder, it's a story about my life. And if I feel like I don't retell it someday, I'll just forget. December 11th, 2007. Sure, they showed cartoons. There was a Funny for Your Face block and an all-star naughty list Billy and Mandy Christmas special. Even Scooby-Doo meeting the exterminator? I don't think you can be wearing that, Shaggy. I understand that. I know that this is a video about cartoons. But it's December 11th, 2007. Do you not know what happened December 11th, 2007? Yeah, a Family Guy Christmas episode aired on the Adult Swim as part of the 388 Days of Christmas Countdown. I couldn't find any information on this beyond the logo, but I think I get the point. It's counting down to next year's Christmas. Also, Shin-Chan again. Can't forget about Shin-Chan. The 11th of December. The middle of an average Tuesday between releases like Super Swing Golf Season 2 and Neo Geo Battle Coliseum, a video game company known as Valve, who had previously released their genre-defining shooter Half-Life and its sequel Half-Life 2 years prior, decided to take a chance. After the popularity of their online video game download service and years of toiling away on several side projects, we would see a box. A game package including the episodic installments meant to continue the Half-Life 2 storyline, along with 2 bonus games developed for fun, really. The long-awaited, newly designed, online-focused hero shooter Team Fortress 2, a game still replicated and downloaded, played to this day. Also, it was maybe supposed to be an Adult Swim series. The other game, hidden at the bottom of that box, was an experimental first-person puzzle game known simply as Portal. Portal seems simple on the surface, but delving deeper into that barrel would uncover the horrifying reality of Aperture Science and its robot intelligence. You know what? Watch this video. Watch this video instead. I don't got time to talk about Portal, man. I mean, it's only my 3rd favorite game ever, right below Mario Galaxy. Which, wait, that came out a month prior to this. They came out within a month of each other? All right, I take back what I said. We do need to go back to 2007. Enough living in the past. We need to jump into the future. Like December 12th, 2007. Grandma got run over by a reindeer. That's pretty much it. That and another Adult Swim premiere of Shin-Chan, but that sort of goes without saying now. I shudder to even look at the December 13th date. I know it's just more Shin-Chan and Christmas specials. December 14th is the day I want to actually talk about. It's Friday, and you know what that means. Yeah, it means more funny for your face. Yeah, it means fried dynamite. Yeah, it's the series finale of Dark Place airing on Adult Swim. Well, great, what do I have to look forward to now? Shin-Chan? Well, what you have to look forward to, me from a second ago, is the winds of change bustling through your town. Do you remember those Shrek the Third McDonald's toys you loved so much? Well, the day has come for them to be replaced. Replaced with the boy toy Lego Bionicle and the girl toy Strawberry Shortcake. Now, I have been made aware of several egg comments on my videos. And I'm not here to steal any valor or fire the flames if I'm not going to actually do anything about it. However, as much as I loved Lego as a kid, I did not care for Bionicles. Because to me, they weren't really Legos. I liked the minifigures that fit any character. I didn't want to build a robot guy. It's unnatural. And now every Lego set is building a guy out of Lego. You looked at Mario Lego in the face or in the chest and tell me we deserve to go to heaven. Too bad. You're going to Marzipan City. So, yeah. Maybe I did ask my mom if I can get the girl's toy instead and begged her to tell the drive-thru window that I was a girl so I could get a Strawberry Shortcake toy that I didn't end up getting. But that doesn't say anything about me. It should say something about Bionicle. Also, not to flex, but I had a complicated relationship with textures as a child, and Bionicles were sharp and jagged. I had this stupid Death Star Transformer that may as well have been made of knives and fiberglass. In the theaters, opening weekend charted the rise of Will Smith vehicle I Am Legend and the live-action adaptation of Alvin and the Chipmunks. We set that up earlier. And normally I'd make a hilarious quip about how Alvin blew I Am Legend out of the water, but dude, if you weren't there, you don't understand. If you're wondering why there were so many live-action adaptations of classic cartoon properties in the 2000s and 2010s, this is why. This is the blueprint. There is no possible way they could have expected it to be as impactful as it was. It sounds like I'm joking, but imagine any other live-action remake getting its own style of YouTube music upload. This, let's be honest, mediocre at best movie reignited the flame of these 3 chipmunks that began as a novelty record. I'm straight up not even being facetious about this. Chipmunk Mania was a real thing that I lived through. You weren't there, man. In the time I wrote this video, the term LARP on the internet has lived and died. We've lost the plot. Also, it had a licensed video game that came out weeks earlier. Who cares? Which is why we got the Yogi Bear movie, I think. Okay, so Fried Dynamite. Remember before when I talked about the Class of 3000 ending soon? There's like 4 or 6 episodes left, and they premiere 2 tonight on this block. Not to outdo a fully new episode of Out of Jimmy's Head, of course. I said my piece already. This Friday night block passes the baton to the next generation of shows. that next generation being Chowder Episode 8, Gazpacho Stands Up, and Taste of Marzipan. The former being co-written and boarded by Tom King, the king of the gum episode and the kimchi episode. Without him, how would we ever know what Chowder's bedroom looked like? Directed by Sean Cashman, deeply rooted in the success of Billy and Mandy and its later Half-Life. Not to be confused with Half-Life. Also, you know, C.H. Greenblatt worked on the episode, with the other segment being co-written and boarded by Alex of Sing Bean's Wrong Address and Flibber-Flabber fame, and co-penned by Kevin Kramer, making their Chowder debut. Let's all give a quick hand to Kramer, whose only writing credit from the decade before was a short film titled Lake Death, directed and co-written by Creeperson. I don't want to make any assumptions, but that is probably an alias. Is it Kevin Kramer's alias or his writing partner? Let's find out, as if this episode of Chowder will give us any insight into Lake Death 2010. Also, I can't find the movie anywhere, so if you, the viewer, have any information on Lake Death 2010, or have by chance even seen it, I would genuinely like to know what it is. Leave it in the comments. Whereas the Chowder episode itself opens with a Messianic eclair bathing. A lot of these are bath related. As we begin with Gazpacho Stands Up. It's a layered story. It doesn't have an A plot and a B plot per se, but rather a mutually beneficial curve. We learn that Chowder's handwriting is not legible at all. It's all chicken scratch. And they learn this when he attempts to write a mean message on a meanie cream cake, which has a Scottish voice provided by cast member John DiMaggio. And if we were comparing Thrice Cream Man to Couscous, this is just the voice of the Scotsman from Samurai Jack. That's no smoke against John DiMaggio. There's probably just only so many Scotsman accents you can do. See, me watching that entire show for the Adult Swim Games video wasn't a waste of time. At the same time, Gazpacho wants to achieve his dream of doing his jokes at a stand-up comedy joint. More so, wants to actually try something before his mother crushes his dreams. He plays up the mother a lot in this episode, bringing her up at every opportunity. So that's the mutually beneficial story. Gazpacho needs someone to write down his jokes, and Chowder needs to work on his penmanship. So they work together. And going into this, I thought that we crossed a threshold. This was going to be the first episode that I did not remember. There are, give or take, 65 episodes of Chowder, and so far, every one we have watched for this video has been a core memory. 7 episodes combining 14 segments. I had a story for all of them, regardless of importance. But it felt like minutes into this episode. I didn't recall it at all. Is it possible I never even saw this episode of Chowder? Because quite honestly, I have no memory of Fried Dynamite. I probably watched reruns of the episodes when they aired when I came home from school. I just sat there and thought, wow, I guess there are some episodes, even in season 1, that I don't remember. And then I realized, wait, yes I do. The Comedy Gold Book, the montage of paintings where Chowder is fighting the letters, the screen bug.
Get closer!
Closer. Okay. There.
What about that one?
Yeah, that one doesn't come off. I tried.
That lined up perfectly when it aired on the network, by the way. But I don't think those are occurrences of me remembering the episodes. I think these are just bits that get shared around a lot. I'm not recalling that time Gazpacho overcame his fear and accidentally read a cookbook at the stand-up lounge that only Mung found funny and relatable. I know that my experiences aren't universal. I mean, clearly, if they were, this video wouldn't be interesting at all. What kind of loser would just recount the plots of episodes? Who would want to watch that? But I'm sure you've at least seen these moments, these clips. But I can't even call it one of the best episodes. But maybe that's just blind nostalgia. It is fun, though, to discover an episode of a series I thought I had seen everything about. Evidently, this one wasn't on the Volume 1 DVD. Like with every cartoon, I always hear a lot of noise about bringing it back, rebooting it for modern audiences. And like I said earlier, the first ever web page I made on the internet was a Bring Back Chowder page after I learned about the show's cancellation. I even wrote fanfic episodes about what would happen if this series continued. But 65 episodes? How many cartoons do you know with 65 episodes? Chowder wasn't made to last for long, and yet it got so much quality in its time with us. Also, Gazpacho explains what a play on words is to Chowder this episode, and I feel like this would put a lot of puzzle pieces together. Like, the second Gazpacho explains what a pun is, Chowder should say, "Oh, you mean like everything? Everything in this world? Every piece of food we make? We just made a meanie cream cake." Now I really am writing fan fiction. Also, I like the location of the Chocolate Chuckle Hut. I like its vibe. I like that there's a 7 hot chocolate minimum. I love the implication that Shnitzel comes here to do stand-up every week under a pseudonym, but is embarrassed to see the people from his work. He tells very naughty jokes. In the end, Gazpacho doesn't dedicate his life to comedy, but this excursion has definitely raised his confidence, which he needs. The next segment, A Taste of Marzipan. I'll say it, I'll fall on this sword. I think the panini stuff is cute in this episode. This is a point that I sort of built up earlier, and I didn't entirely finish the point because it's going to be a through line. As much as I love this show, I do think that the characters get a little flanderized as the series goes on. And that's to be expected from any cartoon. More and more people join the crew, the cast of the show, who are fans of the show and believe they understand the characters and prioritize comedy. And the show does still prioritize comedy. I feel like Dan Harmon gets a lot of blame for the now season-mandated episode of Rick and Morty where they get meta. It's an episode of a cartoon about writing an episode of a cartoon, whoa! But I don't think he's writing those episodes. I think fans of Rick and Morty are on the show saying, "Oh, this is just like that episode of Community." I love James Gunn. I don't want to see him in my cartoon. But the deal here is that the catering company have a stand rented out for the Taste of Marzipan Festival. Mung says it's his 311th time he's attended, meaning that he has to be at least a little older than that. Wait, how old is Chowder? How long have they been training? Are they really here for all eternity? Does the timeline continue when they eat themselves? This place really is hell. But look how pretty it is! I love a good festival. This isn't a note about flanderization because it's always been an aspect of the character, but Chowder is just Kirby now. He can really just hold anything in his gullet. Speaking of looking pretty, the catering company prepare raspberry chocolate strudel doodles, and maybe I just don't like deviled eggs, but this is the first dish that genuinely looks delicious, even edible. Well, that and the green puke slime. But Endive and Panini are set up across the way with the exact same dish. It's another rivalry episode. We haven't gotten one in a while.
Hey, Endive! The wig company called! They want their wig back! Ooh, rada.
They try to get a third party to taste the sweets and compare, but he just takes the free food. Eventually, this devolves into an all-out war zone, slinging food across the battalion in the name of a food fight. I don't normally care much for war iconography, as was very clear when I kept just complaining about Clone Wars, but I do care for outfit changes. I like that they all start wearing camo, and that Truffle's hat still has the dragging texture, but it's changed to a camo pattern. Also, the bomb that ends the war causes a mushroom cloud, and it's even shaped like her little hat. Wait a minute, how'd they predict Adventure Time? Did Choose Goose have something to do with this? All of these shows are connected. Okay, but before that, Mung and Endive send their apprentices over to sabotage the opponent's stand, which is where Chowder and Panini run into each other. So their relationship does get flanderized into the evil witch forcing Chowder to hold hands with her as he screams for help, which is funny, don't get me wrong. I don't want to give the show any more depth than it's actually trying to usher, but it's kind of sad. Like, both Chowder and Panini are being ordered to do ill deeds that neither of them really want to do by their mentors, who are so blinded by their hatred of each other that they're willing to send children across the field to do their dirty work. And also, everyone in Chowder's life is a terrible role model. Sometimes even terrible people. This isn't me saying this show is bad because it's mean-spirited and doesn't teach valuable lessons to children. This is me being emotionally invested in a cartoon character who just spit up an entire tent. Chowder used to be my childhood friend. Except I aged and he didn't. And now he's like a kid I worry about. I feel like a social worker. Chowder wants nothing to do with Panini. But it sort of seems like she's constantly isolated in this giant catering mansion with no other relationships beyond her devotion to Miss Endive. Why the fuck am I making myself emotional about Chowder? I think I'm boyvulating. Maybe this is just growing up. As a kid, I thought girls were icky, and so was Panini. Well, that's not true. I actually really liked Panini and thought that this was a healthy relationship. I saw this and thought, I wish there was a girl weirdly obsessed with me. I got into my first relationship at 23 years of age. But also, Chowder is being forced to dance, kicking and screaming, with Panini, and then Truffle sees this and compares them to her and Mung. The poison drips through. Chowder can't break the cycle. Then at the end of the episode, when they all run away, Panini still just says, "Bye, Chowder." Dude, I'm gonna cry. This whole relationship thing just really got me in touch with my emotions. But then Endive is fully ready to forgive and forget and put their differences aside. Bury the hatchet. But then Mung almost literally throws it back in her face. All right, I'm getting too deep and morally invested in these kids. We need to reset to funny mode. The Chowder puppet stirs the dish the wrong way and creates an evil clock monster. The framing of this video so far has been pretty simple. Chowder starts airing new episodes, and I cover them week by week while also giving a quick rundown of that week in 2007. But the thing here is, the next new episode of Chowder doesn't air until 2008, so we're a couple days under a full month from that date. Saturday, December 15, 2007, a new episode of Pokemon Diamond and Pearl anime airs as a part of the Dynamite Action Squad, and then in the middle of the day, ping-pongs between a Movie Madness block and the All-Star Naughty List block. I'm not kidding. At 3, the Don Knotts Scooby-Doo movie airs on Movie Madness, and at 4, there's a different Nutcracker movie. Scooby-Doo met the Nutcracker? And nobody felt the need to tell me, because this one I haven't seen. And then at 4:30, as a part of Movie Madness, 30 minutes later, Tom and Jerry, A Nutcracker Tale. And then at 5:30 for the Naughty List, the Christmas episode of Camp Lazlo. I haven't rewatched it. I don't know if it includes a Nutcracker or not. And I just don't understand the classification, because this whole thing could have just been the All-Star Naughty List block. These movies, with the exclusion of the Don Knotts, are Christmas specials. And then Grandma got run over by a reindeer again for Movie Madness. Maybe I don't know anything about TV. I am not kidding. Immediately following the Christmas block that came after a day of Christmas movies, they start another Goosebumps Shriekend. It's December. Are there any Christmas episodes of Goosebumps? Notably airing the episode Say Cheese and Die Again, where fake Ryan Gosling turns fat, which scared me. We need to pick up the pace. Toonami aired new episodes of Naruto and One Piece, as well as the rerun of Dragon Ball Z, and then Adult Swim continued with Death Note and Blood Plus. During Sunday Day, December 16th, 2007, the All-Star Naughty List block actually extended all 10 hours that day. Well, that's a little bit more respectable. I'm talking Christmas Camp Lazlo, Kids Next Door, Tom and Jerry, The Nutcracker Tale, The Legend of Frosty, All of the Other Reindeer, How the Grinch Stole Christmas, Christmas Ed and Eddie, Billy and Manny, Class of 3000s, Foster's Home, a non-Christmas rerun of the newest episode of Chowder. It's got hot chocolate in it. That's got to count for something. There is something a little entertaining in whenever a network like this, hypothetically Cartoon Network, wants to have seasonal airings of cartoons that don't have holiday episodes yet. I remember when that Steven Universe Thanksgiving special was being promoted, people were talking about it like it was the first Steven Universe holiday special, which doesn't feel right. They had 3 episodes that aired back to back that were set in a haunted house, and then set in the snow, and then an episode set on New Year's. And they all aired in March. We also got Casper's Haunted Christmas. That could really go either way. Adult Swim continues its run of new Sunday nights with Xavier Renegade Angel and a new Tim and Eric Awesome Show. Great job. Then extending to Monday, December 17th with a new episode of The Boondocks and the season finale of a dubbed Shin-Chan. Tuesday, December 18th on the schedule confused me a little bit. That makes me sound dumber, but I already used the word perplexed. Because apparently, a new episode of What's New Scooby-Doo premiered on the network, with no real pomp and circumstance, just in the afternoon after a rerun. I imagine what this is a series that had already primarily aired on the WB, slowly working its way through the episodes. Because the episode San Fran Psycho, great name by the way, is from 2004. I mean, honestly, if you ask me, What's New Scooby-Doo always struck me as a straight-to-DVD series anyway. Maybe because I consume Scooby-Doo entirely through DVDs. Like, I never saw an episode on actual TV, but I always knew someone with the show on DVD, or a random assortment of episodes. In the 90s to the 2000s, Scooby-Doo was the king of straight-to-DVD movies. You walk into any Target and you can find a new Scooby-Doo for a couple bucks. Also that one time in theaters, but you don't gotta worry about that. And also, Sonic the Hedgehog released for iOS, which is just a port of the first game to the newly released iPod Touch. 2007 was a crazy year. I had to say something. No games of interest came out in December. They never do. Wednesday, December 19th, surprisingly didn't feature the Tom and Jerry Nutcracker movie, but it did feature the Scooby-Doo Nutcracker movie. The network found a new favorite. I don't want to play with you anymore. Thursday, December 20th. Somehow, the Nutcracker returned. You see what I mean when I say every day? December 21st, 2007. A Friday. After blocks of the All-Star Naughty List and the Funny for Your Face block, Grandma Got Run Over with a Reindeer aired on the Funny block and not the Christmas one, despite not being what I would describe as funny. Leading up to a relatively intact Fried Dynamite, of course, the classic duo that was holding up the network, the mascots of the era, Out of Jimmy's Head and Chowder, were simply reruns. But tonight is the night we would see the US premiere of the 2007 George of the Jungle with its Christmas episode. Can I utter the words George of the Jungle is just like Moral Oral and you guys will understand? Or is that too many layers there? Adding another show to the inevitable Andrew has to talk about this before he dies list. But I'm more interested in stories outside of the Cartoon Network. In theaters, opening weekend, in an era before going to the theater for the holidays was normalized, the Tim Burton film adaptation of the popular musical Sweeney Todd the Demon Barber of Fleet Street. If you ask any actual musical theater fans, they will tell you that this is a subpar adaptation filled to the gills with Tim Burton's classic rogues gallery, and that is true, but also I love it. It's the perfect amount of dark and gritty while also colorful and silly that a teenager could really latch onto. It's become a tradition for me. Ever since I was in middle school, every Halloween season I watch this film adaptation and the Little Shop of Horrors film adaptation. But for Little Shop, we watch the director's cut version. I have bias towards Sweeney Todd, but I am enough of a theater fan to know that they butchered that one. I wouldn't even recommend Sweeney Todd 2007, unless it's already a tradition. So I wouldn't recommend it to anyone that isn't me. I don't know, maybe I can brute force this thing. Can I make it so that everyone watches Sweeney Todd every Halloween? This Halloween, October 31st, 2026, watch Tim Burton's Sweeney Todd in remembrance of me. Wait, am I gonna die? December 22nd, 2007, Saturday morning marches along with the Dynamite Action Squad, still only airing new episodes of Pokemon Diamond and Pearl. Also a rerun of the episode of Totally Spies titled 0067. In remembrance of me, the weekly Goosebumps Shriekend. Christmas is in 3 days, but the Shriekend and the Dynamite Action Squad are bridged via the All-Star Naughty List block, which has already absorbed the one George of the Jungle episode into its library of holiday cheer. And they need it. They pulled out both Nutcracker movies this time. Toonami also continues with Naruto and One Piece. Adult Swim continues, Death Note, and Blood Plus. How many times are you gonna jump up here? This isn't like a different day. I've been filming for hours now. December 23rd, Sunday, Christmas Adam, an all-day Naughty List marathon where they air the only George of the Jungle episode they have. Twice. I'm starting to think they picked up the syndication of the show solely so they can get an extra Christmas special, and then got stuck in a contract where they had to air the rest of the show. Which they didn't do. They just aired season 1. Are they contractually obligated to air that weird second season where he got really buff? If you don't know, George of the Jungle, as a cartoon, originated in 1967, created by the duo who brought life to Rocky and Bullwinkle. This is gonna sound like a joke. I promise it's not. Put a pin in that. I'm gonna be talking about Rocky and Bullwinkle later this year. That's not a joke, I'm serious. Then there was a live-action movie starring Brendan Fraser in 1997 of George of the Jungle, not of Rocky and Bullwinkle, although that did have a live-action remake as well. I'm sure most of you have learned about the mythos of George of the Jungle from that movie. So it began in 67, and then a movie in 97, and then a show in 07. Which ended in 2017. I don't know about you guys. I'm not a betting man, except for when it comes to the Thrice Cream Man, but I'm preparing for something big for George of the Jungle fans in 2027. I should have worded that better. I'm not working on a George of the Jungle video. I just think, what if they do something that year? And then because it's Sunday, are you dead? And then because it's Sunday, new episodes of Xavier Renegade Angel and Tim and Eric Awesome Show Great Job aired from the 23rd, moving into Christmas Eve. I wanted to get up and put on the Christmas hat to make the holiday season festive, but like, you just fell asleep in my hands, huh? The Tim and Eric episode that aired isn't a Christmas special, it just happens to be titled Carol. No relation. Unfortunately, because December 24th is Christmas Eve rolling over into Christmas, there is no new Boondocks. But there is a new Astro Boy, new to Adult Swim. Imagine staying up Christmas morning, December 25th, until 2 a.m., waiting for Santa to arrive, only to be met with a robot boy fighting Kimba the White Lion. All day Christmas Day, the network aired cartoons. Adult Swim came to an end with all of its holiday classics, immediately transitioning into the all-star naughty list and movie madness, airing Christmas stories all day. I didn't know this when I wrote that earlier section, but later in the night, Adult Swim would begin its Astro Boy Christmas marathon. So if you stay up a little bit later, Christmas night, you get to see Astro Boy get hit by a car and die. But only for a little bit, he gets better. The 14 most important episodes of Astro Boy out of its 114 episode catalog. I wish I had some personal stories about Christmas of 2007, but I really don't remember. We wouldn't get our Wii until next Christmas, and I don't think I bothered with the 360 until Lego Indiana Jones came out. So maybe I had the original Xbox already, because it would be absurd to have that for only 6 months and then immediately upgrade. I can assume, however, that I either got my first proper handheld device, my first Nintendo console, Christmas Eve 2006, or Christmas Eve 2007, because I remember being handed it by my grandmother. Her apartment always smelled like cigarettes, so I remember it well. She always let me have a Barks root beer with her. Receiving the handheld console alongside I Spy Spot the Difference games, that was the extent of my DS library. In the theaters on Christmas Day, the movie The Bucket List would open to modest success. It's a cultural touchstone despite being no one's favorite movie. Earlier we talked about the etymology of Friendsgiving. You may not have even heard of this movie, but I'm sure you've heard the term bucket list. The phrase wasn't invented for this movie, but it certainly wasn't widely used until this movie. This 2007 film is the reason you know the term bucket list, and I bet you've never even seen it. I've never even seen it. It's a fascinating story whenever a movie is so important etymologically, but not culturally. Up there with 2024 classic Crash Out. And then the very next day, on December 26th, There Will Be Blood released in theaters. Or something. I've abandoned my bucket! I've abandoned my list. Okay, I also haven't seen that one, but I did see the Smosh parody. And on the Cartoon Network, this day saw the premiere of Transformers Animated. I have a lot of strong opinions on pieces of pop culture that are often lumped under the umbrella of nerddom. Transformers is not one of them. Aside from the aforementioned Death Star, the extent of my Transformers relationship came from my best friend Logan. I hazard to say that we were inseparable, because that's not true. We were states apart, only really seeing each other when our parents, who were also friends before we were born, decided they wanted us to see each other. The only constant there was the yearly beach vacation, a beach town on the outskirts of the Outer Banks. Regardless of condition, regardless of financial stability, regardless of it all, these families would converge in the summer. Every summer. The summer of 2007 would see the release of the first live-action Transformers film, making Transformers Animated the first series made after the Michael Bay film. And that summer, the summer of 2007, the boys of the family donned matching Transformers shirts and shuttered off to the nearest theater showing the movie. My best friend Logan could not be more excited. And I liked movies. Like, he had shown me all of his Beast War DVDs, and I like the rat and the monkey characters, but I mean, we can't all like the same things. Anyway, I never watched this show. Moving on. But that beach will return, and all that entails. From one Adult Swim marathon to another. This time, instead of being about the rebirth of a robot boy, it's about the death of a Robot Man? The last Futurama marathon meant to usher in the ending of the Adult Swim and Futurama's working relationship. So Futurama's first run had been canceled by Fox, and like any other canceled adult animated series, Adult Swim scooped it up for reruns. No clue what this means for Dark Place. And despite being very young, I do have pretty fond memories of watching Futurama on Adult Swim, but maybe that was closer to the years I remember than I thought. The show had been a part of this late night block since its second era refresh in 2003, but after the popularity and DVD sales of the series, thanks to Adult Swim, the series was commissioned for 4 DVDs that would release in only a matter of months. And this isn't really something I've seen done. Like, I've seen marathons for a series coming to an end, and there was a special bumper for Family Guy leaving Adult Swim, but I've never seen a marathon where the primary countdown was, yeah, we can't afford to show this show anymore. The other network wants it back. But nowadays, both Futurama and Family Guy air on Adult Swim, so really, who won in the end? That marathon aired across Adult Swim on December 27th and December 28th. My hands can't keep up with these blocks. Saturday morning, December 29th, saw the weekly new Diamond and Pearl episode, Malice in Wonderland. Post-Christmas, the network had fully dropped the holiday specials and naughty list branding, but we're still getting the Goosebumps shriek, and Toonami is bumping new episodes of Naruto and One Piece, but the Adult Swim anime are replaced by the multi-night Futurama marathon. Pre-movies, there were 72 episodes of Futurama, and they've been airing roughly 14 episodes a night over 4 nights so far, meaning that if their goal is to air all of them, only 16 episodes remain. But December 30th is 48 hours short of entering the new year, potentially even a new era for the Cartoon Network. As they lose the rights to air Futurama, Billy and Mandy in the Rearview Mirror, shows like Kids Next Door, Class of 3000, Foster's Home, and even the Eds having their days numbered. But at the same time, something new over the horizon. Cartoon Network celebrates the spirit of change with the Sneaky Sunday Marathon. How many Sundays do we get? A marathon, no, a celebration of the shows that held down the fall era. Foster's Home, Grim Adventures, Ed, Edd n Eddy, Ben 10, the animated one, not the live-action movie, Squirrel Boy, Gym Partner, Camp Lazlo, Chowder, all the while including sneak peeks of series coming to the Cartoon Network in the new year. The Mr. Men Show, which were short 11-minute episodes featuring the emotive characters from the Mr. Men illustrations all the way back in 1971. This series would end up being their morning transitional series most weekdays. Those smiling faces would be the first thing you see immediately after realizing that the dawn is your enemy. So if you had to wake up early for school every morning in 2008, it was either this or Baby Einsteins. At least this show isn't educational. New programs like the computer animated Chopsaki Chooks gaining the rights to air Johnny Test as the Kids WB was on its last legs. It's the same reason they started premiering Pokemon on the Cartoon Network. But Johnny Test can't be the only symbol of the next era. What about that weird, ugly, charming doc show? The one with the kid and the blue guy that got greenlit for a full series and will be setting sail at Cartoon Network in 2008. They also aired sneak peeks of the Canadian George of the Jungle series, which we've already seen. I guess Christmas doesn't count when it's not Christmas anymore. Also, Robot Boy will be making its return in season 2, but the only Robot Boy I care about is half Japanese. So I guess the robot parts were also built in Japan, so I'm half robot on my father's side. I do have a lot more to say about Johnny Test, but maybe we should save that for when the show actually shows up, because for now, Adult Swim aired the final untapped 16 episodes of Futurama, bleeding over into... There's no quick way to do this, so you're just gonna have to bear with me. December 31st, the final day of 2007. After a day of mostly TV movies by the Cartoon Network, no real special branding, the Adult Swim block would kick off at 11 p.m. with the very first episode of Futurama Space Pilot 3000. So, here's to another lousy millennia. I know that 2008 isn't the new millennium. I wanted to quote the January 1st, 2008. Now we can begin the video. Andrew? The Cartoon Network would air a New Year's Day Mega Buster movie marathon, and yet no Mega Man. No, just the Powerpuff Girls movie. Pokemon, the 2000. Wait, that's the new millennium. That's the millennium, that counts. Pokemon 3, the movie, which swiftly became my favorite. Lucario and the Mystery of Mew. Okay, now we're taking quite a jump. The Mucha Lucha movie that exists. The Totally Spies movie that cannot exist. Trouble in Tokyo, and no more Futurama. The actual final episode to air on Adult Swim circa 2007 was the final episode of its original run. The Devil's Hands Are Idle Playthings. Do we have anything to say about that? Past Andrew? Not just best musical episode, which it isn't, but best episode. That's because it was originally intended to be the finale of the series, but because of popular demand and DVD sales, the show got brought back. Watch the Adult Swim video. It's funny, it's beautiful, it's touching. If I counted episodes with one song, then this would win. The first was a holiday special, but January 2nd is the actual first day to stake your claim in the new year. Like, anyone can go to the gym the day after New Year's, but the trick is if you keep going. It's like a funeral, you know? The days leading up and the days after a funeral are easy, but it's the years, months, days, weeks after someone's gone that you have to keep living. And for the first normal day in the new year of Cartoon Network, not much, really. Strangely, they aired a pirate-themed Tom and Jerry movie right before airing a pirate-themed Scooby-Doo movie. I don't know what pirates have to do with January, but at least it's not the Nutcracker. January 3rd, 2008. The day that I turned 7 years old. And Cartoon Network has nothing to show for it. You want me to watch Kangaroo Jack 2? Oh, so you want me to die? Nothing of note, even the day after January 4th, Fried Dynamite aired, but not with anything new. January 5th is a little back on board. I may not care about Transformers animated, but at least Pokemon doesn't have to premiere by itself anymore. Scooby-Doo and the Witch's Ghost changed my taste in a lot of things. The Goosebump Shriekend is still around. Topped off with Toonami, which returned with new episodes of Naruto and One Piece. And without Futurama, Adult Swim's new episodes of Death Note and Blood Plus actually got pushed up the schedule. We are ever so slightly closing the gap between Death Note and Dragon Ball Z. Really, the only thing that stands in the way is Bleach. I shouldn't have said that out loud. Now I'm gonna get comments. We got marathons for Christmas and New Year's, but we don't get any special theming for January 6th. No bumpers or nothing. I mean, the night is brought to a close with a new Xavier Renegade Angel and Tim and Eric Awesome Show. I can't complain about that. Mr. Show and Tim and Eric share a lot of DNA and a lot of crossover, so it's entirely possible that this episode of Tim and Eric actually starred someone who was present at January 6th. Monday, January 7th, 2008 marks the actual premiere date of Johnny Test on the Cartoon Network. Also a new What's New Scooby-Doo and Land Before Time. But really, if I'm gonna create a sarcastic new, I should extend that to all three shows. Earlier, we discussed Pokemon coming to the Cartoon Network. Since the early 2000s, episodes had eventually come out on the network, but they premiered in America on the Kids WB block of the WB. The WB and UPN would merge to become the CW before the end of the year. My worst enemy. How is that even here? So the shows they thought were worth saving got offloaded onto Cartoon Network as Pokemon began airing first on the network with the Diamond and Pearl series. Johnny Test was not only moved to the Cartoon Network, but also shifted production over to Canada, which is why it looks like that now. People often refer to the Nudes era as the worst era of the network, or the era before the Renaissance, or the live-action era. But if 2008 to 2010 can be boiled down to one specific aspect, it's gotta be the import of cartoons from Canada. I mean, including Johnny Test and George of the Jungle, that's like half of the sneak peeks we got at the tail end of 2007. Speaking of the tail end, Johnny Test was somehow simultaneously canceled before its time and rebooted against its will. At a certain point, it's sort of like a walking corpse. It's a show that I would always defend before I went back to watch it. An earlier draft of this project consisted of me watching so many episodes of this series, arguably the same amount as Pokemon, and I think it genuinely made me resent it. Because earlier I mentioned that these videos exist to make it my job to watch a show for an entire month, and that's all well and good. Oh, I guess I have to sit down and watch a TV show. Oh, shucks. But this one I genuinely dreaded. Like, I was beginning to experience the overabundance that people felt when I wasn't even on the forums. I don't care what Nintendo has to say. Okay, I do care what Nintendo has to say. It's just... Can I tell you a story? The new episode of Johnny Test that aired on the Cartoon Network today was actually the first episode that premiered on the WB in 2005. And either we didn't have the WB in my household, or I just wasn't aware of it before it merged into the monster it is today. But one time, on our yearly vacations to the Outer Banks, sunny Outer Banks, I caught it on one of those beach house TVs that has all of the channels you've never heard of, and I loved it. Like, they aired about half of the first season, and I remained sat whenever I wasn't dragged away to the beach. Even as a kid, I didn't really like the beach. As a very out there kid, the beach is a textural nightmare. I was young enough to imprint on the characters and think they were cool, but I wasn't old enough to register names, I guess. Because that's what Johnny Test is. It's an amalgamation of all the cool boy things of the time. The episodes I remember the most fondly were the Pokemon one, or the DS with multiple screens. But not because I remember any jokes from said episodes, but because I liked video games, and they were representing that on screen. So I got home from that vacation and held on to those memories, but sort of resorted to the fact that I'd never see that show that I vaguely remembered ever again. It's like coming home from summer camp and realizing that all the people you spent that summer with, you might not ever see. You're a kid. How do you have those connections? Until now. It followed me. I took it back home with me like a rare disease. I don't mind the first season. The pre-Canada world. Granted, I did love all the Canada stuff at the time. I was a real caribou. So at least for the first year or so, we would just get reruns of the first season being repackaged as new episodes because they had never aired on the network. But luckily, I don't have to watch this show again, regardless of what Nintendo says. And the next day, January 8th, repeats the same. Premieres of The Land Before Time, What's New Scooby-Doo, and of course, Johnny Test. Again, none of these are new to the world, just new to the Cartoon Network. Okay, so maybe they do run through season 1 faster than I thought. It's 2 episodes in 2 days. Also, the video game Harvey Birdman Attorney at Law releases on both PlayStation and Wii. See, even the videos I didn't think would be related are all a part of this story. And that's after I tied the CW into this tale. But on January 9th, 2008, the only new episodes were Land Before Time and still Johnny Test. I guess we have a lot of catch up to do. I mean, we're still only one George of the Jungle deep, and it can't even be reran until the next holiday season. But on January 10th, 2008, Scooby-Doo returns to the trio of questionable new, tentative new, but they probably didn't even know they hadn't aired them already. Okay, so I know that we're 3 Johnny Test deep, and 2008 has really just started. Also, Astro Boy. I can't be mean to Astro Boy. If you think about it, Astro was kind of the Johnny Test of his time. His family also did experiments on him. So now we're back to Friday on January 11th, 2008, and normally a weekend marks the premiere of major films in theaters. But this movie, I'm gonna be a little bitch about it. I would say on average, the most consistent critique comment I get, regardless of video, and I mean more than go back to total drama, is anything along the lines of, you're too mean to Christianity. Jesus loves you. First of all, no the fuck he doesn't. Sometimes I, for a second, think that I am being too hard with my jokes about religion, at the behest of coming across like a Reddit atheist, or worse, Brian Griffin. But like, I am. I grew up surrounded by religious propaganda, and it made me detest the whole system. No one is going to convince me otherwise. You'll have to wait until I have a psychotic break. We're about 2 years out from that. Maybe closer to 1. And sometimes I think about reeling it back. But then I check the news, and realize, no fucking way. I know that most people online like to pretend like they're being discriminated against more than actual marginalized groups, but nobody plays victim more than the Jesus freaks. But I don't actually think that my sourness is uncommon, at least not in online spaces. What I think is uncommon is my absolute hatred for VeggieTales. Aw, come on, I thought you had nothing but good takes. I know they got a little bit religious indoctrination, but the music is good. They made me watch this shit for hours in a dimly lit room where I would learn to repent for my sins. I know my experiences aren't universal, but I also know that I cannot fucking stomach this show. Yeah, but Andrew, the pirates that don't do anything is a banger. That shit bombs. It's not even that religious, which isn't even true. It is overtly. It just doesn't star Jonah himself. Oh, wait. And you're right. It does bomb. It fucking bombed in theaters. It lost millions of dollars. Luckily, they didn't have to spend any money because these are taxpayer dollars. I think out of every word I have ever uttered on this website, this one will likely get me the most vitriol. Well, that string of words, not just that one word. I'm not even trying to be a contrarian. I just said I didn't like Johnny Test. That puts me in the majority of most cartoon cases. You get that Larry boy shit out of my face. He was breathing down my neck during Bible study. I want that bitch pickled. So, Fried Dynamite. Tonight's installment of Fried Dynamite was actually prefaced by the Cartoon Network premiere of the 1997 George of the Jungle live-action movie. The idea being that the movie would air right before 2 new episodes of the 2007 George of the Jungle, being the only new episodes on this week's installment of Fried Dynamite. And this show is way out of order. At least they didn't begin Johnny Test with its Christmas special. The 2 episodes they aired tonight are one half of episode 3 and then all of episode 18, which is a half-hour special. And that's not taking into account the Brendan Fraser of it all. Showing that movie makes it way more confusing. That's like if they aired the Michael Bay Transformers movie before the new episodes of Transformers Animated. Broski, they could not be more different. But what do I know? I just wore a camo shirt to a movie one time. But we're 1 week away from getting a new Chowder, so we have to keep our nose to the grindstone. January 12th, surprisingly, does not see any new Johnny Test episodes, but I suppose that makes sense when it actually is packed with premieres. Top 5, the Cartoon Show, Goosebumps Shriekend, they're all in there as well. But the day starts with the Dynamite Action Squad, where new episodes of Pokemon Diamond and Pearl and new episodes of Transformers Animated were squished between reran episodes of Ben 10, Teen Titans, and Totally Spies. The descriptor word squished doesn't really work there because it's not like they were shortened. I'm really trying not to say sandwiched again. I really gotta eat before I write these. But for Toonami, an innocuous new episode of One Piece airs after the 2-part season finale of Naruto. The show is far from over. I'll just be interested to see if the show goes on a hiatus next week, or if they'll have a new season right on tap. Also, new Death Note and Blood Plus. That should be a given by now. Other than Pokemon, I think those have been the only weekly constant throughout this timeline. I mean, they premiered a new Astro Boy, but he comes and goes as he pleases. Sorry, he lives and dies as he pleases. January 13th, Tom and Jerry blast off to Mars? Sorry, that was phrased like a question. It's just because I'm confused. This is the pinnacle of Adult Swim's Sunday night premieres. American Dad's newest season begins airing on Adult Swim about a little over a week after it first aired on the Fox Animation Domination block. It's crazy to think about, in comparison to where we are now with American Dad, that at the time, the still running new season was only season 3. The premiere episode of Family Guy that aired right after is pretty decent into season 6, but that's still single digits too. How far we've come, really. But at the time, I could have believed these shows had dozens of seasons. I was just ahead of the curve. It's incredibly likely that 2008 was the first time I ever saw American Dad. Like, I had gotten into Family Guy a little earlier, but I imagine American Dad making its return to this block has something to do with them losing Futurama, where one Fox series steps out, another steps in. American Stepdad. And then the season finale of Xavier Renegade Angel and a regular new episode of Tim and Eric Awesome Show Great Job would be attached to the Fox series. Those Adult Swim originals would be bridged to the new Fox series by an airing of the Robot Chicken Star Wars special. If I had only stayed up 15 more minutes, my mind would have been blown. If as a kid I believed I made up Johnny Test because I couldn't explain it, I can't imagine what would happen if I actually properly watched Xavier. I was 7 now. Yeah, time to grow up. I'm talking to you. New episode of Astro Boy. But extending into a Monday, January 14th, would return to the pattern of new Land Before Time asterisk and new Johnny Test asterisk, which would continue to the 15th, 16th, and 17th, including Astro Boy, Land Before Time, and Johnny Test. Whatever I've written in my script, Andrew, there's no way I can pull the dates out of that block that quickly. Did somebody say blocks? January 18th? Now that I can do. The Golden Trio was unchanged. Despite being a Friday, we would still see the sun rise with Astro, and then in the middle of the day see some long dead dinosaurs. And I don't have a shorthand for Johnny Test because I already poured my heart out about it. And because there is a cultural shift in the world, the McDonald's toys expired and brought in new themed toys. For girls, for real friends. Not to draw a battle line between the genders, but when I'm eating McNuggets, the last word I want to think about and picture is fur. I've already chosen a side. The boys' side were El Tigre toys, which I've been there. Sensory overload. Oh, it's caught in my hair. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. All right, well, an accessory then. Great. I like that this video has sort of become a celebration of the channel as a whole now. Really, this is the video I've been making my entire life. Unless this one is split across multiple parts. Could you imagine if this multi-hour long video only covers 12 episodes of Chowder? Chowder Episode 9, the Puckerberry Overlords and the Elemelons. So far, we have seen staff writers from the Grim Adventures make the jump to Chowder, as well as returning voices like Diedrich Bader. The Puckerberry Overlords is the first episode of Chowder to be written and boarded by the Billy and Mandy show creator Maxwell Atoms. Greenblatt and Atoms would collaborate on projects in the future, notably Jellystone. Yet the episode was directed by Julie Murphy, whose name you should just remember by now. Froggy, Apple, Burple, Nurples, Certifrycation, Thrice Cream Man. I'm embarrassed I got that so wrong. Whereas the Elemelons was directed by Chris Sherwood of Shnitzel Makes a Deposit, the Cinnamini Monster, and Stinky Love fame. And that one was written and boarded by William Rice and written alongside with Michelle McCole Moss and C.H. Greenblatt. William Rice has been involved since the beginning, but more importantly, those two wrote together last on the Cinnamini Monster. And that's my favorite episode so far. That's an episode that Sherwood directed. That makes Elemelons the potential perfect sequel to that episode. And it currently stands as my favorite. Even the angered growing green mass in the intro seems like a holdover from Billy and Mandy. On one hand, I feel like me comparing Chowder to other shows isn't really informative, or maybe even not interesting. But these artists individually do have very distinct styles. I mean, the episodes of SpongeBob that Greenblatt worked on, you know they're Greenblatt episodes. I've been specifically pinpointing writers and directors because all of the other roles overlap. But the role arguably more important than the director for each episode is who storyboarded each episode. It's in the simplest terms, it's the person who drew the rough outline for what would become the animation. But whoever boarded the episode is more often than not one of the writers. So if I listed off a writer that isn't Greenblatt, it was probably boarded by them. What I'm getting at is that not only was Puckerberry written by Greenblatt and Atoms, but more importantly, it was boarded by Maxwell Atoms, which explains the sharpness of the Sour Guards and the Sour King. They don't look out of place, but most characters in Chowder are more rounded and soft, the character mostly coming through on their textured patterns. I'm at the point of pinpointing artists that the second I saw a swirling green portal, I pointed at my screen and said, "Oh, Maxwell Atoms!" Even specific moments like Chowder ripping his shirt off to reveal abs that immediately bounce into a gut. I feel like that exact gag has happened in Billy and Mandy at least a dozen times. What I'm saying is not that these gags are derivative, it's just fun to notice things. Ultimately, I make these videos for myself. You're just along for the ride while you work or draw or drive, God forbid. Maxwell even voices one of the Sour Guards, whereas the King is voiced by the guy who plays Count Dooku when Christopher Lee isn't around. Hey, Andrew, fantastic video so far. I love the part where you talk about Chowder. Interestingly enough, the character that Corey Burton plays in this episode is named Sauron, like that of Lord of the Rings, the character that Christopher Lee plays in Lord of the Rings. So he's actually doing his Christopher Lee voice in this episode which is who plays Count Dooku. It's a purposeful joke, a purposeful pun that you didn't notice because you forgot to read his character's name on IMDb. The Puckerberry can only be harvested at maximum ripeness, but it needs to be handled with care because it's extremely sour. Chowder obviously does not heed this warning and eats the sour fruit immediately. Side note, when Mung Doll is explaining all of this, he says that the sourness could destroy us all. And I'm just supposed to pretend like I don't know the writer. Also, the whole thing is narrated by a stop-motion centric wisdom tooth, and I'm not gonna compare it to the episode of Billy and Mandy told by that bird because I am showing restraint. So Chowder puckers in on himself and ends up inside his own mouth, going on an adventure to liberate his taste buds and sweet tooth from the sour empire attempting to take over. All while Black Hole Green Hole left behind seeks to suck up the entire kitchen. There's no montage in this one, and it says a lot about this series that stop motion animation and puppets is just the baseline. They've created a very high bar. But this second long shot of the sour cart riding across the mouth as the light seeps in genuinely left me speechless. I hope this is what it looks like when I die. Of course it does. Marzipan City is hell. You insulted Larry the Cucumber. You are going there. So yeah, not a montage, but it does feature a song by the Cat Bear Kid fighting sour with sweetness. Again, this is another song and we're only 9 episodes in. I do not remember this being as musical of a show, but I do remember this episode. Remember earlier when I said that my sisters and our March Madness neighbor friends down the street would gather together in a couch fort and watch Chowder? This is a couch fort episode.
Sweeties of them all. Sweet, sweet. Oh, we're sweet. Yes, we're sweet. Got it tattooed on my seat.
But that makes it even more strange that I didn't recall the B-side of this episode. I mean, I remember it. It's the episode with the Elemelons, the fruit that are also elephants. Fun concept. But I don't remember them going on strike, and I definitely don't remember Truffles donning riot gear to make them get back to work. Maybe they aired the first segment on its own in a 15-minute slot, or maybe we just didn't pay attention to this episode because Chowder is barely in it. Elemelons, again boarded by William Rice, previously storyboarded Chowder's girlfriend, Burple Nurples, Cinnamini Monster, and co-boarded the Flibber-Flabber diet. It is a Truffles episode, and how much you enjoy it is dependent on how much you like Truffles. She gets locked in a cage with the Elemelons until they can get back to work and get juices for the cooler.
Darling, I never thought I'd say this, but wiggle, 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 wiggle.
What?
Oh, that's just something I never thought I'd have to say. But more to the point.
Truffles points out her smoking caboose. I know that's right. But Chowder runs away after telling her to her face that she is scary. So the episode is really about Truffles bonding with the Elemelons over the fact that the weak men will always trap strong women in a cage, metaphorically or otherwise, when they are afraid. But then they just end up getting juiced anyway. I don't know. The montage on the floral background is pretty. I like the music. Pineapple transitions, that's something. It's not that I didn't like it. It's more that I remember the sour episode so vividly. Probably because I was 7 and it had potty humor. And also, I loved Billy and Mandy. There's this idea that major companies need to constantly reintroduce their characters to the new age using streaming and marketing. But when it came to like pro wrestling and cartoons that had already stopped airing for me, I would just watch clips on YouTube. The episode ends with credits laid below a puppet Chowder with a beam of light shining from his mouth. It's kind of disappointing when I don't have as much to say about an episode of Chowder because it took us a while to get here. But minutes ago, we had to cover a month of time, a gap between new episodes of Chowder where there was no new Chowder. And now that we're in 2008, I thought things would pick up a little bit. This episode aired January 18th, 2008. And the next episode of Chowder premieres March 6th, 2008. That's because Chowder actually ends up moving nights, leaving Fried Dynamite, stepping off that sinking ship, and ushering in a new nighttime comedy block on Thursday nights. So we have roughly 47 days between now and then. And doing one day at a time is not conducive of an informative project. It barely held together over 1 month. So I'm gonna go ahead and put this calendar block on the floor. So just know that everything I'm about to say happened between the days of January 18th, 2008 and March 6th, 2008. The episode of Back at the Barnyard about the Sexist Olympics airs the very next day. Actually, 3 episodes of Back at the Barnyard air between Chowders, and one of them is a wrestling episode. The half-hour LT Gray special where the fans could decide his fate. Also, you know what? This isn't about Nickelodeon. What we can do is go off of schedules that we already have in place. For example, the Mondays. New episodes of The Boondocks premiere on January 21st, 28th, and February 4th, where it stops airing what is now known as Season 2 until it comes back in March. For Adult Swim's normally scheduled premiere night, Sunday, that covers January 19th, 26th, February 2nd, 9th, 16th, 23rd, and March 1st. We're still pretty early into 2008, and the era we're looking for doesn't begin proper until the summer, so I actually thought it would take multiple months to become recognizable. But after Futurama left, the Adult Swim schedules reshuffled to American Dad, leading into Family Guy, leading into Robot Chicken, leading into Aqua Teen Hunger Force. Sure, Robot Chicken was still between seasons, and it seemed that American Dad and Family Guy would trade weeks which one got a premiere, alternating premieres, but this loadout, this was my Adult Swim. Like, Tim and Eric would air its season finale, and Squidbillies started up again as well. But when I saw the schedule, it's like it opened up a mental vault. The first handful of years I watched Adult Swim. Okay, thank you, bud. Because I'd watched before, but 2008 to about 2010, I watched every night. I had to. A lot of these shows move around. Astro Boy continues to premiere every morning. But even as a kid, without even looking at the TV guide, I could tell you that the schedule was American Dad, Family Guy, Robot Chicken, Aqua Teen, because that's about as long as I could last. I could stay up to watch the McFarlane shows and most of Robot Chicken and sometimes Aqua Teen, but then I was out. I know that it's become normalized to fall asleep to your favorite YouTubers. Fingers crossed. But I am being 100% serious. I fell asleep to Aqua Teen Hunger Force every night until I was in middle school. To the point where it's the only thing that can knock me out at night consistently. I've tried melatonin. That shit tastes like being too high and having anxiety. I'm sorry to sidetrack us when I said I wouldn't, but goddamn, I'm getting emotional over here while my cat is eating my ascot. They also began airing new episodes of Frisky Dingo, but I was not aware of that at this point. Also, on occasion, I would wake up in the middle of the night to Inuyasha, which couldn't have helped. For weeks every Friday, Fried Dynamite would continue with only new episode premieres of the imported George of the Jungle. Well, that's not entirely true. For some reason on February 1st, The King of the Jungle was usurped by the 3-part season finale of Pokemon Diamond and Pearl, which was the arc where Chimchar, the fire monkey starter, learns the love of a trainer again. My love. I love Chimchar. There's really no love like monkey love. Fried Dynamite is already on its last legs. They didn't even have any new episodes the last 2 weeks of February. And all that Pokemon special did was whittle the Dynamite Action Squad down to just Transformers. However, it was a necessary decision. Because with Pokemon gone, February was the perfect opportunity for Bakugan Battle Brawlers to make its 2-episode debut to the network on a random Sunday. And this wasn't leftovers from the WB. This was a fresh, new, monster battling cartoon from Japan being fed directly into the mouths of babes. As much as it exists to reap the benefits of Pokemon's hype, like many before and many after, I'd be lying to you if I told you I wasn't super into this show. To the point where I said I would talk about it eventually in a video that's almost 5 years old. I've been working on this project for a while. If you're wondering what happened to that, the short answer is I need more money in the bank. I can't walk into a Bakugan just talking about the TV show. I want to... Bro. Also, where was this show during the Sneaky Sunday? The days between your heavy hitters, the weekdays, were propped up with daily new episodes of Johnny Test and the debuting Mr. Men show. Also, obviously, Astro Boy. And I do mean every weekday. When I tell you my jaw dropped, I know that we're covering 2 months here, but they got past both the season 1 and season 2 finales of Johnny Test. You have had the rights to this show for 2 months, and you're already almost caught up. You don't want to make the kids wait even a little bit. You could argue that they assumed their audience had already seen these episodes on the WB, which is fair. Like with Pokemon and George of the Jungle, you'd either need to live in a different country or be internet savvy to have seen those episodes. Speaking of, Toonami and Adult Swim kept up the regular Saturday schedule, except now adding premiere episodes of Bleach. Every day that passes, I'm very glad that I decided to focus on just 3 shows. By the end of my career, and hopefully my life, I will have covered 2008 as a whole, but I'm saving Bleach for last, at least until my mid-30s. And that's all our regularly scheduled programming. I mean, the Goosebumps Shriekend was shortened to 30 minutes, and then it went back to an hour, and then it went back and forth for a while. Should have called that shit the Shrink End, the way they're cutting it down. I like Goosebumps as much as the next guy, but it's about to be March. People have taken their Christmas trees down by now. We do have some movie premieres of note, and these aren't new movies in theaters like Cloverfield, Meet the Spartans, and The Spiderwick Chronicles. I joked before about His Dark Materials failing to break into that child fantasy genre. It's the same thing for Spiderwick. I was just obsessed with those books, and I take it very personally. That Nickelodeon movie, there are so many child actors that are twins due to labor laws. Just cast twins. Why are they both Charlie and the Chocolate Factory? Also, what's that fucking doctor show called? Every kid had their Harry Potter or their Hunger Games or their Percy Jackson. I'm sure there are some adults that still pretend to like Divergent. As you could tell by my early adoption of Aqua Teen Hunger Force as my regular nighttime routine, my bedtime story, I was not a well-read kid, but I did inhale these things. In this 2-month period, the McDonald's toy line changed from El Tigre to Spiderwick. I had that Seeing Stone toy. That was probably my introduction to it. Albeit my Spiderwick phase did come later in my adolescence, probably around 6th grade. Prior to that, the first time I saw this movie was at my friend's house. The house where they always played Call of Duty, the Call of Duty house. And there was a moment in that movie where the older sister gets her hair tied to the banister in her sleep, and I was petrified. But I didn't want to be the reason they turned the movie off, and I thought I hid my horror well until their mom paused the movie to ask me if I was okay. I was on the verge of tears. For reference, they also watched Old Yeller like a lot, and I was completely unfazed. Speaking of childhood trauma, going back through this schedule has been very illuminating. There really are weeks where decades happen. February 17th, 2008. The film Zathura airs for the first time on the Cartoon Network. Exactly 1 week later, The Rise of Darkrai airs for the first time on Cartoon Network. 5 days after that, Penelope Pignose hits theaters. So, if you're not familiar with me, I talked about all 3 of these in my childhood trauma video from years back, where I covered all the things that scared me as a child. Johnny Test and Goosebumps are in there as well. I must have been having a miserable February. What are the odds that all of that happens in a month span, in a 2-week span? Because I didn't see Zathura or Darkrai in theaters. These instances had to have been the first time I experienced true fear. I was 7. Oh, and also at the same time, a game called Numbra Black Plague came out. Oh, snore. That's not nearly as scary as Zathura. Wait, don't leave, don't click off. We have Advance Wars Days of Ruin and No More Heroes for the Wii. There are weeks where years happen and years where nothing happens. I do want to say, as far as home movies go, January also saw the debut of Disney Channel original movie Minutemen, which I only really bring up so I can make Cousin Greg jokes. I've gone on so many sidetracks, and I haven't even talked about the Scooby Bowl. So, the Super Bowl is an American football game that takes place every year in February. This year, 2008, it took place February 3rd, hence the Scooby Bowl. No offense to Scooby, cover your ears, but if you have to air something when you know people won't be watching your network, they should have just aired the big game in 10 opacity overlaid on top of Scooby. I do not recall much of this game. More importantly, I don't remember much of its halftime show. But the other 2 marathons of note, I guess I should get rid of this. They didn't revolve around specific shows. Well, sort of. February 14th is Valentine's Day, so the Cartoon Network decides to celebrate that with the I'm Not Your Boyfriend marathon. So, like the Scooby Bowl, you may assume that due to the specific line used for said marathon, that it would feature episodes of Chowder. The only issue is that they've only aired 9 episodes of Chowder so far. That's under 5 hours. So what they did instead was host a marathon of several cartoons featuring romantic-themed episodes, including 2 episodes of Chowder, which is proportional to the amount of Squirrel Boy that aired in the same marathon. And you never want to be on the same level as Squirrel Boy. Pick a side, top or bottom like a man. Larry on top already decided. There was also an unnamed and unannounced marathon for Out of Jimmy's Head that included the previously unseen episode Cartoons Drive. But it's not like the marathon led up to it. It was just kind of slapped in there, to the point where I'm convinced they just didn't know they hadn't aired it yet, because there's 6 episodes left in that show. These shows are dropping like flies. Well, the final marathon to cover, but the first chronologically, January 21st, a day you may even remember, in 2008, an all-day marathon dedicated to the codename Kids Next Door, leading up to its final episode, Operation Interviews. It's technically more of a finale than the last Billy and Mandy that aired at the end of its own marathon months ago, but not by much. Like, the episode ties up loose ends, but also ends on a cliffhanger, and Father is CG now. It's weird. That's the best I can do to describe it. As another cartoon rides off beyond the stars, some say they're still out there in a farther galaxy. So what we've learned is that the network is wrapping up its longest series and Out of Jimmy's Head and offloading even more shows to fill that gap. Hand-me-downs from the WB like Johnny Test, cartoons from across the border like George of the Jungle, and even shows that are Pokemon-esque while Pokemon licks its wounds. I will say this. This is the only time I have ever seen the network purposefully skip an episode. Returning, airing Pokemon Diamond and Pearl episodes 47 and 49 back to back. Not even bothering to translate episode 48 because it's just a clip show. We see the network scrambling to move shows around and get their audience accustomed to change, all the while hedging all their bets onto one new show starring a purple cat bear thing. See, this is a Chowder video most of the time. For days and days across the first week of March, there would be commercials and lower third pop-ups for a new Chowder on a new night. They were creating a fully new comedy block and holding it up under the name of one cartoon. That's how much faith they had. Because Chowder wasn't alone. The new episodes aired alongside new episodes of Camp Lazlo, the season 5 finale of Foster's Home, George of the Jungle. These 4 cartoons, all with new installments under the umbrella of the Cartoon Network's newest Thursday night block, New Thursday Nights. I'm sure they'll think of something better. March 6th, 2008. Chowder Episode 10, Sniffleball and Mung on the Rocks. A lot of people worked on this episode. Each segment had 2 staff writers, and that's excluding the show's creator, C.H. Greenblatt. Sniffleball was written by Danielle McCall, who previously wrote for Grubble Gum, and whose only credits include writing for Chowder. While the episode was co-written and storyboarded by Clayton Morrow, with this being their 4th episode following Certifrycation, The Wrong Customer, and The Thrice Cream Man. That's right. The creator of Larry on Top, and directed by the Billy and Mandy alum and future primo Sean Cashman. The second segment, Mung on the Rocks, was written and storyboarded by Tom King, Grubble Gum, Stinky Love, Gazpacho Stands Up. This is the guy who showed us Chowder's Room, but it was also co-written by Cindy Morrow, who would later write for Super Kitties, Supa Team, DC Superhero Girls, really anything with super in the title, Friendship is Magic, Foster's Home, Powerpuff Girls, really anything involving Lauren Faust, and is also the spouse of Clay Morrow. Aww. Meaning, while not working on the same segment, this is the first episode these two worked on together. I mean, it's her first episode of Chowder ever. I don't know anything about the personal lives of these writers, but I like to try and understand the people who made this show that I love. And I think it's cute that they love each other just as much. And directed by Eddie Houchins from Shut Up Cartoons fame. Earlier I said that Johnny Test as a character is sort of a funhouse mirror. You think it's something entirely new and creative, but you're really just projecting yourself onto it. He's the perfect evaluation of what boys in the 2000s might like. And that is more or less a topic reserved for that show. That's the only substance. Chowder has a lot more substance, but I still loved this episode as a kid because it revolves around Chowder not wanting to leave his room and go play outside. But in this case, it's not because Chowder wants to watch TV or play video games. He's just so determined to be a master chef that he's grown attached to the kitchen appliances. And Mung drags him outside, kicking and screaming, because he's worried he doesn't have any real friends. It's not like Mung has any friends, and we've seen him talk to the appliances all the time. But still, this is an outdoors episode about the children. We get to see Panini and Gorgonzola again in the same episode for the first time since Burple Nurples. Not only did I project my own feelings onto Chowder because of his desire to stay inside, but also the way he's forced to play any sport. This was the same year I was made to play soccer. Like with any kid, my parents wanted to try out every sport to see if one would eventually stick. Evidently, none of them ever did. I don't even hate soccer. I actually like playing it. I just don't have a competitive bone in my body. If I want to kick a ball around, I'm game, but as soon as there's a coach and points involved, I am out. It probably didn't help that the soccer coach was my dad. The new Thursday block would shift and change in only a matter of months. It really becomes its semi-final form in the summer of 2008. And I remember one of those Thursday nights, we had to play a game against another team of children, and I was put inside the goal, probably because I was a terrible shot. The only dribbling I could do was on my own shirt. And I remember it so vividly. I was standing in the middle of the goal that was marked with 2 traffic cones, and I remember just wanting to be home and watch Johnny Test. So while no one was watching, all the kids were on the other end of the field trying to get it into their goal, I picked up both of the cones, lifted them, placed them together, and put them back down, and then walked off the field. That way nobody could make it through the goal and I wouldn't have to do anything. I also played t-ball, but the moment I was able to move on to regular baseball, I gave up because every time someone threw a ball at me, I cried. I also like this episode because I like video games. Even to this day, when a TV show or movie references video games, about 80% of them just do Pac-Man or the arcade Donkey Kong. That's all they know. Pac-Man's a bad guy? What do you think, Pixel's Army General Brian Cox?
Sons of bitches. Then let's blow Gallagher to hell.
So the mere fact that this show in 2008 references the original Super Mario Bros. Very overtly. I know it's basic, but this was unheard of. I think that the multiple bases leading up to the fight are references as well. Or maybe just video game archetypes. The underwater level, the cloud world. So it would make sense that the last one in the montage is the last level of the game. They scale. Nowadays, it's old hat. Everyone's referencing either anime or video games, but at least it's not Donkey Kong. This doesn't account for the reference to Ocarina of Time they put in the Powerpuff Girls because the staff was playing the game instead of working on the show. That's funny. Just a nice Sniffleball game on a summer day, I think. The establishing shot is the king of the sky sunbathing underneath the sun. It just feels like a summer episode. There's nothing that says you can't play Sniffleball in the spring. But if you ask the farmers and me, it's technically still winter. And I'd think that this episode may have been intended a little earlier or a little later, but the second segment is very romance focused. That would have been perfect for Valentine's Day. The Valentine's Day Marathon, which got its namesake from Chowder. Deadlines are a bitch. Not to push back on my trauma backstory like Mung, but Chowder is an apprentice who doesn't go to normal classes. It feels like he does need the socialization, despite not liking Gorgonzola or Panini. But it's interesting to see how much they both light up when Chowder is there. Obviously, Panini has a crush on the kid, and Gorgonzola likes to bully him. So it's not the same, but both sides stem from a place of insecurity. All three of these kids are kept away from others most hours of the day, and outside of cooking have pretty poor role models. I just like when these three come together, even if the conflict is derived from Gorgonzola being the active antagonist. This time around, Gazpacho is the umpire. He's the only one who unconsciously gives Chowder the idea to run home.
It's the singer!
And he does run home, because those are his personal stakes. Gorgonzola wants to win this game so he could prove his worth. He's revealed to be the bat boy for the actual team, and we know he's an incredibly insecure character. My heart weeps for these children. The episode pair begins this time as the foreground of the theme song is changed to multicolored balls kissing. And now we know why. In Mung on the Rocks, the boys of the Catering Company go on a failed fishing trip, missing Mung Doll and Truffle's 450th anniversary. Whether or not it's their wedding anniversary or just anniversary of them meeting, we do not know. But if we're assuming that old Marzipan is anything like old human world, people were getting married fresh out of the womb back then. Also, there's a bit at the end where Mung Doll learns to appreciate Truffles again. Sorry, spoilers for the episode. Where he plays her a song as they pass under an overpass on some big guy's belly. And when they pass under, we see the first time he performed that song for her. Now, we don't know if this is a visual meant to convey them remembering when they met, or if this is literally how it happened 450 years ago. I mean, we know they're ancient, but if it is, that means Marzipan hasn't changed at all in 450 years. And that is because they live in hell. So yeah, the episode is just Mung getting worse and worse as Truffle gives him the silent treatment. I feel like the term ugly is often used in animation when something is done incorrectly or accidentally, but that's not true. To make a picture look ugly takes talent and precision. So when I say that Mung looks really ugly later on, know that it is a compliment. It takes talent to make a drawing look this gross.
Well, if you love this kitchen so much, why don't you marry it?
Ooh! You can marry a kitchen? One day.
It's very obvious that he needs Truffles more than she needs him. And it's also obvious he's lying about women to Chowder because now they have to share a room. And we know that, but Chowder doesn't. She needs to get away from these men. Chowder is one iPad away from falling into the manosphere and jaw maxing. I'm fat and bald and short and conventionally unattractive, and I still pulled way out of my league. Brother, put the phone down and open up the Google Doc. The food of the week aspect, that wasn't even present in the Sniffleball episode. I think maybe the first not to feature a new dish. Anyway, Chowder gets a fizzy drink to cheer Truffles up because Gazpacho says it works on his mother. Well, he says that she loves it, and then he burps out loud, and then he says that she drinks them to burp. More on that later. But Chowder drops the can, which unleashes a pool of fizzy drink all over Marzipan City, creating another flood. And God didn't even need to get involved this time. So did this happen before? Or is Marzipan more like Venice? Okay, I can tell I'm spinning my wheels a little bit here. Mung loves his wife. They announce the plan to cook something up and then walk past the kitchen and to the bedroom. Chowder does not get it, and neither did I at the time. This pair of episodes ends with a puppet Chowder creating anything his mind can imagine with a mustard marker. I know that modern technology is focused on curing cancer and Parkinson's and like that, but it's a real shame we dropped the whole edible drawing idea. I feel like the astronauts could really use that technology. So we see a new episode of Chowder alongside the aforementioned new episodes of George of the Jungle, Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends, and Camp Lazlo. And then another month passes. We are still in a transitional period. A Thursday night block has been formed, but it's a little aimless and still in the tail end of the fall era. Case in point, we know that the next Thursday wouldn't feature a new Chowder, but a week after that, Foster's Home would drop off as well. After airing its season premiere, by the way. The episode Jackie Cones in the Case of the Overdue Library Book. I haven't watched the episode, but That's a reference to Khaki Jones, right? Like if you switch around the letters, it's Khaki Jones in the case of the Overdue Library book. Famed television producer Khaki Jones. I keep forgetting which scripts you guys have and haven't seen. Sorry, put a pin in that. So Foster's goes on hiatus, and then a week after that, the series finale of Camp Lazlo airs. The one where it's revealed that it technically takes place in the same universe as Rocko's Modern Life. Scoutmaster Lumpus isn't real. Thank God Chowder came back on the 3rd, otherwise it would be a block entirely compromised of just new George of the Jungle. And who would want to watch that? How's Fried Dynamite doing? Despite losing all of its best shows, the Friday night block fires back by picking up the newest Cartoon Network series, Chop Socky Chooks. Okay, so not good. In March of 2008, you had the choice between Canadian George or live action kids and racist CG. Those are your two options. Come on, Andrew, we haven't even rewatched the series. It's been years. As far as we know, it might not be racist. While it remains in the box, it could equally be racist and not racist. This is what Schrodinger was trying to prove. This era of transition is starting to go on for a little bit too long. I know that old shows are ending and new ones are beginning. Sure, Blood Plus came to an end on Adult Swim, with Pokemon now on hiatus, dropping our Saturday anime count back to 5. Your One Piece, Naruto, Bleach, Death Note, as well as Bakugan. Transformers Animated also continued airing new episodes, but that's not an anime. Japan doesn't make cars. Cars are an American invention. But we do see the Cartoon Network premiere of Blue Dragon and Howl's Moving Castle. Must have been sick that day. No offense to Blue Dragon, but we sort of already have the network's new Pokemon-like. Yeah, I would like to speak to the person who is in charge of airing Howl's Moving Castle a week before airing DreamWorks Spirit in the same slot. I just think we have a lot to discuss. I guess DreamWorks needs all the attention it can get. We're still some months out from their next big film, and not only have McDonald's toys changed to Pirates of the Caribbean and Disney princesses, neither of which were meant to coincide with any particular film, just the general concept of these Disney properties. I would like to say that I definitely did have that plastic compass toy. It was supposed to emit a light that illuminates the whole toy, but it really acted more like a busted headlight. You know those people on TikTok with the gloves where there's a light for every finger? Okay, now imagine you have one finger. And then Horton Hears a Who releases in theaters globally. Man, let DreamWorks get up. Like any child with a beating heart, I liked it at the time and I thought that that emo guy was actually from the book. But I can't imagine I share the same sentiment in my old age. How long do I have to wait to just redo my Dr. Seuss video? Because for Portal 2, I only waited 5 years. Superhero movie came out 2 months after Meet the Spartans. I mean, even actual superhero movies don't have that quick of a turnaround. You at least gotta wait a good 4 or 5 months to fully forget about the Red Hulk. These parody movies were all over the theaters in the late 2000s, and only one of them was ever good, and even that's debatable. This section of the video might actually release the same month as the new Scary Movie, but as I'm writing this, the first trailer came out, and it's clearly made by 60-year-olds. It's not even offensive. It's just annoying. If you want to do edgy jokes, then do edgy jokes. It's 2026. You can stop pretending like any comedian has ever actually been silenced. Saying we're uncancelable while Eminem plays in the background, you are a grown-ass man. Anytime someone announces to the internet that they think that White Chicks is actually a really funny film, it's actually quite good. They always feel to me like that guy from Get Out who said he would have voted for Obama a 3rd term. Like, you don't actually believe that. Where was I? Sega Superstars Tennis. For the most part, the schedules remained unchanged. Like, the episodes kept airing in their place, they just weren't new, they were reruns. By mid-March, they even ran out of the Mr. Men show to premiere, and they didn't even spam that like they did Johnny Test. Johnny is nowhere to be found after the incident. There are occasionally random new episodes sprinkled through the week. My gym partner Zamonkey hasn't sided with Fried Dynamite or New Thursday, so it airs in the nebulous void between them. Between Friday and Thursday, not between Thursday and Friday. That's an important distinction. And a pretty important episode of Ben 10 is dropped in there. but I think that was a last-minute decision. The main headline for this month is the Beasts Unleashed marathon that aired across weekdays throughout spring break. The concept started as them airing beastly episodes themed around monsters and transformation, but that ran dry pretty quick, so they just started including anything in the unleashing. Chopsocky Chooks, why not? It's got a chicken in it. Spoilers for the post-episode 11 of Chowder world, but this marathon ends with the premiere of Ben 10 Alien Force, which obviously has to take place after the end of the original Ben 10, hence random airings of the episodes. I was never a Ben 10 kid, as is pretty obvious with every personal story I've told you here today. I did not live a very action-oriented life. People who think I hate anime solely because it's anime fail to realize that I also don't like Invincible that much. I mean, season 1's good. I did watch the anime-looking Ben 10 for a bit because they had a Mario Maker-esque level creator, a Flash game on their website, and I liked playing a spider monkey because he was a monkey. And honestly, I only got into my monkey phase because I accidentally picked Chimchar that one time in my first Pokemon game. So really, it's my lack of critical reading skills that got me hooked. Thanks, I think. But it must have been pretty jarring as a Ben 10 fan. I know Spring Break is themed around getting you accustomed to this new Ben 10, but it looks so different. And he's only supposed to be like a couple years older. Did I hear right that the show that came out after this, he's supposed to be older than the anime-looking one? This cartoon is older. He's a teenager? More like Ben Penn. Because teenagers are always vaping. More like Benjamin Tenjin Yahoo. There's a George of the Jungle licensed video game that came out the same time frame, and it still wasn't enough. I tolerated the show as a kid, which is insanely low praise, because I loved whatever slop they showed me. Did anyone have this game? Follow-up question. I guess it's the same question. Can we confirm that it is real? Because I can confirm that the live-action Disney film College Road Trip hit theaters, or I can confirm that it hit DVD bargain bins. It was impossible to miss. I know because we're gonna get into actual DVR rips months later, and they continue to air trailers for this thing all year. I'm talking individual trailers for each character, including the pig. Don't call her the pig, bro. I wanna be on the cover of Frog magazine, smiling next to Fozzie and the pig. Outside of the action-oriented anime, Adult Swim kept the same. We would get new premieres of American Dad, followed up by new episodes of Aqua Teen, Squidbillies, and Frisky Dingo. Except this season of Aqua Teen wrapped up with the episode starring all three of the Ultra Trio: H. John Benjamin, David Cross, and Christian Shaw. Oh, okay. Ultra Trio because of Ultra Blue. No relation. Followed up by the series finale of Frisky Dingo. Man, these shows are dropping like flies. I said series finale. However, while at this juncture, Adult Swim was very much still an extension of Cartoon Network, they had a contingency plan where their childish counterpart did not. You see, the time between new Chowder episodes included April 1st, 2008, April Fool's Day. The annual Adult Swim April Fool's joke was still in its relative infancy. The night before their April Fool's broadcast, they actually aired the Aqua Teen movie properly for the first time, after announcing that they would last April 1st and then placing it in the bottom corner really small. But this year's joke was about sneak peeks, a well that they would return to several times in their more recent bits. Partially unfinished versions of the new episode of Fat Guy Stuck in the Internet, the Venture Bros Metalocalypse, Robot Chicken, a surprisingly untraumatic episode of Robot Chicken, as well as teases for the season premiere of Moral Oral, the third and final season. I don't know if they knew that yet. As well as featuring first glimpse of new shows and specials like Delocated and The Young Person's Guide to History. There was a Family Guy premiere a month removed from when the episode first aired on Fox, which is only strange because they're normally pretty quick with American Dads. That was weird pluralization. Aw man, how come you get two dads? Which would take us to the new episode of Chowder. However, we're accustomed to new Back at the Barnyard by now. They aired several episodes between the Chowders, most notably seeing the debut of their Fucker Carlson character. But the gap between Chowders is actually remarkably crucial to the greater ultra web of videos. Not only did it see the North American release of the Wii game Super Smash Bros. Brawl and the 2008 Kids' Choice Awards hosted by Jack Black and featuring the Fighting Panda from his upcoming Fighting Panda movie, but 2 weeks prior to both, Nickelodeon aired a TV movie, which was really just made up of the first episode, so not really a TV movie. H2O, Just Add Water, Metamorphosis. I will not stop until 2008 as a year is fully understood. I'm the only scholar in my field. Also, I'm not skipping past Smash Bros. I just don't have a Wii yet in this timeline. So, Chowder episode 11. We have made it to April 3rd. 2008. Heavy Sleeper, written exclusively by creator and showrunner C.H. Greenblatt, but storyboarded by a team of Greenblatt and Pete Browngardt. As we know, Browngardt would in and of himself go on to create shows for the Cartoon Network like Uncle Grandpa and Secret Mountain Fort Awesome. This is the second time he worked on the show, but if we're talking about accomplishments, this is the first time the person who boarded the episode didn't also write it. Well, Greenblatt co-boarded and wrote the episode, but I'm talking about Pete, and directed by the incredible Julie Murphy, making this her 6th episode of Chowder, a number only rivaled by the creator of the show. She also directed Certification, which Browngardt also worked on. Before watching this episode, I think Reuben stocks are very high. On the other side of the fence, the B episode, The Moldy Touch. Cindy Morrow returns after just debuting with Mung on the Rocks. But the episode was storyboarded by her, C.H. Greenblatt, and also Pete Browngardt. We're about to see some imagery you couldn't even imagine. Also directed by Eddie Smosh Houchins. It's not fair, I know. So the Heavy Sleeper. Chowder accidentally mixes too much ingredient in the late night sleep aid that Mung Doll is making.
Oh, don't sneak up on me like that.
How do you want me to sneak up on you? Like this?
Oh, knock it off!
Mung does not wake up in the morning, which Chowder chooses to keep from Truffles because he is afraid of her. It's very much a Chowder and Shnitzel episode when he is roped into this as well, but it's less of the annoyed co-workers dynamic and more of a wiser older brother. Because Chowder trusts Shnitzel enough to admit his mistake, and Shnitzel immediately jumps into action to clean it up. Chowder puts him on roller grapes and sends him down a big hill. Most of this episode is a fun chase sequence, except this time without cars and pepper spray. Mung Doll gets switched with a baby and then back. It's real silly stuff. And I know that the show is a vehicle for comedy, and it works. It is funny, but they have such an understanding of these characters by now. Maybe the catering company dynamic started as a place where they just jaggedly clock in and clock out. But the second you add a kid to the dynamic, now it's a family. Shnitzel even sheds a tear when he thinks he lost Mung Doll in the Marzipan Ocean. Wait, where is this? Is this the edge of Marzipan? Is it like a video game where they just have a huge ocean due to the limitations of the engine? We've seen that it's flat and that you can fall off. If the sea life don't get you, then falling off the world will. But the real standout for this episode is Chestnut. I was gearing up for the return of Reuben, but instead we see the debut of another beloved side character, future beloved side character. But like Reuben, the character is sort of built around the actor they chose. Tone Locke, a character actor spanning across several films and even more cartoons, but he's mostly a one-off. For example, the one episode he showed up in Uncle Grandpa. This is probably the episode they met. He also allegedly plays pedestrian number 2 in Shane Dawson's Not Cool 2014. It really is all connected, even if I didn't want it to be. But he's more well known as a composer and a vocalist. And we don't hear Chestnut sing, but he does have this wonderfully scratchy voice that you can only really get from being a world-class vocalist or about 6 packs a day. Again, I don't know if the chicken or the egg came first. Like, if they wanted Tone Locke and then built the character around him, with the joke being that he has such a sultry voice coming from a tiny blue guy, or if it was just miraculous casting. I mean, this isn't Tone's first cartoon. So yeah, the episode was fun, but I was honed in on Chestnut because that was a favorite among the Couch Fort gang. The B-side of this, Moldy Touch, doesn't introduce any reoccurring characters. But what it does do is build around this legendary source of mold. The episode begins with Chowder messing up the meat domino recipe that I didn't get the pun for at all, but that's on me. I needed to get a more sophisticated palate. But then they realize they're out of spice and need to go into the cellar. They send Chowder to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, or kill 2 Chowders. All of these stories have happened before. The gum one just takes place at the very end. They're in a constant time loop of 2008 to 2010. That's why Mung is so old. So Chowder fuses with the mold and has a big kaiju battle with a spice Mung over the city. This is probably why the episode had 3 storyboarders. Because storyboarding is meant to be sketches for a rough outline of action. Because when it's sent to the animation department, whether that's in-house or overseas, there's still a potential lack of communication. So for a major scene like that of a choreographed fight, boarders will often ostensibly just do the animating work themselves by creating an exhaustive amount of storyboards so the action isn't lost in translation. Or the mold is hard to draw. In the end, Mung reveals that he too was manipulated by the mold in the past. But we don't know how far in the past. Because the mold is still with him to this day, and will likely be with Chowder, despite fighting it back into the jar. If you'll go ahead and consult the power ranking chart, the mold actually manages to overpower the King of the Sky in this episode. No info on if he could do it to Kiwi, but he is still here in both segments. I keep forgetting to bring up Kiwi, because to me, he just is a constant state in this universe. This mold is found in a jar hidden in a cellar, probably where Mung left it and why he was too scared to go down there himself. Maybe this was a test. Maybe Mung sends all of his apprentices down there with the knowledge that they'll be tricked by the mold. Maybe this was a test of will. Because once Chowder is down in the cellar for only a couple of minutes, Mung mentally moves on to finding his next apprentice. Is Mung secretly a genius? The Mung isn't crazy conspiracy? To wrap around to my original point, this mold is played by guest star John Polito, known for so many fucking movies, including the likes of The Big Lebowski, The Rocketeer, Highlander, Chud. He was on It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, and then separately also in a movie titled Nightman. He's a big deal character actor is what I'm getting at. Kind of a lot like Tony Locke, but he doesn't come back. The mold has been vanquished, at least until the next apprentice comes along.
Do you want to make him really happy?
Yeah?
Really, really happy?
Yeah?
Pee his pants happy?
Oh, that's gross, but yeah!
The pair of segments in this episode opens with 3 guys sitting in a stew. I don't know who decides these foreground gags, but we're batting like 80% on bathtub stew. And the episode ends with the lower third credits over the Chowder puppet being tossed around the room. You don't know what you're missing if you aren't in the kitchen. You know what that means. Another month passes. I fear the in-between is becoming a larger part of this video than Chowder, but I promise this context is important. Where in the world is Osama bin Laden? Just so you know that we are in 2008. We're still averaging a month in between episodes of Chowder, but this time at least there's only a 27-day stretch, which is only barely a month. And honestly, not a major month at that, unless you count American Idol toys at McDonald's as a major story, which maybe it would be if they didn't do this every year. Both Okami and Mario Kart Wii released in North America, but I still didn't have a Wii. Or know any companies that weren't Nintendo. If Amaterasu was in Smash, maybe this would be a different story. Meanwhile, the other PH Ultra videos are chugging along in the background, secretly. Like the Back at the Barnyard pair of episodes where they form a Turtles-esque boy band match with the episode where the ferret one has homophobic parents. On the wetter side of things, mermaids. The one where Emma's little brother gets obsessed with Ricky, the one where they learn about the full moon, the one where Lewis gets groomed, the one where Cleo's fish dies, and the one where Zane gets publicly embarrassed. You know, I think it says a lot about either me or about Barnyard that I remembered all of these H2O episodes, but only like half of the Animal Farm. The one where they do a circus, the one where Pig pretends to be royalty. Something's just off. It's almost as if my memories have this hazy red filter over them. While we're referencing other videos, 2 new episodes of Robot Chicken aired on a random Friday night. sort of. So I checked the episode listing on HBO Max, the Wiki, and IMDb. These episodes from season 1 and season 2 did in fact air in April of 2008, when we should be at the tail end of season 3. As far as I could tell, for some reason, these are actually alternate versions of other episodes from seasons 1 and 2, but with some sketches shuffled around. My first assumption was this had to be a censorship thing. Maybe they were against showing Wimpy from Popeye kill himself, but my research was inconclusive. It's not like there's anything more crass or upsetting than anything else they aired at the time. Assy McGee now joins the Sunday night party. You know, that show that caused Warner Bros. Entertainment to cease and desist the WWE? That Assy McGee? So, while we're talking about moving schedules, the main headline for this week is a little bittersweet. Like, it is another Cartoon Network show ending, but it has immediately carried its momentum into its next series. Of course, I am talking about Pokemon Diamond and Pearl returning to the Dynamite Action Squad under the new name Battle Dimensions, marked by a new theme song and centralizing the story around Chimchar. I know that's right. Sorry, Turtwig, but you can't light on fire. And also, you don't have any AMVs. Worth noting that my copy of Pokemon Diamond, which was my first ever Pokemon game, the save file does say that I started my adventure on March 31st, 2008, and I fully got the game so I could be like that cartoon I like. I think I told the story before, unsure if I told it in this video, but I didn't know how to save the game, so that date cannot be correct. I'm worried this whole thing's gonna collapse. I fully intended to choose Turtwig before thinking the better of it and choosing the Fire Monkey. You try and find me even 3 Turtwig AMVs from 2008 and tell me I'm wrong. But no, the real story is Ben 10 ending after a week of semi-regular Ben 10 marathons, including the live-action movie that everyone loves and appreciates, during which the I-10, the user-generated Ben 10 experience competition was held.
We wanted to find the ultimate Ben 10 fan out there, and we wanted to know not only what your favorite alien was, but what you thought of Ben 10 Alien Force.
This is gonna be the best show.
The whole thing was set up to lead to the newest series in the Ben 10 franchise, Ben 10 Alien Force. Like we said before, it takes a little bit getting used to. But Ben 10 Alien Force premiered on a Friday night as a part of Fried Dynamite, and then moved to Saturday mornings alongside the other action-centric cartoons. At the same time, Blue Dragon continued to air on the Dynamite Action Squad, but also as a part of Toonami. The same time, Adult Swim brought back Shin-Chan and added Code Grease, long subtitle, to its Saturday night anime blog. And I think maybe when Ben 10 escaped Fried Dynamite, he accidentally left the door open because Chopsaki Chooks also snuck out, and now it's a part of New Thursday Nights. And My Gym Partner's a Monkey was added to that block for a week, and now it still airs new episodes every Thursday, but just not a part of that block, which is messed up because Chowder stayed on the block and they didn't even have any new episodes to air. Both Fosters and George of the Jungle came back with new by this point. That's really just a testament for how much faith this network had in Chowder. It had to be their next big thing, or else we have to fall back. So, like, what is Fried Dynamite even for, then? Thursday night, May 1st, 2008, after a new episode of My Gym Partner's a Monkey that is not allowed on the block. You can stand behind the line, but you cannot cross it. I don't allow my children to fraternize with kids from the animal school. A new episode of Chowder is followed up by a new George of the Jungle and Chopsaki Chooks. Actually, can we open that line back up and kick some people out? Episode 12 of Chowder, segments At Your Service and Chowder and Mr. Fugu. The first of which was written by a team containing Danielle McCall and William Reese, as Reese boarded the episode. It goes without saying, not really if I keep saying it, but again, CH Greenblatt. A combination of people that haven't worked on the same episode yet, obviously excluding the creator of the show who works on every episode. However, episode director Chris Sherwood has worked on multiple episodes with Rice before, the Elemelons and the Cinnamini Monster. I mean, that's 2, but it still counts as multiple, which is nuts because that's like my favorite and least favorite episode so far. It's a real spectrum. But Danielle McCall would actually end up writing both segments for this episode. Also co-writing Mr. Fugu with Tom King, who again boarded the episode, quickly rising through the ranks of becoming the second most powerful voice under that of the creator. But you can't say shit to the Cash Man. This is his 5th episode of Chowder in the proverbial director's chair. You have to remember that this is technically only Danielle's 3rd episode of Chowder, and her only credits I could find online were for Chowder. A true student of the game, whatever that means. The pair of episodes kick off this time with a theme song featuring a green thing with several limbs. Awesome, let's jump into it. So, At Your Service is interesting. I feel the need to tread lightly a little bit. I know that I have been incredibly lucky in my 4-year career, that my words have never been stretched. I've never accidentally created a hate campaign with my misconstrued words. I honestly second-guessed crediting the great people who worked on the show that I love, because I have seen this community get ugly. I'm not even saying that I didn't like this episode, because I did. It's Chowder. And I went into this project with the question batting around in my head of how can I talk about Chowder with it sounding like I'm just recounting episode plots and saying, this is funny. What can make this a worthwhile project for me? What I landed on personally is I wanted to understand and respect the people who made it possible. Years and years ago, there were cartoon tubers online that would specifically pinpoint episode writers with malicious intent, saying, this terrible episode is their fault, yell at them on Twitter. And obviously, most of the community would look back at that era with shame, knowing that we would never do that again. Unless they think there's some sort of fetish involved. Or if the creator of the show is a trans woman. I'm not the first person to say this, but terminally online individuals are vitriolic bullies, but they think it's okay to do so when the target of ridicule did a bad deed. No, it's okay that this lol cow we've been gang stalking for years had a psychotic break. They were homophobic on a live stream. You know, stuff like that. But nowadays, everyone has, like, Dan Schneider brain poisoning. It's not enough that you can't like a cartoon someone made. No, every creator you don't like must be a groomer trying to indoctrinate children. Meanwhile, you're the one talking about cartoons made for children on Twitter.com. Everything is a fetish now. Did you guys know that the lost episode of SpongeBob is actually the animator's poorly disguised walking fetish? I understand the constant fear that there could be predators in the industry, because historically, there have been. But maybe farts are just funny. Maybe drawing big butts is funny sometimes. That one Total Drama episode was definitely someone's fetish. You could tell because of the blushing. I hate that I have to proceed this whole thing with that. I hate that I have to bring any of this up, so that when I say this is an episode of Chowder about Endive racing Mung doll with their big butts to a fresh new fruit Gazpacho got, and when Endive gets to it first, she demands Mung doll beg and bark like a dog, and then calls him a dirty kitty.
No, Mung, you're not a kitty cat.
Panini, silence the fat one.
I didn't say nothing.
I mean the fat purple bunny cat kid. I didn't say nothing. This one!
And then Mung and Chowder are forced to be their servants and wear these maid outfits as Endive pours cold grease over them, then forced to wear bathing suits to clean out the pool, and then placed in a dungeon where Endive feels genuine remorse and heartbreak when she thinks she's lost Mung forever. We can't unpack any of that because you don't know how to behave online. I do think that the episode is a bit of a turning point, not only in the way the girls are portrayed verbally, but also visually. This episode has a lot of really funny visual gags that flow with the series of events. It pushes it forward, it doesn't pull you aside to then explain the joke to you. One of which is while a dramatic 2000s ballad plays off of a record, Chowder has to scale Endive's body to reach the mood fruit worm around her neck. And when we cut to a wide, she is gigantic. This gag stretches multiple episodes, slowly making her bigger and bigger. But this is intentional. It's funny, but it does mark a change in the show. I'm going to be over-analyzing these characters that are in a comedy cartoon world with puns and colorful backgrounds. I think Endive is a bad influence. I think if my past self could see a glimpse into the future, he'd be really upset. Because I remember hating Panini as the series went on. Again, she was an icky girl. But now I kind of want to give her grace because her life makes me sad. Am I pregnant? She acts way worse, forceful and creepy towards Chowder after she is ordered to do so by Endive, and she lives in an environment where her only guardian is keeping servants in maid costumes and a dungeon, and she's learning and internalizing that all of this is okay. And at the end of the episode, Endive destroys the fruit with her big bare feet. Okay, tread lightly, so she could compete with Mung Doll on the next shipment of fruit. Endive has a complicated view of relationships. She has no one, even keeping Panini at an arm's length. But Mung and Chowder just genuinely hate them. Anyway, good episode, funny episode. I liked it. Chowder and Mr. Fugu inversely just made me stressed out. And it's not even anything to do with the episode itself. Mung Doll Catering Company's most valued customer, Mr. Fugu, is a food connoisseur and famously wealthy, so they need to keep him happy no matter the cost. Voiced by Bob Joels, by the way, who's been around the block a couple times, but nowadays is probably best known for playing Bill Green on Big City Greens. These two characters could not be more different. Also, his carrier cat is portrayed by George Takei. This feels like another person the staff just wanted to see if they could get, like a dare. The reason we hear the cat's voice at all is because he's left behind as Mr. Fugu takes a liking to Chowder and demands he carry him around for the day. Chowder doesn't want to do it, but Mung insists due to Fugu being their wealthiest and most consistent customer. How come nobody ever made a video about the top 10 Chowder torture porns? That guy's really taking a beat in this video. I apologize, I'm a big fan. I've never actually said that out loud, but reading it, the term porns is really funny. So Chowder takes Mr. Fugu to all his favorite eateries, which often results in Mr. Fugu eating up all the food so Chowder can't have any.
Can I have a lick now?
No, not yet.
The Thrice Cream dealer returns and says something akin to, "Chowder, you're back! Now I can pay my rent!" So yeah, I'm something of a Chowder analyst, or I've been subconsciously internalizing the whole show my whole life. I've been watching this show since before I could read. I was 7, but I was a slow learner. Chowder is not only expanding Fugu's palette, but also making all of his local spots wealthy as well. The bit being that despite being a connoisseur of food, Mr. Fugu hasn't tasted most street-level foods, so Chowder takes him to a taco stand. There's no pun, or it's just a taco stand. They aren't called like tankos, and they're actually in the shape of a tank. They're just... Marzipan City has tacos from Earth. But this is perfect. Now instead of using the sandwich analogy, I can use more of a taco analogy. You can't fix perfection, but you can gentrify it. Especially that barbecue place where you get a crown of ribs filled with sauce. I was pretty young seeing this for the first time. Again, pretty bad reading level. I think I knew in my heart that this place wasn't real, but I wanted it to be. Because compared to the other places we've seen, it's not super far off. A hot chocolate comedy club would be fun, at least for one night. Maybe one set. Like, come on, I want a sauce crown. I want to hang out with Mario and Luigi. But eventually Chowder lets go of Mr. Fugu in rage, and then has to go rescue him. Not because he doesn't want that on his conscience or his record, but because he's Mung's most valued customer. And in the end, they just lose him to the birds anyway, and that is not a turn of phrase. But the reason it stressed me out is because, as a kid, there is a long list of things you can be afraid of, but very few of them are consistent. Like, the fear of the dark is just the fear of what could be hiding in the dark. And that changes depending on what movie you just saw. For me, in 2006, it was The Shaggy Dog. I thought Tim Allen was hiding in the dark. On the other hand, there are fears that you will realistically have to deal with. Schoolwork, bullying, the fact that God hates you for existing and wanting to play with your sister's dolls, thus is orchestrated by the talking cucumber. But for me, all childhood trauma aside, the most pressing horror I had to experience on a regular basis was letting go of balloons. So in York, Pennsylvania, where I grew up amongst the Nintendo Wii-centric commune of 13 to 15 or 19 kids, there was this place, I think it's shut down now, called the Old Country Buffet, and it was terrible. We went to a lot of buffets or self-serve places as a group because it's the easiest place to take large groups of children. And we were a family of picky eaters, which is probably why I remember hating this place. If their chicken nuggets weren't good, then they probably were not a trusted establishment. But we kept going back, and this place had balloons. Balloons with their logo on it. marketing for the kids. And every time we attended this old country buffet, we would never leave empty-handed. We would walk out into the dark of the night, each with a new balloon in hand, or would do our best to fit them in our mom's car. In retrospect, I have to give my mom a lot of respect for that. Driving with rowdy children is tough enough. Imagine that, but there's balloons floating in front of your windshield. Have you ever seen one of those videos where a kid hurts themselves? I promise I'm going somewhere with this. And they don't react at all until the parent starts to panic. I don't know what it is, but there has to be some psychological explanation. Like fear and pain are learned behavior, which is probably why I was a nervous wreck all the time in our household. And I remember distinctly as a young child accidentally letting go of one of those old country buffet balloons while outside and seeing my gift ascend into the sky and disappear past the stars. I had no real reaction to this until my family reacted, expecting me to be upset, which in turn made me upset. Not that I had lost a balloon, because we got those every time we went to the buffet, but because my family used the same reactionary tone they used when they were upset with me. So I had begun to associate that moment with me upsetting the entire group. And let me tell you, every time I was handed a balloon after that, I had the string in a vice grip. I was white knuckling. Balloons were no longer a fun toy. They had been back to a task, a responsibility that I had to protect. Within the same time period, I received my Nintendo DS, my first ever handheld gaming device. That was my new responsibility. And judging by the machine's current condition, the responsibility was crushing. And all of that pretense is important because otherwise the rest would just not make sense. I had a reoccurring nightmare. Not every night. Just infrequent enough that it got me every single time. I never became accustomed to it. A reoccurring nightmare where all of my most beloved DS games were somehow tied up in the string of the balloon that I let slip. Meaning all those games floated away into the sky. DS carts are basically weightless, and the thought of losing all of my progress, all of my Pokemon, it was just too much for me to handle as a kid. And I say kid me, I genuinely still have nightmares about this to this day. But now it's like my wallet or my ring. Anyway, all of that to say, the rest of the episode being Chowder desperately chasing down a balloon he let go, needless to say, left an impression. The puppet ending is also Hypno Sweets. That's more of a positive experience. Another episode of Chowder in the bank, which means it's another month of Bliss before the next one in June. We've gotten to the point in this story where so much is changing so fast. So much so that the ending of two series and the beginning of another is seen as nothing special. To be fair, the Mr. Men show had only finished its first season, whereas Out of Jimmy's Head is gone. For good. Don't forget, this entire era, from the branding to the bumpers to the music, even the patterns around the logo, while yes, was modeled after the vague idea of fall, we are now in May of 2008, by the way. It was more so modeled after Out of Jimmy's Head. There was a whole marathon for Mother's Day titled Yo Mama's Day, featuring tangentially related episodes of several cartoons, hosted by Irwin of Billy and Mandy fame. But Grim Adventures had already ended by this point, so what's the purpose of reintroducing Irwin? Unless they plan on bringing him back. But most of this marathon was made up of reruns of Billy and Mandy. Speaking of ending things, there was another marathon on a separate day titled Out of Toon Toons, with the logo clearly modeled after the American Idol emblem. It was sort of the most important competition, most important race of 2008. What's an Obama? Said marathon was set up, like Kids Next Door and Grim Adventures before it, to act as a send-off to the Class of 3000 show. But I'd argue, more importantly, it also premiered a new musical-centric episode of My Gym Partner's a Monkey, which, if you would believe it, I've actually been recommended several times because it being a musical. Allegedly. But I don't need to follow up on that, because this video isn't about those unrelated cartoons. The marathon also happened to air on the same day that China, Illinois premiered on Adult Swim, but I think that's probably more of a coincidence. No, Out of Jimmy's Head was at the forefront of this era, and now that it's finally over, we're only a month out from reshuffling. I really do think that whenever people call the Nudes era the worst era of Cartoon Network, well, first of all, the worst so far. 2026 is way worse. Yeah, let's air the new regular show at 9 a.m. Who fucking cares? It's cable television. But I think they could just be misappropriating the eras that stretch across the late 2000s. Unless, of course, they're talking about the other live-action shows that were featured in the Nudes era. But we aren't there yet. No, when one door closes, another opens. You may be looking down at the watch time for this video and wondering why it seems to end so abruptly. Why would a YouTuber bother to make an entire video to only discuss 12 episodes of Sam and Cat, I mean Chowder? And the answer to that is right in front of you. The sister show to Chowder. This project did not begin because so many asked me to talk about Chowder, and Chowder alone. No, if we intend to jump into this fresh new era of Cartoon Network, we need to discuss the new era of television sat before us. It is my absolute pleasure to break the good news to you, to spread the word. Between installments of Chowder stretching all across May 2008, the foundation of the Cartoon Network was about to be shaken by one premiere. Those words that would forever be etched in history. Skunk Fu. Okay, that's a joke, but also Skunk Fu did premiere this month. But the Cartoon Network also stealth dropped the second half of the third episode of The Marvelous Misadventures of Flapjack as a part of CN Extra because Spirit Stallion of Cimarron ran a couple minutes long. Wii Fit and Boom Blocks aside, this month, this stretch of time, would also mark 3 historical axes in the halls of film history. I'm not kidding. May 2008 may have been a turning point in our timeline. This is where the Giant Hadron Collider switched us from the Berenstein universe. I wanted to include the Sex and the City movie as a joke, but apparently it's not a good representation of the series. But it did inspire that one episode of Always Sunny in Philadelphia where Caitlin Olsen decided it was integral to do her own stunts and run headfirst into the side of a car. Like I said, 3 movies. Speed Racer 2008, directed by the Wachowski sisters, a cult classic film that wasn't appreciated in its time, but has since not only had a resurgence, but also inspired many up-and-coming filmmakers to this day. I wrote this in my notes in like March. That was before the film was re-released and kind of had like a crazy run for a while. I didn't get to see it in theaters because it was only out for a day or so. I wish I really could have because I would have loved to experience that in theaters. I've never actually seen the movie. Speed Racer was kind of the Astro Boy of its time. But in tandem with that, Marvel's Iron Man. A movie that would kick off a cinematic universe that is still running to this day. Only 18 years later would the same actor behind the Iron Man mask pretend to be a Romani guy, but this time with significantly less blackface. But apparently, according to reports, still doing an accent. I kind of just blazed past those, even though those are really important instances in the history of film. But if we're talking about me, after multiple failed prequel films, Lucasfilm would attempt to make a modern revival of its second most popular series with the 2008 classic Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. Now, as you may know, I've covered this period of time. I would throw it to past Andrew, but then I would just have to like show you that whole video. I mean, Ultra is all over this month. Again, this is sort of the culmination of all of the past videos. We'll find a way to work Heather's 2019 into it. The episode of Back at the Barnyard where Bessie pretends to be Otis's mom and Otis wrecks Pip's hole. Remember when Zane exploded? I still got it. I'm not washed up. What an insane month. At the same time, Lego Indiana Jones the video game dropped, apparently launching as a double pack with a Kung Fu Panda game. And Kung Fu Panda comes out right after the next Chowder and immediately takes over McDonald's. If you don't know, it's a movie about this panda fighter. In tandem with all of that, the Lego Indiana Jones Raiders of the Lost Brick short that I covered in that video premiered as a part of Toonami. I don't even really have a joke for that. Of course, the big 3 of shonen anime. Needless to say, this was a very Lego Indiana Jones-centric month. And Kung Fu Panda, I guess. And weird episodes of The Barnyard. Remember when Zane exploded? In the wild, I have only ever found this double pack version. Do I accidentally have the rare full cover version of Lego Indiana Jones? Because they launched together as the double pack. How do I have this? You're right. It doesn't make sense to end my Chowder rewatch on 12 episodes. But this project didn't begin as just Chowder. I've been doing this for a while now, and I think I have the numbers down to a science. If my calculations are right, then we should be nearly 5 hours in at this point, and we've barely scratched the surface. But I've been around the block a few times. In the past, I have made the Ultraers wait up to a year to see the second installment of a series, but my internal clock is ticking, and this project has been in the works for a while. This time around, for the first time ever, I can confirm that the next video you see from me on this channel will include even more Chowder. Think of this more as a prologue. A 5-hour-long prologue. Chowder premiered prior to the other series of the proverbial Nudes era Big Three. And if I didn't split them up, a lot of catch-up would be required. I've only ever done trilogies, but if it took me this long to cover 7 months of time, who knows how long it'll take me to get to 2010. The people want to see me tackle this era, and that's what I'm going to do. For the record, in the timeline, we are still in the fall era, which is why the video is titled that, and why a ton of people went on Twitter to complain about it despite having never watched the video. Northern Lion, because there's no set video limit to this story. I will just continue to watch these shows and then release installments when I feel like I've written enough for that time. I've never not had a deadline before. Once I get this next part out in the summer, it'll all kind of be free reign. It's scary. But this time is not going to be wasted. If these videos exist as an excuse for me to revisit a series and grow a greater understanding, then I did grow a greater understanding of who made this show that I love possible. I've created a handy visual aid for the 17 cast members that made these first 12 episodes possible. We have multiple future and former showrunners in Maxwell Adams and Peter Braungart. Clayton Morrow was just as involved with Secret Mountain Fort Awesome. Writers like Michelle McCool-Moss and Danielle McCole, no relation to the WWE wrestler Michelle McCool. Kevin A. Kramer also wrote a episode. See, that bit works better if the last word wasn't episode. It should be wrote an episode. Then we have writers who boarded their episodes, shaped how they looked. Tom King, William Rice, Alex Elmager. Directors like Julie Murphy, Chris Sherwood, Sean Cashman, the guy who did all those Shut Up cartoons, Eddie Houchins. Throughout this 5-hour prologue, we have covered the importance of storyboarders, directors, the course of the writers. But there's one credit that's given in the title cards every time the page turns in the Book of Chowder that I've neglected to mention. Not because I do not respect the head of art direction nor misunderstand it, but because we've been all about teamwork and associating people with specific episodes to those individuals. But outside of the creator of the show, only one man has worked on near as many episodes. With the exception of the pilot, Mr. Dan Kroll was the art director on every single episode we watched here tonight. And I do say tonight, it's gotten dark in real time. We've talked about using your voice and leaving your mark, how a show is a sum of all of its parts. I know this really applies to everyone involved, but truly, legitimately, Chowder would not be what it is, what it was, without Dan Kroll. Normally, I'd have a whole ending segment here, but now I gotta cut the script and write an intro to the next one. Here's a sneak peek. Here's the first word of the next script. The. That ought to hold you over until July. If you are watching this, then I have properly finished, and you also have finished watching the first part in these Cartoon Network Nudes era revisit, even though we haven't actually gotten to the actual Nudes era yet. The original plan, like I said in the video, was to cover the big three that I deem of the network that year, that I remember fondly. Your Total Drama Island, your Marvelous Misadventures of Flapjack, and your Chowder. However, I thought that I needed to go over earlier episodes of Chowder because they came out first, and that eventually amounted to a Chowder prologue, and you have now watched the Chowder prologue. As I'm filming this, I've actually finished filming next month's video, so it will be done then, and you can delve more into the actual trifecta of those three. And I gotta say, I know I'm saving it for the next video. The thing about writing these scripts all at once is that if additional information comes out, it can only really work its way into the script to the point I'm currently working on. And since I started making this project, Maxwell Adams on his YouTube channel has begun a weekly podcast, and several guests on that podcast have been storyboarders and writers and directors that I have specifically pinpointed within the video you just watched. They all have individual episodes, and I've been consuming them at a rapid rate to gain more information on these. And then, as I'm filming this right now, mere days, probably a week exactly before this video goes up, he released an episode of his podcast that he recorded with C.H. Greenblatt. I am simply too late into the production of this video to include anything from that podcast, so if you want to learn more about Chowder, I would recommend watching all the Maxwell Adams stuff, so you can come back a month later when I talk about more Chowder alongside Total Drama and Flapjack and get everything very wrong. I know you're watching this, Maxwell. I know you're targeting me. Honestly, a lot of Chowder information came out while I was working on this. The Chowder preschool show, the Philadelphia Flyers. I don't know why I'm looking over here. There's not going to be anything over here. This is just the outro, so the patrons are going beneath me. Thank you so much, patrons, actually. This is going to end, so I'm going to shut up.